Hey guys, what's up? Russ here with episode 12 of Let's Talk Comics. This week's guest, Mr. Gretzky. How you doing, man?
Hey, how you?
Doing good. I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Gretzky at Heroes Con last June. Had an awesome conversation about comics over by the Bonafide Comics booth. And yeah, I've been wanting to get you on the show for a while, man. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, yeah, I've been uh, just so busy.
Yeah. So I like to usually ask a few questions. And the first one I usually have to ask is like, what got you into collecting?
Oh, collecting in general or collecting as in comics?
Just comics or anything really. You can go with
Okay.
figures, games, whatever.
Um, Collecting comics started in around 1990. So that would have been 90 would have been what? Sixth or seventh grade, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And that, so yeah, probably sixth grade. Was right around that time frame for comics, and mostly at that time, people would think, "Oh, you must have been a Superman fan or whatever back then." And really, I haven't been a fan. I was more of a Marvel guy when I first started because it was
Yeah.
not really collecting. It was really just grandparents buy you a comic here or there. And you'd get one at the store. You go to the grocery store, you pick one up. That kind of thing. So that was the whole gist of the whole thing. And to get me into collecting was I wish I had the issue. It's buried somewhere back there, but it is the Justice League America issue 69, I believe it is. It was the one. It was the one that where the Justice League went and fought Doomsday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was part of the Death of Superman run or whatever. It was one of those oddball ones that were outside of it. And that was that issue was December 1992, and that was the one that got me to become a collector. But the 2 years before that, it was mostly Marvel, Spider-Man, mostly Spider-Man stuff. So that's mostly what I had was Spider-Man and that. And then I bought a few things from when I moved to Georgia in 94. I bought a few things down there, but I bought a bunch of the Death of Superman stuff because I thought, oh, Superman's going to die. I was one of those kind of people that was like, oh, Superman's going to die. They're not going to bring him back. Might as well grab all these comics while I can, have them so they make some money later. You think, oh,
Yeah.
we're going to make money, you know, and Superman's going to never come back. And I didn't know that. I didn't know what comic books, were prior to that, because watching cartoons, that's what really got me into the comics. Because what really got me doing more DC stuff was the 90s Flash show. I don't know if you ever saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what got me into DC, more into DC stuff. That um, The Adventures of Lois and Clark, which I have behind me
Yeah.
back there.
That's funny. I've been rewatching that recently. I'm on
Yeah.
like halfway through season two.
Okay. Yeah, I've been rewatching. What was I rewatching? For a while there, I was rewatching Remington Steele.
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah.
Pierce Brosnan, right?
Yes. Yeah, I was rewatching that and a few other things. But yeah, that was what that's transpired that got me into it. But video games, I really didn't start collecting the massive amount of collection until 2010. So that's where most of my collection came from. But before that, I had a Sega Master System that we got in 1988. And that's what got me collecting I think I had like 12 games Master System. Then 92, I ended up getting the Genesis from a place called Venture. We bought it there, and we went, and I guess you ended up sending out for I forget what it was we sent out for, but you sent out for it was the at that time it was the Sonic 1 and 2. You got Sonic 2 for free. So it was like one of those package things where you had to mail in. So you had to mail it off and get it, and then and I ended up beating that game and that.
That's
So
fun.
yeah,
I remember on the Sega, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was the first game I played when we got Sega. I was
yeah,
sitting there playing Nintendo, regular Nintendo, and my older brother came walking in with a Sega and Sonic 2. And I still don't know where he got it because my brother's like 10 years older than I was.
yeah.
He came in with just like a grocery bag with an open Sega Genesis and Sonic 2 in it. So I didn't ask no questions. I just
Yeah,
wheeled
you're just
up
like,
and
let's
started
play
playing
it.
Sonic.
Yeah, that's what I had. I had that game, and I got a couple games from Toys R Us. But I ended up rebuying the game. I had Walter Payton's football for the Master System, and I was it Master System? Yeah, I think it's Master System. I can't remember. It's over in the bin over there. I get it out later. But yeah, it was. I had that, and it did. If some reason I didn't work or something, so I ended up like taking it back and like, oh, I'll just take it back, and we took it back to Toys R Us where we got it, where my parents got it, and I ended up getting like my stupid butt ended up getting like Rampage and Paperboy, you know.
I
So I ended
remember
up getting
playing
those for
Ramp.
the Sega. So I didn't really have a Nintendo growing up. The only time I played Nintendo was when we went over to my cousin's house, who's the same age as my sister, who's 4 years younger than I am. So we would go over to his house, and he would, and he's our only child, so his parents just gave him the system. They're just like, here's a Nintendo, here's a Genesis, here's a Game Boy, just like whatever. Here's a Sega CD. It's like whatever.
I
I guess.
remember I went from Nintendo to Sega Genesis, and my older brother had like a Nintendo 64 for about a month, and then I think he sold it. And then
Yeah,
then we got PlayStation.
yeah. We had PlayStation in '96, I think. I think we ended up getting that in '96 when we moved to Georgia in
Yeah,
'94. So we ended up picking that up. But mostly I played computer games. So I was mostly doing that kind of stuff. But mostly Sierra Online games is what I grew up with. And then the original, can't remember the name of it, but it's the original Texas Instrument computer that they had that you hooked up to your TV, and you could program on it. You could it was like a cartridge based thing where you put a cartridge in and you could do
oh,
different things. So we played Space Invaders on that, some other stuff. Wish I still had it. I think when we moved from Georgia, or moved to Georgia from Illinois, we ended up getting rid of it because I think it was dropped or something outside. If we put out in the garage and somebody I think dropped it and that. So
do a quick shout out to the chat right fast.
alrighty.
We had Sean Franklin in here. What's going on, man? Magic Lasso popped in. There's the man himself from Heroes Con, Bonafide Comics.
Oh,
And
I
let's see,
got something. My buddy's
Kenneth
got something
Bird
for
popped in. And Tim the Comic Collector. What's going on?
you. Hey Tim.
And Magic Lasso had a question earlier. He said since there's several Spider-Man titles, did you have one that you liked best?
Um, probably probably the most that I've collected was Amazing Spider-Man was the one that I collected the most of. But prior to um Now, prior to that, I've had, I mean, I've sold it off. I've sold off or given away so many comics. So, I mean, but I had almost a complete set of the Web of Spider-Man, and I almost had a complete set of Spectacular Spider-Man. I never got the complete set of the McFarlane Spider-Man. I just never collected a whole lot of that. I don't know what it was about that, but there was like I had bits and pieces of issues of that.
Yeah. I know.
And
I never had too many McFarlanes either. I don't think, because I remember I started out with just Superman for like the first couple years. Then I moved into like Batman. Then I got into Marvel with Spider-Man and X-Men and stuff like that. But
yeah, because I was mostly a Spider-Man, Hulk, and Fantastic Four guy. But
I've never done.
I had some Daredevil and some other stuff that I bought, but it was like stuff that I was finding on eBay where I'd find these guys and they were like selling them for like cheap. You know, they were just giving away the books, you know. So I was like, okay, I'll take that, I'll take that, I'll take that. And then I ended up having like a
Good
huge run
fun.
of X-Men. I had a huge run of the X-Men issues going all the way back from like 300 to 544. I had a huge run of that, and I ended up selling that. But most of this stuff, it's to me, it's like if I kept it all, I mean, 75% of the collection, if I would have kept all that, I probably would have had over 8,000 books and nowhere to put it.
Yeah. I
So
know
I
that's
was like,
my problem.
time
Like
to
I'm running
move.
out of room over here.
Oh yeah, I've seen people where the guy's room is like every wall is covered. He has a table made out of the boxes for him to sit on, and I'm just like, and to me, you know, I go through stuff and I look and I say, oh, why did I buy this? You know, because before I never took the time to really look at, um, I guess you know, in the early like 2010 when I got back into, didn't really start collecting back comics until 2011, but 2010 when I was getting back into it because I was talking to this guy who was running a shop up in he ran a pulp culture type shop. So he had comics, toys, music, whatever, you know. And he would tell me all the time that he would sell like certain books like ASM 300 to him was like nothing. He's like, "Yeah, I've had that book like 50 times. You know, I've
Wow.
sold that book over 50 times, you know." And he just did this as like I guess years ago he did it as like a side thing, buying comics and all this kind of stuff, but but he
I've
was the
never
guy that
owned.
got me back into wanting to get back into collecting again, talking to him cuz like '06 was about the time right around that time frame is when I got out of it. Like right after '06, I got out of it for like 4 years, got back into it. Then I got into YouTube the same year in 2010. July 5th, 2010. I got into YouTube and didn't know much about doing live videos, anything back then. I didn't know much about collecting comics, so I was like, I'll use this as a thing to look up like video games and comics, and
Yeah.
that's when I found like a bunch of guys that half of them aren't even around anymore, and half of them barely do anything, or half the people don't even know who they are. You know, I found Great Legend that way. I found Captain Strange Life. The guy who started the comic book video type thing was doing that in like '09. He was doing videos, and that what most people started copying what he was doing. People started seeing that, and then the people that came in later copied those people who were copying him because they were like, oh wow, he's showing off books. Oh, I show off books, and now it just got to the point where it's just mostly people showing off, you know, speculation and all this other
Oh
junk. So
yeah.
I'm just like, I just got to the point where I was like, you know, stop watching some of these guys because they went from showing off comics and talking about the books to now we're just going to show you what I'm flipping, you know.
Yeah.
And
That's
I'm
why I
like,
like a lot of channels like Metarog, Night Tiger, where they show you like so many of the older books,
oh
and it's
yeah,
just about collecting with those guys. I've never really watched any like spec channels or anything. But it's funny, like you said, like a lot of like I've only been here since 2017, and I've seen so many channels like come and go that was like had
oh
big
yeah, we've
followings, and
had,
all of a sudden they just kind of disappeared.
oh yeah, we had. When I first started, one guy's still around. He's just doing his own thing. I've somehow I'm subbed to him still, and he'll pop up every now and then. But he was one of those guys that did more independent books and that kind of thing. So he's more of the a lot of the oddball stuff, I guess. What you'd say, like Oni Press and Dark Horse and some of the oddball stuff. Then you have the guys that worked in the industry, like one of the guys I follow, Jared Osborne, used to work for Marvel back in the day, back in the '90s. So he worked for Marvel and that, and then my buddy Tim Holler Mouse, I started following him. He just all he started doing was chronic was was doing YouTube to catalog his collection and would just talk about the books. And I guess that's how people found him, just listening to him talk about the books and the stories that he has about the books. That's what I like about a lot of those people. And there's other people that have we've had so many come and go that were good people, did stuff on videos, like they did like graphics and all kinds of crazy stuff on there in videos and stuff. And people would send people stuff back in the day. They would like people were just like would mail stuff to people like
Oh
no
yeah,
apparent reason. They would just be like, "Oh, what's your address?" And then when you could DM people in the chats and stuff, you could DM somebody, leave them a DM, and like, "Oh, what's your address?" And then they'd send you something or whatever.
I remember the first time that happened. Only been doing YouTube for like 6 months, and I was still a Funko Pop channel.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I got a message somebody wanting to send me something, and I was like, that just seems such like a weird concept to me because I didn't really know anybody that good yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I
So
think
like
the
when that first started happening, and then we just started sending packages back and forth, it just kind of became a thing for a while.
Oh yeah, there was some people would send stuff out, and then some people would get jealous of it. We had people who were jealous of other people, that would
That's
get
one thing I feel like I've been lucky with on YouTube.
yeah,
Both communities I got into, like when I first started with the Funko community, it was just a small group, 5 or 6 people, but there wasn't like any like egos or jealousy. It was just everybody trying to help everybody.
yeah.
It was the exact same thing when I got into the comic book community.
Oh yeah,
At the
it's
time, I only had I was just a super small channel, and here
oh
were
yeah,
these guys that had 500 and 600 subs that I just seen as like these huge like gigantic channels at the time, and they would just been like friendly and talking and inviting me into the community and chats and stuff.
oh yeah,
So I feel like I got super lucky with like finding two amazing communities. I've never never had to experience like the jealousy or ego side of
oh
YouTube.
yeah. There was some people that would get that way. They thought they were bigger than what they were, kind of thing, but they went in their own direction. You know, so it was like they fed on negativity. That
Yeah,
was what their whole channel turned out to be, was negativity. Anything bad that would go wrong. They would, and they, I don't know if they're still around, but they've gained. At one point you know I've I know some of them have gotten like 100,000 subscribers for doing what they do, but craziness.
yeah.
I came over, grab your me. Yeah. But yeah, it's changed a lot from what it used to be, where you had a handful of people who knew each other and would do live chats. You wouldn't even see the people. That's what it was. It was one guy had the channel, and everybody would like Skype or whatever they were doing back then, and they'd all do like a podcast. So it'd be like you listening to a podcast, but you wouldn't see the people, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I
And
remember
then
I watched
once
a lot of.
YouTube popped up with allowing you to start showing people and start doing that kind of thing, it worked out pretty well. It was easier back then to go live. It was a lot easier. I could go live whenever I wanted, then, but I had to use my phone. You know, now you got StreamYard and all this other stuff to do it. Once they got rid of Google Hangouts, got
It's
rid of
funny,
that.
like going live used to terrify me so much about YouTube. I remember the first time I got invited to a live, I just like immediately tried to come up with excuses to not do it because I was like, anxiety was through the roof. It took me several years of doing YouTube to get comfortable with doing lives. And now I love doing the live streams more than anything.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I keep trying to tell people. I'm like, I can't go live myself because the way my phone is to upload a video because I upgraded my phone, and when I did that, it it somehow messed up my YouTube on my phone to take videos. So I got a camera in the other room to take videos to upload onto somehow to try to learn how to upload stuff and try to do that and
Grit
everything.
Legend said it started with Skype and then moved to
That's what it was.
Hangouts.
Yeah, that's what it was. When they went to Hangouts, that's when we started seeing people. That's when we
Yeah.
started seeing people. We started putting faces to the names, you know. And I didn't know who half the people were. I just knew who you know, from watching. If I watched their video, I saw them in the video. And I'm like, okay, I know who that guy is. I know who that guy is. I know who that is. And then you got people, and like every couple of years, people would drop off. People would disappear. Good people stop. A lot of the English people from England over that way. A lot of them have stopped
Oh,
doing
yeah.
YouTube.
I remember I used to watch JPL Flash a lot.
Yeah,
He would do comics and then he would do like some video game content and Skyrim playthroughs and stuff.
yeah.
He was a
I
real
still
cool
see
dude.
him on Instagram. He's
Yeah,
still
he's
on
still on
Instagram.
Instagram.
But a lot of these guys have disappeared. Like I used to watch a guy, Ghost Critic. He was around for about five years, I think, on YouTube until he disappeared and went away.
Yeah, I
And
remember like again like when I started with Funko, there was a lot of Funko channels I would watch that like went away. I remember one Homespun Geek.
yeah,
He was a bigger channel, but he was another one of those like super friendly guys. He would do a weekly shout out show and do a giveaway and like build up other people's channels all the time.
oh yeah,
He hasn't done, gosh, maybe 2 or 3 years since he's been on YouTube now.
yeah. I've subscribed to some people, and then some people back then it was just like you subscribe to me, I subscribe to you. But a lot of times they don't put content out. So a
Yeah.
lot of times you look at their channel, and some of the guys I've deleted them because they've disappeared like 7 years. They haven't been relevant in
Oh,
like 7 years. I'm like, if you haven't been relevant in like at least 2 to 3 years, then I'm not going to keep you hanging around on my channel as a channel because you're probably not doing anything, you know.
yeah. I've
And
noticed that before where I've seen people just disappear and I go to check their channel and it says last new upload was like a year and a half ago or something. I'm like,
yeah,
hey, what happened?
I know that's what. As there was a couple of guys. There was one guy. Um, he was from England, Doctor Monkeybot, and he ended up dropping out at some point a couple of years ago. He left, but he was with a couple other guys. A guy from Canada who does a bunch of stuff with another girl from England. They do some stuff together. I think he still uploads every now and then. I just don't catch his uploads because they're on different times, you know. when they upload. So I have so many people that upload stuff so often that they change. And there's people that I don't even know. There's been so many people. I mean, there's been people in the community that have done a weekly live stream where they just did a live stream, but then stuff happens, and then
Yeah,
they disappear. But a lot of the guys that started because of this guy, they got together and started their own group. Like the New York Warriors started up because of them. A couple other groups started up. They all met up on that through that guy's. He would just have like I don't know multiple people on his feeds. Somehow he would end up having all these people on there, just
I know
random
there's
people.
several shows that used to come on weekly, bi-weekly, like live streams. I used to love to watch, like Grader's Notes with Metarog and Genome and
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Mr. Miracle and Comic Head 84.
Yeah.
Commodores is another show I miss.
Oh yeah. Get John to get that back.
I know. I miss that
John,
shit.
bring it back.
What's going on?
Yeah.
We had Jig's Kingdom pop in here.
Oh, I remember Legend had a Friday show. I don't know if you
Oh,
remember
yeah.
that.
Bottom
He
Tier
used to have a
Collective
Friday. He used to have a Friday show and a live auction on YouTube.
and Signature King popped in earlier. I just wanted to say hey to those guys right fast. I don't think I missed anybody.
I don't know.
But yeah,
But
man,
yeah.
those were just fun times on YouTube, those shows.
Oh yeah, watching YouTube was great back then, because you really didn't have a whole lot of shows, a whole lot of stuff going on. You know what I mean? You had, I had a set amount of people that I watched, and that was about it. And then like in video games, finding the nerd, you know, video game nerd, and a couple of other guys I found through just looking up video game stuff in 2011. That's when I found him. I didn't even know he was around before that. I was talking to the guy that used to work at the local bookstore up here, the used bookstore, and he said, "Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, I watched his stuff before he was on YouTube." But yeah, we had a bunch of stuff back in the day. Yeah. So yeah, YouTube was different back then, if you get into it, like, there's people, and then there's other guys who do stuff, but they don't do enough content, I guess, because they don't feel like people are watching them. It's even like my channel. My channel has gone from, 520 people back down to around 470. I've been fluctuating between that number
Yeah.
for the longest time.
YouTube, they like every year I think they do like this sub purge thing where they go through
Oh
and they
yeah.
just remove a bunch of channels.
Yeah, I think I think I've had that a couple times where I got over it and then they take me back down under 500
Yeah.
and that. But then, most of the time it's, I guess, channels that have been like obsolete for so long. If they haven't logged in or anything, they'll delete them, or the bots, they'll take
Yeah.
out like fake channels.
It's funny though, because every now and again I'll get like unsubscribed from channels that I watch, and I'll notice
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't seen like a video in a while, and I'll check their channel, and then there'll be like 3 or 4 new uploads. I'm like, and I look at the thing and it says I'm not subscribed. I hate
Oh,
that.
yeah. That's like my ex wife. She has she had that same problem. She would do it she watches it through the app on the phone. Not on the phone, but through the phone, but also on the TV. The app on the TV, and she'll do that, and she'll get unsubscribed from certain people for whatever reason. She has to keep resubscribing to the same people, and she doesn't have very many people that she subscribes to for different things, but they keep disappearing on her. Oh,
What's
it's
up,
Sleepy
Steve?
Reader. He's here. Hey.
Appreciate that, legend. I'm feeling better. It hit me again a couple days ago, real hard, but thankfully, starting to clear up a little bit. Still got like a nagging cough every now and again. I can't seem to shake that.
Oh yeah, that's always the worst part.
These throat lozenges.
Yeah, when you get that cough, you can't get rid of it. It stays there, and you had it for a month.
But yeah, other than that, no more fever, thankfully.
Yeah.
So I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear.
So, did you bring any books you wanted to show off?
Oh, I will show you what I got in from Heroes Con.
Oh, okay.
What I got back from Heroes Con. Now,
From the CGC booth.
yeah, the CBCS. Yeah, I'll pop all this crap out of here. They gave me all this crap. I don't know what it is. Something about 90. I don't know. They're giving away something about you can trade this.
Appreciate that, great legend. Thank
Yeah,
you.
some stupid thing about Michael Jordan. I think they're pushing their Beckett stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because Beckett's there.
I
Oh,
I saw something on
you're pushing a con too.
Instagram. I think they said PSA was about to get into grading comics.
Oh boy.
I've never like sent anything off to get graded myself, so I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not real familiar with the process. The only
Yeah,
slabs I've gotten, I've just like bought on eBay or something.
that's what I was just listening to a guy who does baseball cards. And he's got a huge collection of Spider-Man and Star Wars books. That's what he does for that. And he's never sent anything in himself either. He's bought everything slabbed. But I think rumor was because PSA just bought SGC, the other
Oh,
the other grading company for baseball card or sports cards. So they bought them, and rumors going around is that they probably might do comics. They're under the umbrella of collectors, I guess, PSA and all that. So they're under the parent company collectors. But they've looked like, from what I understand, is they may end up. Now they could. Now I don't know unless Fanatics, because Fanatics was ticked off. They didn't get what they wanted. So the rumors going around is that Fanatics could end up buying CGC.
well, that would be a trip.
Yeah. So Fanatics got pissed because they couldn't get the grading company they wanted, and they might go in. They might just decide to go into grading comics, or PSA might go in and buy them out and whatever, because they just got rid of Golden, went to auction houses. Golden Auctions went to eBay. They just joined up with eBay. But yeah, it was funny because I was reading the books. One of the books I'll show you in a minute was odd for the grade, for the page color, and the grade was totally did not match.
Hmm.
Did not match for some reason. But here I got this one graded. The Action Comics 78. Let me
Oh,
see.
nice.
Let me take it out so see if it doesn't glare.
I like that cover.
That's the is that I'm trying to think if that's the guy. Nope, that ain't the guy. Thought it was. Does it say? I'm trying to think if it says.
I love the giant trade dress on those Golden Age action
Oh
comics.
yeah,
They're so cool.
that's what gets me. You know, I actually love those. But yeah, that one there. Yeah, a lot of the ones I've got. I'm trying to grade all my Golden Age ones that I got. And then we have this one, which is
Oh, that's cool.
that's the first cover of Kurt Swan. So that's his first book he started doing.
I like the new the labels on the CBCS books.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It says first Kurt Swan cover title. It was written by some guy Wayne Boring, Jim Mooney, Howard Sherman. Stories were by Otto Bender and Jerry Coleman. 1950. That's 1957. September of 57. And that's a 4.5 cream to off white. The 3.5 is just off white. I don't understand how you get cream to off white for a 4.5, but you get off white for a 3.5. That doesn't really make much sense to me, but. And then this one's going to go in my cabinet over there. You've probably seen it on Instagram. The Gretzky cabinet.
Oh yeah,
He's the reason I got into hockey in 1990.
that's like the only hockey player I know.
Yeah.
I've never really watched. So Wayne Gretzky's like the only hockey player who I know who he is.
Yeah, most people know who he is. This is the this one is it says it's the cover swipe of the 1989 Billy Ripken baseball card. It's the fuck face written. It's the error card, the one where it says on his bat handle it says fuck face. And that so they did a thing and they put freckle face on the.
Oh, that's cool. I've never seen that before.
This is a Stadium Comics exclusive. They did this for Archie's 80th anniversary. So I don't remember who did the cover. The art was done by Dan Parent and Bob Smith, but Dan Parent's done everything. He does covers, in interiors, all kinds of stuff for Archie. And then this one, I probably should have got. I was gonna get the other one graded too, but I didn't. The Virgin cover, but this is the cover swipe of House of Mysteries, '92. And it was from 2019, and this one came back in 98. And this is Archie versus Predator, and they did a cover swipe of this one.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I had the Virgin cover of this, also.
I didn't know that existed.
Oh yeah, I follow Stadium Comics because I started watching a guy on Instagram. He's Archie Andrews. He's got like 10,000 Archie books, and most of them are graded. So I follow him. This I've had for a long time. I don't know where I got it from, but it's an IDW 2010 Ghostbuster convolution. I don't know how you convolution. There's no number to it or anything, but it came back a 9.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I had that one graded. There's one other one of these I want to get another Ghostbuster book I want to get graded. I had another one I had graded a while back. This one, I'm surprised this one came back a 9, but my buddy did this. This is a Star Wars parody they did for Archie, and it was in the Madhouse comics from 1978, and it's a newsstand edition, and the art was by Stan Gold. His cover and art was by Stan Goldberg. He was the go-to guy back then, but they did this, but my buddy pressed and cleaned it and everything, and I got a 9 on it.
Oh, nice.
So I ended up buying this from a girl on Instagram who was selling some stuff on eBay from her collection. So that was that one. That's really awesome. I love that one. So it was basically their parody of Star Wars. This one, yeah, they consider this the last issue. I guess of Madhouse Comics before they changed the name. I guess, or maybe it was just the last one in general. But it's a newsstand. This is the first comic appearance, which I didn't put it on here, but it's considered to be the first comic appearance of Pac-Man.
Oh, that's cool.
So I ended up buying this at the show from Bonafide's friend he runs the one of the Charlotte shows that he does. So
That's awesome.
yeah. So I ended up getting that from him. And that's the one that I don't understand why it says 3.5 white pages.
Oh,
It doesn't make any sense to me how it could be white pages. But that's those. That's what I got back. Saturday. That's what came in the mail Saturday. So those 8 books and everything. But there was something else I had laying around here, but I don't know where it's at. No, that's not it. That's the reprint. That's the reprints. There's something else. Well, let me see here if I can find it. I was gonna
Bonafide
show.
to see the Action Comics again.
Yeah, I want to see if I can find. Show. Yeah. Oh, Bonafide wants to see those. 78. I might have got that 78 from him. I might have. I might have got that 78 from
I
him.
thought about taking a couple books and get them like graded on site, but I wasn't sure what the process was, so
Yeah.
I didn't end up taking it.
CBCS basically all they do is they just send you just go there and they take the book and then they look at it and then they fill out the paperwork and then send it off in 6 to 8 weeks. You have it back graded. You just pay them whatever. You just pay them with your credit card.
You don't have to be like a member or anything.
Nah, you don't have to be a member to do it at the cons. At the cons, you're free,
Okay.
and you really don't have to be a member in general for them. It's more or less you get more of a deal if you're a member.
Uh,
But if you're only doing it like I only do it at like cons or that, or if you're lucky, you could have Great Legend drive it down there for you.
yeah.
He lives 30
I've
minutes
always been
away.
like too nervous to ship a book in and get it graded.
Yeah, that's why I just take it when I go to the con lately. If they're going to be at the con, I'll just go and take it down there to them and have them look at it. Because I know who's going to be in Durham in November. Ultimate Comics is doing the Bull City Con in November, and they're going to have Kevin Eastman's going to be there for his 40th anniversary of Ninja Turtles.
That's awesome.
Oh, he wants to see that one. Wait a minute. Can you show the 2 slabs that were homage to one? I think I've got it. I'm wondering which one
The
he's talking.
Bonafide, I need to go. I need to go on his website soon and see if I can't find like a birthday present to buy myself there. I know he's
Yeah.
got great books on his website.
Oh yeah. He said he's trying to get the store up and running. So
Yeah, yeah. He mentioned that a little bit at Heroes Con.
yeah, he said he's got the building paid for, I guess.
Oh, nice.
So I think so. That's why I was asking if he was coming up here because he was coming up this way in April, in August. I mean, not April, August. Yeah. Let me see if I got anything in this box here.
I'm already like anticipating and looking forward to next year's Heroes Con.
Oh yeah, I already got enough money saved
Really?
already because my parents had given me some money. I had some money left over from the last con I went to because I went to C2E2, and that's more of not really great for trying to find books. If you're going for celebrities or you're going for artists to get stuff graded, if you're going for dropping off or grading, or you're going there for the celebrities or the artists, there really wasn't much there because Christina Ricci dropped out. Claremont dropped out, so there was two people that most people would want to see dropped out, and then they had. I mean, the only real celebrities were Freddie Prinze Jr. was there, and and it was the girl that was with him in that movie that he was in. Oh, can't remember. It was the one where Jennifer Jason Lee, I think it was, or Cook. I can't remember which one it was. It was one of those actresses was in the movie with him, and
I think
that. But yeah,
I'm talking about.
I'll show you this book here. You probably show that for
That's some metal
Metarog.
good. I know, yeah, Metal would love that.
Yep, that's the first. That's the first appearance of them. Number 37. I got that one. I bought that. I bought all these graded. So I had a copy. I've actually bought a number 1 that I think I ended up giving somebody that I had of that, and I bought it for like $5 at the flea market. But yeah, this is
Oh, nice.
the only showcases I have are the Metal Men showcases. That's my highest grade on all the showcase comics. And then there's the 5.5. Yeah, I got this. This is the one I had an extra copy of at one point.
But
I had 2 of the 40s. But yeah, those were pretty good books. They're good to have. I mean, heck, what can you say about Middleman? You can't say nothing bad about them. I liked Middleman back in the day. Here's another. This is the 30th anniversary Extreme Ghostbuster one shot from 2019.
oh, that's awesome. I had that book for a while, and I took it with me to the con and give it to Puff Comics.
Yeah, I have that. That's one of the ones that I'm just like, I don't know where I find these things. Sometimes I just find them. I don't know where I bought that.
No doubt, Legend. If you ever get a chance to come to Heroes Con, do it, man.
I know. I'm trying to get them to
I
come.
got to go there twice, but it's been incredible both times.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them to come. My buddy might come from Arkansas. This is the one that I've got a couple of different people who autographed this one. Yeah, that's. I gotta get a new bag for that, but
Hialeah. Oh, that's awesome. The wedding album.
yep, signed by Louise Simonson. I met them in Raleigh one year, and it was her and her husband was there, and I got him to sign a few books, and I actually got a picture somewhere around here. I think it's in the other room. I got a picture of me and him, and we blew it up, and then I got one of me and the other guy, the Batman artist, David.
Oh,
I can't think of it right now.
I can't remember.
Yeah, he did issue 700. I can't remember because I got his print around here somewhere.
I know this year was the first year I ever got to meet like any like writers or artists in person.
Yeah.
I had
Sometimes
to
you
be,
can, I have an issue with the way Heroes Con does it. They say the person's there, and I'm walking all over the place looking for the person, and I can
yeah.
never find the person. I did that last year. I was trying to find Kessel. I was trying to find Kessel to sign my wedding book last year, Carl Kessel, and I'm walking around looking for him, and I can't find him. But I could find three. I could find three other people, but
It's
couldn't
funny.
find
Like
him.
I didn't look at the guest list good enough. There was a
Yeah.
couple people that I wanted to meet that I didn't get. That I just didn't get a chance to, like Jimmy
Oh yeah. There's a
Frizzin.
couple I couldn't find.
Middleton was there. That would have been a cool signature to get. I
Yeah. I was
saw.
trying to.
I ran into Daryl Brooks and I got to talk to him for a minute, but I didn't
Yeah.
have anything for him to sign, so that was a bummer. The only one I really got a signature from was Dan Jurgens, which was awesome.
Oh yeah. I met him back in 2013.
I know I was nervous. I almost chickened out.
Oh, I told him. I said the last time I met you was when you were in Durham, and he goes, "Yeah, two of the coldest days ever." He was the one that my ex-wife had told him. He said the only thing I know about you is that he keeps telling me you killed Superman. He goes, yes, but we also brought him back alive.
No, that's funny. Like when I first got into collecting, I didn't know that had happened yet because the first
Yeah,
issue I got was the it was the fourth or fifth issue into Reign of Superman already.
yeah.
So I had no idea that event happened. And I remember like reading that issue and finding that out. I had to go back and try to find all the Death of Superman issues because that just blew my mind.
Oh yeah, that's what I did. I bought them and I bought like extra copies of them. The first
Yeah.
things I bought was the white bag, the Adventures of Superman 500. I bought that one. I bought two of those. I ended up buying a couple copies of the different die cut covers, the
Oh
red,
yeah.
the blue, the green, and the brown.
Yeah. I've still got like all of those up on my wall back there. Those were all the original copies from
Yeah,
when I was a teenager, first getting into
yeah. I don't
collecting.
even know what my original copies. They're probably signed, and I got a brown one that's signed by Tom Grummett. That I got it from some guy that had it that he had. But yeah, let me
I
see
remember
here.
going back to the flea markets and finding the Death of Superman issues.
Yeah,
And I never could get the poly bags back in the day because back then they wanted like $125, $150. And there I am, like 13 years old, no money.
yeah. That's what
It's
I
funny,
I
I
didn't
didn't
even.
actually get the poly bags
Yeah.
until, geez, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I found them on eBay for like $10 and $15, and I finally
Oh
got the
yeah, I
poly.
don't think I've had that many. Yeah, I don't think I had any in the when I collected in the 90s. I think I didn't start getting polybags until 2011.
Yeah.
So that was the first time that I've ever. That's why I ended up watching Legends video and saw the video that he did with Poly versus Mylar. I watched that and I got that video. But here's one that I bought off of a guy in was it a Facebook group I was in? That must have been a Facebook group I was in.
Oh, that's awesome.
Number 69 there. That's the prankster.
Oh, yeah.
That was one of his earlier. Superman didn't really have that many great, what I'd call villains. I mean, he just didn't have that great of villains. I got this one from the guy too. This is the one. I think this one was already graded. Let me see.
Yeah, that
One of these was
one,
all.
the only issue of the only Golden Age Action Comics I have is the Prankster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Switch it over right quick. Oh, that's awesome. I love that cover.
Yeah, let me see what you got.
this is my only Golden Age Action Comics.
Yeah, I love the
This was
prankster. The prankster is a
yeah,
pretty cool character.
my buddy Cobby, formerly Comic Books NYC, AOK'd this to me a few years
Yeah,
ago.
that's cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's Metarog. That was the one I was telling you about. The one that he for that cover cover slings
Oh yeah.
buildings. I was telling him you should go with this one. I got that from Reese's Comics.
Oh,
I bought that off of their website. Didn't pay much for it, like $100 and something dollars. This one came from Reese's also.
that's awesome. I love those old Action Comics, man.
Oh yeah, that's from '59. The one I want to get graded is somewhere around here, but I want to get it graded. Is the first appearance of Streaky the cat?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's the first use of metallic kryptonite.
Oh yeah, I've seen that cover before.
Yeah, that's 282.
I like to collect the Superman and Clark Kent on the same covers.
Oh yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. I don't know where. I couldn't tell you where I picked these up, but for $45 for 1962 60 book, that's a
You
deal,
can't
you
beat
know.
that.
No, you can't beat those.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That's 296.
Looks like a Ant-Man crossover.
Yeah, it's what does it say here? Invasion of the Super Ants.
That's awesome.
Follow me, soldier ants. Buzz, buzz. We must capture Lois Lane. Buzz, buzz. She will be our queen. I guess he's got to go capture her. But that was who did that? Art Inside was Kurt. I guess Kurt Swan did some art inside.
Oh, nice.
But Lex Luthor appearance. So I guess that's what they consider that, a Lex Luthor appearance.
Silver Age had a lot of fun stories.
Oh yeah. Oops, that's out of order. And then some of these I ended up nope. I ended up picking that up. That's a really old CGC label. It's got to be one of their first labels because when you look at it,
Oh yeah.
that's Hercules and some I forget who the other guy is. Battle of the Gods. Or I'm mightier than you. Oh, it's Atlas and I think it's Atlas and Hercules or something like that. Or
That's
Mercury.
awesome.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. They had some I mean, they've literally had some good.
Oh, that's a cool cover.
Yeah. I actually have the issue where they had Kennedy in it.
Man, a lot of these I've never seen before.
Yeah, that's from 74. Yeah, was it Adam Time Pool backup story? So we have an Adam backup story in that one. Did I miss one? Oh, yeah, I put that in the wrong slot.
The majority of my collection is 90s. It's only been in
Yeah.
the last maybe 2 or 3 years where I started getting a lot of the older Silver Age stuff. That's a great cover.
That's the death of Jonathan Kent. Candor released from the bottle.
Oh,
Brainiac appearance. I got that dirt cheap. It was one of those things where, you find them on eBay. Jeff Johns, Gary Frank, probably two of the best guys around.
oh yeah.
That's where I get. That's why if I find them cheap enough, I'll buy it graded. Then I wouldn't have to go find the other thing. But I got lucky because I found a guy who was selling a run of Superman books of Action Comics on eBay. So I just bought the run.
Oh, that's a
For
good
like
way to do it.
$75 or something. And it was like 50 issues or something. So that's how I got most of my issues, my old later issues. I don't. I think I bought that. Yeah, that's a PGX.
Oh,
Yeah, they don't go to cons because they don't have enough help. That's what I found
cool.
out. That's a Michael Turner. That's
Oh,
a art by Michael. That's Michael Turner cover and story. And Joe Kelly did the story. It was somehow this was graded back in '06. That's what it says. It says it was a sketch cover. Yeah.
I wasn't collecting back then. From 2000 to 2015, I wasn't collecting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a ton of those issues that I missed.
This is the Stefan Roix variant.
Is that Brainiac?
Yes. It's Brainiac cameo. It's Lex Luthor, Doomsday, Supergirl,
Oh,
and
nice.
Zor-El appearance. Yeah. That was, I think, at the time when they were bringing back, when they brought back Doomsday. This was like that new Krypton thing that they were doing at the time. This is the death of Zor-El, Lex Luthor, Brainiac, Metalo, Supergirl, Wonder Woman, and Steel appearance.
Oh, that's cool.
That was one I had graded. I had that graded. Then I had some other stuff graded a long time ago, but I'll grab the other box over here because there was something in the other box that I think Legend wanted me to show. So let me see here. Ah, craziness. Ah, I'll fix that later. Let me grab what he was looking for.
Magic Lasso said, did someone say Wonder Woman? Oh, like one of the major grills I'm trying to save up for to hopefully get at Heroes Con next year is Action Comics 252. That first Kira Zor-El Supergirl and first Metallo. I don't know if I'll be able to save up enough to get it, but I'm going to try to next year.
There we go. I think it's in here. It should be. Should be the rest of my graded books.
All right.
Yeah, I had to buy 2 more graded boxes. I used to have a ton more graded books. I found a guy that was just selling books, just generally, just selling them. And he was from Seattle. I think he was up in the Seattle area, and he was on eBay, and he had this store, and you could just peruse through his stuff there, and they'd have graded stuff. It was like $45, book graded. I mean, it looked like they just graded anything and everything.
Yeah.
Like he didn't care what he was grading, he just graded it.
And
So
I've just got the one CGC short box down on the bottom here.
yeah, I've
I've
had
started getting more raw books again this year, and
yeah, I've
less
had a ton more, but yeah, raw books are pretty much better. I've noticed, depending on what you're looking for. I mean, my buddy, he's in Iowa, but he has a huge collection of Batman books,
Oh yeah.
and he collects Batman. Like he's got Detective Comics from like in a row from like 300, like issue 300 to like whatever issue they're out that's out today, like all the new stuff. He's
Oh
got
wow.
every issue from there to there of Detective, and he's got like 100 and something of Batman to something because he's a huge Batman collector. But he just goes to places like flea markets, antique shops. Anytime he goes on vacation, he just pops in somewhere. And funny thing was, he said he's been collecting as long as I've been alive, since 1978, and he was 13 back then.
Man,
And he's an only child, so he said that's all he's been doing is collecting comics. And he has art. He's gone to conventions and stuff, picked up artwork from different people.
that's awesome.
And
What's up, dude? Oh, I got some Archie.
yep, there's an Archie book signed. Archie's it's Betty and Veronica's Friends Forever Beach Party #1. They started COVID happened and they went from doing a monthly book to doing one shots. Why? I don't understand why, but
Oh, that's cool. It's like a Hope 181 homage.
oh yeah,
That's awesome.
that might be the one that he wanted me to show. If he's still here, that might be the one that I got. Might have been the one I got from him.
Great legend.
Yeah, from Legend. Yeah, there's one I got from him. But yeah, they've done some great stuff. I mean, I've got this one here I bought.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, Sam by Dan. Dan the man. I bought this one. This is a 1947, back when they were called MLJ magazines.
Huh.
It was basically before they became Archie Comics. They named it after the three guys that started the company. Their last names.
Oh wow.
Wilbur. Yeah. So then they became Archie Comics later down the road, but let me see here.
Man, those are some cool covers.
This is their way of saying we discontinued the series, so we decided to throw it in this magazine series type thing.
Uh,
Yeah, they were not too bright, but yeah, I got that and a couple others I got off of a guy. I don't know what he was doing. He was just selling stuff, and I picked up like 2 or 3 Archie books for like graded books for like $15 or something. I was like, what in the hell?
oh, that's cool. Christmas cover.
Yeah, I like the winter covers. I don't know what it is about me and winter covers. It's like me, winter covers, race car covers, bowling covers. I like the bowl, so here's another Christmas one.
That's awesome.
Oh, then you get like these little silly little like comics on the back. But the thing about Archie books are what's on the cover is usually not what's inside the book.
Really?
Yeah, I think they do the covers just to sell the books. I think that's the only reason they do stuff like that. But these are thick old slabs from CGC. Yeah, this is from 1969. Yeah, what was he asking about? What is that? How about I'd like to straighten out the mess in the world is it? And he goes, how about straighten out your room? Some of the stuff they write on the front, it just cracks me up sometimes. It just cracks me up. I mean, I get cracked up about it here. What was this one say? What do you think of it, Betty? Pants for formal evening wear? I think I'll wear them when Archie takes me to the dance. Groovy. It's so practical too for pushing Archie's jalopy when it breaks down. I just don't
That
get
had to
the.
have been like the late '60s or early '70s, huh?
Yeah, that was 69 there. Yeah. Yeah, half the time, some of these I just don't get the. It's just hilarious sometimes, when you got them in here. But yeah, here's Betty and Veronica there again. Him and Reggie. It's just crazy. I have one where they actually have a parody where they actually talk about doing the hustle.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't find the book right offhand, but I've been trying to find it here. It's somewhere here. It's in one of these piles here, but it said something about doing the dance, the hustle. Yeah, I can do the hustle. I have one with Michael Jackson on it too.
Oh wow.
But yeah, here's Archie and Me #1 from '64. So basically, it was Archie and where is he there, Mister Willoughby, his principal.
That's cool. I never got into the Archie comics, but I remember watching the cartoon a little bit back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people didn't get into the. I watched the. I have the comic here somewhere. I think it was. I don't know how many they did of it, but they used to do Archie's Weird Mysteries. So they did that in the early 2000s.
I can't remember when it came out, but the only Archie comic that I ever remember having at one point was Archie versus the Punisher.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I got that around here somewhere. This is the first appearance of Josie from Josie and the Pussycats.
Oh yeah.
So that's a great. I love that book. I had to have that one because I'm a big Josie and the Pussycat fan. But oh wait a minute, we already did that one. That one. It's a thick book, or a thick slab, I would say. I like these. I like these covers. The borders.
Cool.
Yeah. Then you got Bubble Yum on the back.
Oh man, I remember that.
Yeah. That's from 1982. It's the third appearance of Cherry Blossom. Her first appearance was in. I almost bought it at Heroes Con a while. I seen it there, but I almost got the first appearance of Vampironica, but I passed on it.
Cool beach cover.
Yeah, not much of a beach guy myself for the
Really?
books, but Archie in a bicycle race.
I remember, like, as a kid, liking the Jughead character.
Yeah, he was always the hungry guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of these I got. This is the one I had graded. I had this one graded myself. But yeah, this is a great book right here. This is Life with Archie #4 from 1960.
Oh, nice.
I actually love that book. I had to have that one. I'm trying to get all the like the first so many of Life with Archie books, and then I'm gonna get them all graded eventually if I can get them all. Here's something about the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, that's cool.
So Life with Archie was a good book, and you can tell by the. I mean, they PG. I mean, when I bought these books, they weren't that expensive back then. They were just like, you could get them for almost nothing. Now everything's like crazy. Uh, oh, he got knocked out. Only time he was up was when the national anthem happened. But yeah, you get that. You get some other stuff like. Oh, here's one. I think I sent one of these to Magic Lasso.
Oh, that's cool.
That's the cover homage to Sensation Comics number
I thought that
number
trade
one.
just reminded me of Sensation Comics.
Yeah. So I sent him that.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's Archie. I'll put that one back. You'll probably recognize this cover swipe here.
Oh, yeah. The first Harley Quinn.
Yep.
That's a great cover.
So I got that. I sent one to John's still here. John will know. I sent that to John's Comics with Kids.
Uh,
I sent that to him. This one you'll probably recognize. This is the cover swipe to Flash 123, the best of both worlds.
I've always loved that cover. I've got an Action Comics that has it's a cover swipe to that.
Yeah. I just love that. That's just
Yeah, the Flash 123 has been on my list for quite a while, but it's always been a super expensive book.
oh yeah. This is a cover swipe to Werewolf by Night 32.
Oh, nice. Cover homages are so cool to me.
Yeah, I don't remember where I got that unless I bought that. I remember where I got that one. I think I bought that off of the Great Legends auctions
Oh yeah.
from Big Bear Comics. That's where I think I got that one from. Here's one, and you'd never guess that when I bought it, I wouldn't. You would think that the yellow would have been faded on this one, but the yellow's so vibrant.
That's nice.
But Metarog's buddy would not. She would not like that cover because it's
Oh,
yellow.
good, yeah. I know. I made the mistake of taking some yellow covers on Cover Slingers once.
Yeah. But this one here is a. It's called Archie's Horror Happy Days. #1. I guess it's a. I don't know much about it. It was at one of those. It was at Heroes Con. I bought this at Heroes Con. They had a booth where Elite Comics was at. The guy from Elite Comics. They had a bunch of these books, and other books they had, and they were make an offer. They had a bunch of slabs in boxes and said just make an offer. So it was like 150. I go, oh, would you take 100? And the kid goes, yeah, okay. I'm like, all right. This is the Nightmare Before Christmas cover.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's a red foil cover, so or whatever they call it. I forget what they call it. Whatnot exclusive from whatever Mellow Fellow Trading and whatnot. I don't know. I don't care. It's a metal cover, whatever they call metal. I just had to have it. I didn't give a crap. Pep. And I won this from I think it was Unruly Simeon contest.
Oh, nice.
I won this one.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, grew #1. So I won that. So from Pacific Comics, which Pacific Comics did. They were actually a grading card company. No, they were They were like sports cards company, I think, beforehand. But yeah, that's all the graded books I have laying around here to be seen, unless there's some in a box.
That's an awesome collection.
Yeah, there's a couple I might have in a box here. Oh, actually, I do. Oh, we'll do an unboxing while we're here.
All right.
Because I don't care. I like to show off all kinds of stuff. I don't remember where this one came from. I think it's the same people. I think it's Reese's again, I think. Yeah, it's Greg Reese, I think. I think I bought this off of their site. Is it graded? It may not be graded. I don't even know. No, I don't think this one was graded. I think this was just a regular book I bought off of them. I hate tape. If you need bubble wrap, I got plenty. More junk I don't need. Go in the garbage. Oh yes, this is the first Fortress of Solitude.
Fortress, yeah. That's an awesome book. What was that?
Yeah.
That's 241?
Yep. I'm missing 242. I don't have that one, so and the cheapest I've seen that for a 1/8 is $8.50, and that's the first Brainiac.
Oh, yeah.
So
that's going to be a tough one to get.
Yeah, and then I don't have the official 252, the first Supergirl.
Yeah.
But I have the first appearance of Supergirl in the Millennial Edition.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they call cover B, the Millennial Edition. It's cover B, so.
Yeah, I've got a few of those Millennium editions. They're awesome.
Yeah, I think this is a graded book, and this is from Lone Star Comics, who bought our local comic shop.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they bought out the local comic shop here. The guy I guess the guy had health issues or something, so he
Oh,
decided had issues where I've heard that he fell in the store, and some of their stuff wasn't great. From what I heard, they got flooded out. They were down by they were down by NC State College, so they got flooded out a few times. So some of the stuff had water damage. But the
that's a
guy
bummer.
sold. He was there for 38 years,
Yeah,
and he sold out, and he didn't want Ultimate to get it. He didn't want Ultimate Comics to get it. They're like the piss ants who piss people off. Nobody around here likes them. If you're a comic shop owner, they think they know what they're. Oh yeah, these are just those Labyrinth reprints that they did of the Marvel books. That I forget who did them, but yeah, they did a new cover and a cover A and a cover B. And we ordered from Midtown, and Midtown was a piece of crap. Couldn't get the books to us right, so I told Midtown, "Shove it! I'm going back to Lone Star." Because Midtown had what I wanted for the trades and all that. But yeah, this is a graded book I found on there that will go towards my believe it's towards my Action Comics collection. Wasn't that expensive on there either. And it is issue number it's first Bizarro Lois Lane,
oh,
Tommy
nice.
Tomorrow appearance in Supergirl story. So this is issue 255.
That's awesome.
So yeah, that's another one of those cool books I have to have.
Yeah.
If I can get them graded, I'll get them graded. But I had a whole bunch of Fantastic Fours and that, and I even told that to Andy because I sold Andy all my Fantastic Four collection that I had left, and I said I tried to sell a couple of the books to Daryl. I tried to sell them to Daryl, Simply Incredible,
Oh, yeah.
and he goes, "Yeah." I go, and I know he bought them from you because he says he said he bought them from you, and he goes, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, I was giving him a deal on the books," and he said, "So I said, yeah, he paid more for him. He paid more from you than he would have got from me." So he didn't want him. He wasn't like at the time he didn't know if he wanted them, and then as soon as you got him, he bought them from you. He's like, "You don't understand." I'm like, "I don't know. I don't get him." It's like I was giving him a deal. It wasn't like I was gonna I was offering more money.
Yeah.
You offered him. He paid more from buying them from you than he would have got them from me. But yeah, um, so that's pretty much all the graded books I have left around here, unless there's one in the other room. But that's pretty much it for
That's an
graded
awesome
comics.
collection.
But I do have some video games laying around here.
All right.
So if you want to look at some of them, like
Yeah. Let's check those out.
River City Ransom, that's a high dollar game right there.
Really?
$50. Not overly priced, but a $50 game nonetheless.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one I need to put in and try to play it. It's one of those beat 'em ups, I believe. But yeah, there's a lot of games I have. Like these are just some cheapos that I picked up.
Oh, yeah. MLB. I remember I went through a phase where I was just like nothing but sports games for a while.
Oh,
From like
that's what I did. I
Madden,
bought all the hockey
Madden
games.
2002 to Madden 2011 every year.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
used to have a PlayStation 2 back in the day that I got from I don't remember when I got it, but we had the PlayStation, which was mostly my sister's. Then she ended up with like going in with somebody. She probably shouldn't have went in with the person, but the person ended up keeping they had a falling out, I guess, and the person ended up keeping the GameCube.
Uh,
So I wish she would have kept the GameCube herself. I would
GameCube
have
was a
been
great
like,
system.
I would have took that. But I ended up buying from my ex-wife's sister the PlayStation 3 that plays the PlayStation 1, 2, and 3 games, the
Oh yeah.
backwards compatible one. So I got that from her, and I got a bunch of games, and I got the Wii from her for $150.
That's a good deal.
And the guy said just alone that system, that PS3 alone, with everything that you had, just the system alone and all the stuff that goes with the system, he said we would have paid you $300 for it.
Yeah. I know the backwards compatible PS3 was like super popular.
Oh yeah. And then they went to like their stupid slim model and all that other junk.
I don't know
But
why they don't like have just backwards compatibility on all new systems, man. They
oh
really
yeah, I
need.
wish they would. The Wii, the particular Wii, if you have one of those particular Wiis, you can actually play GameCube games on it.
Oh, nice.
And I do
I
have it.
remember, I used to play a lot of like Mario Kart Double Dash,
Yeah.
and the original reason I got the GameCube is because the Resident Evil games. They put Resident Evil 4 on it.
Oh
They
yeah.
put the Resident Evil 1 remake, Resident Evil Zero, and that was like the original reason I got a GameCube back in the day. But there was a ton of good games on that system.
Oh yeah. I got I actually bought a Dreamcast,
Oh, nice.
which was the basically a system that only lasted a year and a half,
Yeah, I know it
and then
didn't
they
like.
just canceled it. It was like a year and a half and a bunch of games for it, but they just canceled it too soon. It was like
Yeah,
I guess because the PS2 came out and outshadowed it a year later, so they just decided, well, 2001, we're going to discontinue it. We come out 99 on my birthday of 99 of 99. They come out with the GameCube. I buy it years later, but I didn't find that out until years later that they had only had it for like a year and a half and discontinued it because they couldn't make a go of it. But I bought this Dark Man.
oh, nice. I remember that movie. I didn't know they had a game.
Yeah, I think this is the one that had Liam Neeson in it
Yeah, I
as
believe
Dark
so.
Man. I think he was Dark Man at the time because that was Sam Remy who did the movie, I believe, and that. So yeah, he did the movie for Dark Man, one of the Dark Man movies, or I know there's like three of them or something like that, and I think they changed the actor who played Dark Man. Uh, I have
Oh, nice.
so that's complete without manual. It's rare. What was it? Rare Games. I can't remember. It's the one that does all those collections, all those game collections.
Oh, yeah.
They're out of Apex. They're out of Apex, North Carolina. Forget who it is. It's not Epic, because Epic is the one still trying to build their new headquarters in Cary. They're trying to move to there, but yeah, we have Jordan versus Bird.
Oh man, I remember that one.
Yeah, I got into where I was buying a bunch of sports games because they're like the cheapest thing you can find, and I don't know why, but it was just one of those things where you just buy them up.
Yeah,
Then I
I know
got the
things back then was the old wrestling games. Like I
Oh
remember
yeah,
WrestleMania Arcade on the I think Sega Genesis.
yeah. I have one here somewhere, but I will show you eventually if I find it. But here's Mick and Mac Global Gladiators as the Global Gladiators.
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
It's a Sega Genesis game. I got it complete, so with everything in it. I I'm like anal. I know some people are anal with how they do their comics and stuff, and how
Yeah.
their comics have to be a certain grade or a certain thing or whatever. I'm anal about Genesis games. They have and Master System games. They have to have the case.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I
I
buy
like
them without the case. I
cases
don't
and the,
like that. And if I
yeah.
have to get a separate case for them, if it's too much to get it with the case, but I'll rebuy it if I have to. I don't care if the manual's there or not. If it has the case, that's all I care about. But I hate the ones that come in those cardboard cases like this one.
Oh yeah.
And I have one that's actually a case that like you lift up the thing. We have the bad news baseball complete
Oh
for
nice.
Nintendo from Temco.
I know that's one thing I want to work on this year in my game collection. Like right now, I've got maybe 10 PS2 games and only two PS1 games, so I need to work on that this year.
Yeah, you need to find a game store near you.
Yeah. Well, they've got Gamers Alley. It's about maybe a 15-20 minute drive, but that's where
Yeah.
I picked up these two PS1 games. Got these back in my collection. Got Resident Evil 2,
Oh, cool.
and this awesome like racing game called NASCAR Rumble. And
Hmm.
this is a lot like a Mario Kart style. You can
Yeah.
like it's got these souped up NASCARs with huge engines, and you throw power ups like tornadoes and freeze rays and junk at the
Yeah.
opponents. But yeah, Resident Evil 2 is one of my all time favorite games, and
Yeah.
I saw it down there, and it actually had the manual and everything.
Oh, that's
So I
cool.
had to pick it up.
Yeah, if you get the manual for some of those games, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I need to. I'm trying to get like the original Resident Evil trilogy. So I still need to get one and three,
Did
and
I pick?
probably the Dino Crisis 1 and 2.
Yeah. But this one is Legends of the Diamond. It's a baseball game for Nintendo.
Oh, I remember that one.
I've got like 314 Nintendo games,
Oh wow.
and that's just from 2000, and that's from not having any when I started collecting was in
Oh yeah, most of
2000.
the Nintendo games I like back in the day, I rented them. There
Yeah.
was only like two or three that I remember having. I remember like the one that came with the system was Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt, the combo.
Yeah.
And so I remember a Mission Impossible game,
Oh yeah.
and what was the other one I had? I think it was called Flashback.
Okay. Yeah, my cousins had. Now, my one cousin had the older cousins had the my younger cousin had the Nintendo and all that other stuff. My other cousins got the Nintendo, but they were born in 86 and 88. So they didn't get it till around like 90. I think around like 1990 they got the Nintendo. And they got the one where they had the pad where it came with Duck Hunt, Mario, and Track and Field.
Uh,
So they had the power pad with it. So they had the power pad, and they had two games. They had. I ended up getting them. Was Mario 2, which was very hard. Which is actually the sequel to Mario. Was actually a different game in Mario in Japan, but they
oh
turned
yeah,
it
I
into
remember hearing
Mario
that.
2.
Yeah, that's
And then
why
they
like
had
different than the original.
another one. They have his birthday, but Bugs Bunny's birthday bash. or Blowout, Birthday Blowout.
Oh yeah.
And they had that one, and that's the one where you walked around with like a hammer, like a big hammer, and you hammered everybody, and you had to do different things. So yeah, so that one they had that one. Those were two games I remember playing. But my cousin always had, he had the game called Commando, and that's my go-to game for playing Nintendo is Commando. Here's Mighty Bomb Jack.
Oh, that looks cool.
Yeah, it's a cool game. Some of these games I've tried them, and I'm like, I can see why. Probably back in the day they were good. This I'll just have to take out of the. They put this. I'll put it in a case after I take it out. But this is the Flintstones rescue of Dino and Hoppy.
Oh man.
That's a great game.
I remember loving the Flintstones cartoon back in the day.
Yeah, the other Flintstone game I want that one, but that one's too much money.
It's crazy how much some of the games are now. Like
Oh
when you look
yeah.
at prices and stuff. Like,
Oh crap.
man,
Oh, that's complete in box, but the box has been chewed up on the back.
James Pond.
Yeah, take off a James Bond,
That's
which I
awesome.
fi- which I find funny. I find those funny. Then I got I don't know. I think they factory sealed this thing, but it's the James Pond 2.
Man, that's pretty cool.
They factory sealed that. Um, I've got Board James, the Angry Video Game Nerd. He did a series of different board games
Oh yeah.
and stuff. Yeah, he did like a horror type thing. So that's pretty cool. I like that. I got his movie too. I got the nerd video, but this is Dragon Power.
Oh, is it kind of like a Double Dragon?
Yeah, something like that. It's like a karate type game of some sort. They got all these crazy things where it's like, I don't know. I was just in a kick one time and finding all this stuff cheap. I ended up upgrading this one.
I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
That's he did a book series based on these characters for
Oh,
children's book series. So they made a video game out of it. Nintendo did Sesame Street ones. They've done Fisher Price ones. Some of those Fisher Price ones I was like, they can't be that much money. Yeah, they're going for a lot of money. I was like, good God. Here's Landstalker RPG.
oh, it kind of looks like Link a little bit.
Yeah, it's an RPG, one of those things. So, and then here's Double Dragon 5.
Oh, nice.
I like Double Dragon
Oh,
on
Double
the
Dragon.
I like Double Dragon on the Sega better because they had to. We used to rent it for the Master System. We used to rent it all the time, and that. But yeah, and the only reason I ended up buying this, I didn't buy this at the game show because we have the Raleigh Retro Gamers that do a retro gaming show every so often, and they'll get people from around the area and people from all over. I mean, they get the guys from Greensboro that come down. They get guys from Tennessee that come in. Two guys gaming come in. They just get all kinds of people. But I saw this at the show, and I was like, I've never heard of it. And then I'm like, I just got to look it up one day. And I was like thinking about it, and I was like, I should have bought that. But it's from DreamWorks, I guess, and it's called Shove It. I guess you just move around these blocks. I guess is what it's doing.
Oh yeah.
So it's one of those kind of things. I don't know much about it. It's just one of those things. Then we have Golden Axe 2.
Oh, nice. Remember
Not
playing
as
on.
good as the first one, but the first one was really good. I used to play that in the arcade. But I used to waste all my money on the Ninja Turtle game.
Oh, yeah.
And then they had an arcade where you played the WWF wrestling game in the arcade back in the 80s.
Those games were a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. I used to take that and I used to play, because you could play as Big Boss Man, Macho Man, I think Andre the Giant, all kinds of different people. Then there was the one where you had to pick up something, where Hogan had to grab crosses or something to get more power.
Oh,
Somebody
yeah.
had to grab ham to eat a
I
ham
remember
or
Undertaker
something.
had like a tombstone.
Yeah.
Razor Ramon's arm turned into a giant like blade.
Yeah, it was like goofy stuff. And then here's Justice League Task Force.
Oh, nice.
So I got,
I actually got to play that recently on the mini PC that Bubs and the guys got me.
yeah. Is it any good?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
fun beat 'em up.
Yeah, Sunsoft is pretty much good for their Batman game, so they've been pretty good. I've actually got all three of these now. Wonder Boy from the Master System.
Oh, nice.
So I'm a big Master System. I'm trying to get everything, trying to get as many as I can for the Master System, because there's only in North America there's only 114 of these of games for the system, and then there was some variants where they had them in blue. They were like sort of like the black box games
Yeah,
for Nintendo. They had a blue. They had the blue labeled games. I don't know if this one is. No, this one's not. I'm just gonna show. But there's Poseidon Wars 3D
that looks cool.
for the Master System. Yeah, it's like a warship type game that you shoot cannons and stuff. So that's pretty cool. I just picked this up. It's actually on my Nintendo Mini balloon fight.
Oh, I remember that one.
So that was one of the original black box games. Was that one? Um, we got some bonus episodes of Ninja Turtles
Oh, that's cool.
just for the heck of it, laying around while you're sleeping. Yeah, I got movies hanging around. I've I've probably got, if you really think about it, if you don't count all the like cartoons that have like those like 200 versions of something on there, or all the complete series of it. They don't put it all as one. They had to put it all as individually, so you don't actually know what your number is, what you have on that. But yeah, it's crazy on that one. Oh, there's Bolt. I've got Michael Andretti's race car racing complete.
That's awesome.
Didn't pay much for that. I had to track this down from Canada.
Tubing.
Yep. It's originally in the arcade and originally on the Atari 2600.
Oh, wow.
And that was my ex-wife's favorite game was Tubin and Dig Dug, were two games that she loved. I'll show you that one in a minute. Here's a complete version of Bill Elliott's NASCAR racing. Not a very good game, but
Really?
yeah, I mean, it's for the time. I don't know when it came out, 80, 90. For 1990, it's okay, but it's not the greatest. I've tried to play it a few times. It's not the greatest in the world. This came from a Pixel Heart in France. I think it's a French company, and they do different games for different things. And they did this Rainbow Bright game.
Huh.
So they'll do updated things. This is for the NES, like homebrews type stuff, and
Oh, yeah.
they'll remaster some games and stuff. That's what that other company does. They remaster stuff. But yeah, that's. I'm gonna see if I got anything in these bins next to me to show you. Let's see if I got a cool game here to show you. No, I've got Willow.
Oh man, I remember that movie.
Yeah, that's a great movie. I love that movie. That's one of my favorite movies.
That's funny. They pretty much made the games of like everything. Like
Oh yeah,
I remember a Friday the 13th game that was like
yeah.
really bad.
Oh yeah. They had what was it the nerd did? He did one on I think it was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre for Atari.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Here's the Muppets Adventure. They did one for the Muppets. I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. They do one for just about anything.
yeah. I remember renting the Home Alone game one time.
Oh yeah, I've got that here somewhere. I don't remember. Turtles arcade game.
Oh man, that's nice.
I love that game. I can't play the other one because I wanted to play Shredder's Revenge, but I don't have a system that plays it. Here's your Mission Impossible you were talking about.
Oh yeah.
Um, here's a Tiny Toons Adventures 2, I guess.
Oh, that's cool. I remember loving the Tiny Toons when I was little. What's up, Simply Incredible?
Hey, you made it. We have Megamax or Magmax.
Oh, that's cool.
Some of these games, I don't even know what they are, you know? It's just like, I just bought them because they were cheap or whatever. No, that's Thundercade. Here's Kid Icarus.
Oh man, that's a classic.
That's another black box game there. Oh, talk about making ones for movies. Total Recall.
I didn't know they made a Total Recall game.
Yeah, and I think I've got the one for um another Mission Impossible. How did I end up with the hell did I end up with two Mission Impossibles? I guess I'll have to sell one. Unless you want it. Unless you got a Nintendo to play it on.
Nah, I don't have a Nintendo anymore.
Yeah.
Simply Incredible said he loved Rambo on the NES.
Yeah. I've got Metroid.
Oh wow,
That was always a good one.
yeah.
I've got the Road Runner.
Oh man, that was a favorite of mine back in the day.
Yeah. Um, we can always play some Jeopardy with Turd Ferguson.
Oh god, that was like the funniest Saturday Night Live's ever been.
I know. I was like, man. And then you have Renegade. Another
Cool.
Double
I remember
Dragon
a show
wannabe.
called Renegade.
Yeah, I remember watching that. Yeah. Um, let's see here. What else do I have here? Rampant. I used
That
to
looks
play that
like
in the
a people type game.
I played that in the arcade back in the day. Let me see. Well, I got another, but for the Nintendo, a Jordan versus Bird.
Oh nice.
See, I got on this kick of buying some of these games and then realizing some of them aren't that great. Here's the Cartoon Workshop, Tiny Toons Cartoon
Oh, that's
Workshop.
cool.
Let me see what I got here. Oh, I've actually got a Atari 2600 cartridge. I bought it just because it's MASH
Oh, wow.
from the TV show MASH, so I bought that. I don't know. I'm just one of those people that'll buy something like that. Here's Silkworm. You either can be the tank or the chopper.
Oh, that's cool.
Not a very great game, but you got to think about it for the time, you know?
Oh, yeah. I remember a lot of those games. Like, I remember a racing game on Nintendo, Excite Bike.
Yeah, that's a great game.
Yeah, that thing that blew me away that it had like a track creator.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, her, my ex wife's sister, we would build her one, she said, and would do all kinds of crazy stuff. We have Wario Woods,
Oh, that's
one
cool.
of the, one of the last games for Nintendo NES system. That's a puzzle game kind of thing. We have Kirby's Adventure.
Yeah, I remember a couple of the Kirby games.
I have Kirby Avalanche, the complete version for the Super Nintendo.
Oh, nice.
This is the original Mario Brothers arcade classic.
Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I got.
I remember hearing like when they originally made
Yeah.
Mario, I think it was for Donkey Kong, and they just called him Jumpman.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He was originally called Jumpman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just celebrated his birthday or something. King's Quest 5.
Oh, that's cool.
Expensive game to get. I had to have it. It was on one of my Grail games, you know. I had to have it, you know, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Here's Treasure Masters. Don't remember why I got it. I think I got it because John Riggs on YouTube put it up
Yeah.
there, showed it off. Here's one that you'll probably get a kick out of. It's Yoid Noid.
Oh, man. Wasn't that like a Domino's mascot or something?
Yes, that was the Domino's
Yeah.
mascot, and they made a game out of it.
Man.
It's a one kill game. It's basically so hard that you dive. If you dive one time, you're out. Here's some silly game called Star Soldier. I don't even know. Some of these games I just pick them up randomly, you know. Here's a great game. I gotta play it one day, but I've heard it's really good. Monster Party.
Oh, yeah. Remember that one.
What else I got here? I got Countdown. I got Sesame Street. Pretty cheap game, you know.
What's up, C. Woodard?
Legacy. You ever played this one? Legacy Wizards.
No, I don't think so.
You probably played this one, or if you haven't, you probably heard of it. Here's Kid Cool.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that one.
Spy Hunter.
I remember a Spy Hunter game on the PlayStation 1.
Yeah,
Or no, it might have been PlayStation 2.
might be the same game. Just put up there.
Yeah.
Here's another black box game. And it was in the Mario movie.
Oh, Wrecking Crew.
Yeah,
That's cool.
that's a black box game there. That's a pretty cool game to have. We have Narc, a sequel to, I think, Commando.
Oh,
Here's a game that I can never figure out. I hate this game. Deja Vu.
Looks kind of like a Dick Tracy style game or something.
Yeah, you're a detective and you're trying to get out of this building, and I can never figure out how to get out of the building. So I end up crashing the building. End up shooting the door, trying to get out, and I've gone through everything in the building. I can't figure out how to get out. So I don't know. Here's one. I don't remember if you remember this game show, but it was based on the game show with JD Ross was the host of it, and it used to be played on WGN Funhouse.
I'm not sure if I remember that one.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Pretty cool back in the day. Those games like that, the Double Dare game, terrible.
Uh,
If you try to play the Double Dare game, forget it. You might as well
I
just.
remember that show, but I don't remember the game.
Yeah, the game is awful. Don't ever try to play it. If you ever, I mean, I played the board game of Double Dare, but not that. That is awful. Trying to run and trying to hit golf balls into a cup. It's just terrible. Let's see if I can find it here. We have Godzilla.
Oh, that's always a classic.
Here's another black box game. Ice Climbers.
That sounds familiar.
That's on the NES Mini.
Ah,
Another one they have on there. Another game that was on television, Win, Lose, or Draw.
oh yeah, I think I remember that.
I used to watch that. We have Mappy Land. Of all things, right? Oh, you're talking about movie games, right? RoboCop.
Oh, nice. That was actually the last game I played on Nintendo before my older brother brought home the Sega Genesis.
Yeah. We have, I think this was hosted by the guy that was the guy that played in what was it? Alan Thicke. Pictionary.
Oh yeah.
And then we have what was this one? No, that's Target something or other. Here's an awful game. Karate Champ. My cousin had that.
It's kind of like Karate Kid or something, kind of.
Nah, it's basically you're two guys and you're basically just hitting each other, trying to hit each other, but a lot of times you're missing. Its controls are terrible.
Yeah.
In it, and you don't really, the hit protection doesn't really work as well, and all the guy does is the guy goes bump 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 point, bump 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 point.
Like Rock'em Sock'em Robots or something.
It's basically you're two karate guys, one in red, one in white, and you're just like two, and you just go up there and you try to kick each other, you jump up in the air, you try to punch each
I
other.
wonder if that's where they got the idea for Ken and Ryu from Street Fighter.
I don't know, but whatever they got. We got Fester's Quest.
Oh, Adam's Family?
Yep. I don't have the Addams Family game for some reason. I thought I did. Here's one of the greatest side-scrolling shooter games in a spaceship, Gradius.
I think I remember that one.
Gradius was in the arcade too. Here's your, based on the movie Karate Kid.
Oh, nice.
It's like ridiculous, you know what I mean? Let me see here if I got anything. Let's see if I got any other. I got something I wanted to find, but I guess I'll just go through these bins and see what I can show. We have the can't get it out, but it is the Punisher game,
Oh, that's cool.
which is actually a very good game. We have Dragon Warriors from the Dragon Warriors series.
I remember playing a Punisher game. I want to say it was on the Sega Genesis.
Might be the same one. Based on those little Flesh-colored little people, muscles,
Oh man, I remember that.
muscle men. Yeah, those little muscle men. We have a heavy barrel. That's a cool game. Let me see here if I can find it in here. Solomon's Key. We have Mega Man.
Oh man, that's always a classic.
We have no reason to have this cover, but it's Mega Man 2. He's not supposed to have a gun.
I don't, man. I don't
The
think I
guy was told
really
to
beat a
do it.
Mega Man game.
Yeah, Mega Man 3 with manual.
Oh, that's cool.
Mega Man 4. Missing Mega Man 5 because Mega Man 5 is the most expensive one of them all.
Oh, really?
And then Mega Man 6. So I have all 6 of them for the Nintendo. If I had that one, I'd have the complete.
Awesome.
I'd have the complete set of them because I don't understand why I don't. But let's see here.
I don't think I ever got to play any of the original
Yeah.
Nintendo Mega Man, but I remember playing several on the PlayStation.
Yeah.
Just never.
Urban Champs, another black box game.
Oh, that's cool.
Why they called this particular game, I will never know. But it is Super Pitfall.
Is that like a sequel to Pitfall from the Atari?
It must be. It must be because that's the only thing I can think of is why they called it that. Here's the one with track meet.
I never saw that one. I remember
That one
the
came
one
out
I
with
had,
the Power
like
Pad
Super
in
Duck Hunt.
88, I think.
Oh,
89, 90. Um, let me see here. Based on the Harlem Globetrotters.
well, that's cool.
The movie The Untouchables.
Man, they really did make a game for everything, didn't they?
Just about. If you really wanted a game, they would have it for you. If you wanted it, they had it. I mean, heck if I know why they had. Oh, based on a TV show, Knight Rider.
Oh wow,
They had a Knight Rider game.
I used to love that show.
Yeah. Um, here you go, WrestleMania.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that was what I used to rent like almost
Yeah,
every weekend.
yeah, that was the one that I think I remember. Yeah. Oh, tag team wrestling.
That's cool. Don't think I've ever seen that one.
Yeah, some goofy. Okay, here's another black box game. Pro wrestling.
I know I was like I've been into wrestling for so long.
Yeah, you probably played every wrestling game there is. Oh, they made another one based on a movie, Platoon.
Oh dang.
You know, they made one just for just about anything they could. Oh,
Yeah.
they made one based on the Three Stooges.
Oh, that's awesome.
Here's your Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. They made Goonies 2.
Wow. I didn't,
You know they made just about anything they could get their hands on, right?
yeah.
Krusty's Funhouse.
Oh, from The Simpsons. Wow.
I got a bunch of Simpson games.
The only one I remember, like Simpsons, was I think it was called Hit and Run.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Here's Dracula. Here's Dracula's Curse. Castlevania 3.
Oh, nice. I do. I remember a Beavis and Butthead game. I
Oh
think it was a
yeah, I've
couple
got
of
that.
Genesis.
I've got that for the Super Nintendo.
I didn't know it came out on Super Nintendo.
Yeah, I think it came out on Genesis too. More Sesame Street in there. You
I
know
know
how?
I pretty much missed the whole Super Nintendo era because I went from like regular Nintendo to Sega Genesis.
Yeah, my neighbor had it. My neighbor had the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and I played it over at his house. That's where I played some other stuff. But yeah. Oh, here it is. G.I. Joe, a real American hero.
Oh, nice.
An expensive game too. On top of it. um, oh, based on another movie. Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Oh man, I used to love that back in the day.
Oh, that was my movie. That's my movie, buddy. Monsters in My Pocket. If you remember the little toys, they were little
Oh
rubber
yeah,
rubber monsters that were different colors.
oh, I forgot about those.
Yeah, they were pretty cool. If you want some, if you want to get some elevator action, I don't know, some stupid stuff back in the day. Oh, based on another movie, Rocketeer,
Oh man, that was a good
and
one.
comic too. If you really the Dave Stevens comic. They were supposed to do a 3-set series to that, but it didn't work out because the first one didn't do as well. If you know what I mean. We have some just Punch Out.
Oh man, I used to love. Like I remember, I can't remember if I ever owned it, but I remember renting it a lot. Or Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
I got it here somewhere. Oh, here's the other game she loved. Dig Dug
Oh nice.
2, because Dig Dug was on the Atari, so they called this one Dig Dug 2.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why. It's one of those things. Um, Here's one based on another movie, Days of Thunder.
Oh wow, Tom Cruise classic there.
Oh yeah, I love the ending of it when he finally wins the race, and he says we got to go to the circle, and he's like, I'll race you, and he like takes off running after him. And then we have Danny Sullivan's, and this is a game that was on my top 20 hunt list for Nintendo games. Was Danny Sullivan's Indie Heat. That's a hard game to find. I had to hunt that thing down like crazy. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Oh, based on a cartoon. Rescue Rangers.
Oh wow.
The second one of this is very expensive. I've only seen it. I don't think I've seen this one. Maybe I did see number 2, but I've seen DuckTales 2 at a convention, like a comic book convention. Somebody was selling it, and I should have probably. I didn't want to spend $100 on a game. You know what I mean? I mean, I've paid $50 for a game.
I know.
But
Yeah, there's a couple games that I saw at Heroes Con that I was tempted to pick up, but they were like 140, 160 bucks. I was like, man,
yeah,
I can't do it. That's crazy.
I know. I was like thinking about it. I was like, I want those games. But we have Gremlins 2, the new batch.
Oh wow.
Talk about games that they just put out there for whatever reason, you know? And if you want some Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves,
Hey, Kevin Costner.
yep. And Morgan Freeman.
Oh yeah, that's right. I wonder if they ever made one for Robin Hood Men in Tights.
I don't know. Here's your Uncanny X-Men.
Oh, that's awesome.
I don't know if it was that great of a game. The Genesis one was better.
Yeah,
That's the best one I've played so far. I almost beat that one.
the one I remember playing on the Genesis, I think, was X-Men 2 Clone Wars.
Yeah. Here's Bartman meets Radioactive Man.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know they made that.
Some Tom and Jerry, anybody? You know they just got any old thing they can throw a game into, you know?
Yeah. I remember watching a video on the history of like games that were like bad.
Yeah.
I remember them saying something about an ET game on the Atari where they
Oh yeah,
just
ET was the one that pretty much killed the Atari.
yeah.
Oh, here's your Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Oh, nice. I never could beat that as a kid.
I couldn't either. I know somebody who did, but
I would get stuck on. I think his name was King Hippo.
oh yeah, the guy that you had to train for where you were bicycling,
Yeah,
or or the guy was either you were either running through like running, you were either running. It was like a cut scene where you showed you running, or it was you on a bicycle. I can't remember. Your trainer was on a bicycle, but
yeah.
you want some Paperboy 2?
Oh man, I didn't know they made a sequel.
Oh yeah, they made a sequel just about anything. Want some Techno Bowl?
Oh man, I think
Or
everybody played that one.
or how about some Techno NBA basketball?
I didn't know they had that one.
Yeah, they made that. Yeah, it was just sometimes. Oh, and here's another game based on a movie, Hudson Hawk.
Oh god, I used to love that movie.
Yeah, that was a goofy
When I was
movie.
little, I used to love that movie
Yeah, I
so
loved it when
much.
they were singing and they were shooting the guns off.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about this one. And Are You Lucky, Punk? Dirty Harry.
Oh nice.
You know, I think they just made one just about any movie you could possibly imagine.
I think Hudson Hawk was the reason I like tried coffee,
Yeah,
cappuccino, when I was little
yeah,
because of the Hudson Hawk movie. Didn't know what it was, but I wanted one.
yeah. Classic Galaga.
Oh, nice.
I got a Galaga machine in the other room.
Oh, that's awesome.
We have some Tombs and Treasures. I think I bought it because it was on one of those, one of those YouTubers showing it off.
Yeah. Kind of like a Indiana Jones style game, maybe.
I think it was what it is, something like that. Yeah. And then we have some Russian game here. Karvanov. I don't even know. It's Data East, so I mean, some of these companies are great, and some of these companies are like, yeah. Oh, then we have for PlayStation 3,
Oh, nice.
Ghostbusters. We have Lego Indiana Jones 2.
Those Lego games were fun.
Oh yeah. Lego Indiana Jones 1. Batman Adventures 2. DC
Nice. I remember
Heroes.
playing that one.
We have PlayStation Hockey. We have Chicken Blasters for the Wii. I haven't played any Wii games yet, so we have Lord of the Rings. Harry Potter, and another Harry Potter. All kinds of crap,
It's awesome.
all kinds of stuff. You just name it, I've got it. Let's see here. Need some Double Dragon 3.
Oh, that's cool.
Got me some Dick Tracy.
Oh man, I remember that movie.
That's
With Warren Beatty.
Yeah, it's a great movie. We got Double Dragon 2. This game here came from one of those like homebrew type things. It was on it's a Castlevania game.
Oh,
Homebrew type game. So it's Castlevania Relics.
that's cool.
I saw it on John Hancock's channel. So he was talking about it. I guess he had got a copy of it from somebody he knew who made it. Oh, here's my favorite game. Commando.
Nice.
I love that
Is
game.
that based on the movie at all, or?
I don't know. It's like you're just blowing up people. You're just shooting.
Oh,
You're like in a chopper. You come down. You go chop, 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 drop you down. You go do 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 do, and you just shoot the Vietnam or whatever.
yeah.
Vietnamese people or whatever they are, whatever they're supposed to be. Let me see here. What do I got here? I got Blades of Steel.
That sounds familiar. Oh yeah, I remember that.
The guy got in trouble for the cover. He stole the cover.
Oh,
He did a cover swipe of something, but here's Formula One. I had to have this game too. This is another one of those top 20 type games, but it's like busted on the side, so I don't know. So, built to win. We got some crazy game called Bump and Jump. Bomberman.
oh, I remember Bomberman.
Yeah, I mean, some of these games, like, I don't even know. Like, I've tried to play some of these, but I got so many, I haven't had a chance to play them all. And some of them are good, some of them aren't that good. Here's Bugs Bunny's birthday. No, this is Crazy Castle.
Oh, that's cool.
That's a cool game. I love that one. I got Burger Time.
Burger Time sounds familiar. I might be thinking about Good Burger, though. Keenan and Kel.
It's from the Atari and from the arcade. Yeah, Keenan and Cal, they did a Good Burger too. They had a sequel come out last year.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's on. It was. I don't know what that is. What is that, man? Oh, that's Blaster Master. We have Captain Comic.
That sounds cool.
I never played it, but it's not a licensed game. It's an unlicensed game that was for the Nintendo.
I remember a game I used to play a lot on Sega. It was called Comic Zone.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Concentration. Starring Alex Trebek.
Oh, really?
It was his first. That was one of the first ones he did before he did Jeopardy. Chessmaster. I don't even know how many versions of Chessmaster they got now, but they got so many of them now, you know. I lose track after a while. Where is that game? I was going to show it. I was going to show you the other one, but The guy there's a guy doing the he did the Nintendo Quest. I don't know if you ever heard of that,
I think so.
where
It sounds familiar.
he completed the whole Nintendo collection. Let me see here if I can find it here. It might be over there. I don't even know. I know I'm missing something. We have ourselves some Bible adventures.
Oh wow. Metarock, he would love that.
Yeah. I just don't know why I have that. Oh, we have another game based on a TV show called Airwolf.
Oh man.
You know, that's just what we do, right?
Did they ever make an A-Team game?
I don't know. They did Back to the Future.
Oh nice.
They did Back to the Future 2 and 3 all in one game. I didn't find it. And where is it? I'm missing it. Where? We have
What's up, Sally?
Bigfoot.
Oh, that's cool. I used to love monster trucks when I was little.
Yeah.
I remember Gravedigger. He was like my favorite one.
Oh, yeah. We have Bad Dudes. That is just
Not my
you're
favorite.
fighting ninjas. That's basically what you're doing. You're fighting ninjas,
Yeah.
and you're on top of like semi trucks, and it's like side scrolling, and you're fighting ninjas. I'm like, what else is better than Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice?
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know they made a Beetlejuice game.
Yeah, like I said, they made one just about everything, even Batman,
Oh, that's cool.
the best Batman game ever. I mean, I wouldn't say the best ever, but it's one of the better ones.
Was that based off the '89 movie?
Yeah, that came out right after that.
Oh, nice.
Um,
I just rewatched that recently.
yeah,
The
that's a good
'89
movie.
Batman movie.
I actually, for whatever reason, I like that movie, but I like the second one better.
Probably because of Catwoman.
I don't know what it is. It's just I like that one. I like that one a little
Yeah.
bit better.
What's up, Perry?
I like that one a little bit better. Oh, and if you want to get even more technical, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer.
Oh man.
You know they made stuff about everything.
Yeah.
It didn't matter what it was. Like they made silly games like 1943.
It looks like a battleship game, maybe.
It was, you know, those games where you fly the plane and you shoot and the planes come at you and you shoot them.
Yeah.
That's what it is, like 1942, those kinds of things. They made a bunch of those kind of games. They made a game
Alex
called
Batman Returns is his favorite too.
Big Nose. It's just one of those things where you got to have a big nose. But you know, I have another one here somewhere of I probably didn't put it in the boxes, but it's another G.I. Joe game for Nintendo. But I'm gonna show you something in this other box.
All
Let's
right.
see if I can walk over there and grab it.
All right. I've got the couple good PS2 games here. I'll show right quick while you're looking for that. This Superman Returns. That was a fun one. It's actually got the manual in there too. There we go. This was a favorite of mine back in the day. MX 2002 featuring Ricky Carmichael.
Oh, that's cool.
I remember I was huge into like anything X Games for a while. I would watch
Yeah.
the X Games every year when it would come on TV.
Oh, yeah.
But it was this and another game called MX Superfly. Those are like two of my all time favorites.
Yeah. Yep. Turtles in Time.
I've got to dust that shelf soon.
I know. I got so much to dust to myself. Turtles in Time
Oh, nice.
for the Super Nintendo. We have Army Men.
Oh man, I remember that. I remember playing one of those on PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
I think it was called Army Men 3D.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, nice.
Ren and Stimpy.
I used to love to watch like Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead and stuff.
Oh, yeah. We have ourselves some Super Punch Out.
Oh, nice.
Talk about another cartoon, Inspector Gadget.
Oh, yeah. Classic.
We have this one. I had to have this one because you see the hat I'm wearing.
Oh, yeah. Marvin the Martian. That's awesome. I used to love those cartoons, man.
I know. I had to have that one. I got A Bug's Life.
That's another. No, it was another game with ants. I think it was called Ants on PlayStation.
Yeah. There is one called Ants. Yeah. You ever played the one called Worms?
I don't think so.
That's a crazy game. Based on another movie.
I remember Earthworm Jim. Oh, Jurassic Park.
Yep, Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I remember a game called Earthworm Jim.
Need some Turok 2.
Oh, wow.
If you need some Turok 2, I got it. Hey, you need a grill? Just get some Foreman for real. I mean, I don't even know where some of these games came from, you know? Like here's a game that's pretty hard to come by. Blues Brothers.
Oh, wow.
Or Mega Man X. Or another great RPG I got to start playing one day, Secret of Mana.
Man, that's a killer collection, man.
Thank you. Return of the Jedi. Anybody?
Oh, wow.
Anybody into some Spider-Man X-Men?
Oh, that's awesome. I remember one of my favorites on the Sega was Maximum Carnage.
Yeah. You need some Diddy Kong Quest 2, Donkey Kong Country 2. No, not into that. Okay. Need some Clay Fighters.
That sounds familiar.
And I think I got that Clay Fighters, if I'm not mistaken. That's the same Clay Fighters I think I got from... No, I bought that one. Okay, I bought that one. But I got another one that's a different Clay Fighters. Tournament edition, I believe. I got from a buddy of mine. She's up in Canada. I got it from her. Oh, you wanted to see some Beavis and Butthead, you said earlier?
Oh, nice.
Need some James Bond Jr.?
James Bond Jr. I never heard of that one.
You never seen that from the old cartoons? It was a 90s cartoon. His uncle's James Bond.
I don't think I ever saw that. I'm going to have to look that up on YouTube.
Need some Busby?
Oh, that's one I remember.
I think a lot of people remember that one pretty much. Street Fighter 2,
Those were classics.
Mario All Stars.
Well, I didn't realize that game had been around that long.
Yeah, Mario All Stars was Mario 2, 3, original Mario 1, 2, 3, and the other Mario for this thing.
Okay. Yeah, I think I was thinking about Smash Bros.
Mario is missing for your Luigi, and you have to try to find him by doing different puzzles type stuff.
Is that kind of like the first Luigi's Mansion type game?
Yeah, it's like his first real like solo game. Here's Michael Andretti's IndyCar Challenge.
Oh, that's cool.
Here's Nigel Mansell's World Championship Racing. You know, me and racing games, I gotta have them. You know.
Oh yeah, there was a ton of the racing games. I remember, like especially from the PlayStation One era. There's
Yeah.
mostly dirt bikes and stuff, like Moto Racer. There was one called Sled Storm with snow skis. That's awesome.
Oh yeah. We had one that was what did we have? We had that one where you had to race on you either you skateboarded, you bicycled, and you rollerbladed.
Oh, it was Too Extreme.
Yeah, too extreme. Yeah, and I always thought they what they were saying was back in the day. I kept thinking they said get some air. The person would say get some air, and I thought they said get the mayor. So I'm always looking for the mayor. I'm like, where's the mayor? Here's Mario World.
Oh, nice.
Here's the game that Kyle Petty could only win. Kyle Petty Racing. The only thing he could ever do. You couldn't win it at his own stuff. You had to try to beat Kyle Petty at the racing game. Isn't that ridiculous? I just find that ridiculous sometimes, you know?
Most definitely, man. We'll get you on an episode soon.
Oh, yeah, get him on there. That'd be cool.
Which one is that?
Dennis the Menace.
Oh, wow.
Here's the one she gave me was the Clay Fighters. Was this Clay Fighters? She gave me a whole bunch of games.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I liked Cammy. Cammy's a good person. Here's Pilot Wings.
Don't think I've heard of that one.
Yeah, not really a worm burner of a game. This one has a Blockbuster Video sticker from, I don't know where it's from. Kawasaki Caribbean? Oh no, that's the name of the game. It's a Kawasaki game.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, here's the one she gave me. She gave me this one, this Flintstone game.
Oh, nice.
She gave me a whole bunch of games for nothing. She's more into handheld stuff back then. Rap Jam. Some kind of rapping basketball game.
I remember
Star Fox.
Oh, wow. Star Fox.
Everybody remembers that, don't they?
Yeah.
Populous. A cheap version of SimCity.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like a knockoff SimCity kind of thing.
Oh.
Another hockey game. Wing Commander.
That sounds familiar.
That's the one Mark Hamill did.
Oh, yeah. I remember, I think Tim Curry did a game.
Yeah.
Space Commanders or Space Commandos or something like that.
This is something wings. Oh, Wings 2, Aces High.
I've heard of that. Of course, I might be thinking about Ace Combat.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Here's the third Batman movie, Batman Forever.
Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee
Yeah.
Jones.
Here's Porky Pig's game,
Oh, that's cool.
NCAA football. I got a lot of sports games because it was like at the time they were cheap.
Yeah.
So I was just like gravitating to what I could afford at the time. And then once I got all the Nickelodeon's Global Guts,
Oh, wow.
Nickelodeon Guts, baby, to go along with my American Gladiators.
Oh, God, I used to love that show.
I didn't like the remake with Ali's kid and Hogan.
Oh, yeah, that's right. What's her name? Gina Carano. She was in the remake they did, I think.
Yeah.
She played Crush.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they had some crazy people in those things.
I forgot about Hogan being a part of it.
Yeah.
I thought, God, was it early 2000s when they tried to bring that back?
Yeah, something like that. It was like they brought her back and yeah, and it was just not good. Need some Hit the Ice. You see, I'm a hockey guy, so I buy all the hockey games I can find.
Oh, you mentioned a muscular woman in Bub's World popped up. What's going on, Bub? Sim City.
Stanley Cup. Another basketball game by LGN. Your guys who made your wrestling figures. Made some video games.
Those old school wrestling figures.
A lot of this stuff, sports games in here. That's the problem. Is I got a ton of sports games. F-Zero.
That sounds familiar.
That's another one of those racing. I think you race or something in it.
I'm right there with you, Bub. I do too.
Oh yeah. Here you go. Roadrunners Death Valley Rally.
Oh, nice. Remember the Roadrunner cartoon was one of my favorites back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh, Sunsoft made it.
Oh yeah. Sunsoft made some very good games. You want another game based on a movie? Cool World.
Oh, wow, God, I forgot about that one. That
And
was,
then you have
was that Val Kilmer?
no, that was Brad Pitt.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was Brad Pitt. Speedy Gonzalez,
Oh, wow.
which Marvin's number one for me. Slowpoke Rodriguez, his cousin, and then Speedy Gonzalez, and then Daffy Duck are my four favorites. And then Yosemite Sam is number 5. So
Oh, yeah.
Bugs Bunny's Rabbit Rampage.
Oh, that's cool. I wonder, did they ever make a Droopy game?
I don't remember if they did.
Back in the day.
I thought they did, but I don't remember. I know they made like Popeye. I have Popeye here somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Mario's Time Machine.
Oh, that's cool.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Fighter. Tournament Fighter.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
Yeah, it's not very, very good, but here's Adam's Family's Values based on another movie.
Oh, that's cool.
Needs some. That Home Alone or is that Home Alone 2? No, that's Home Alone, it looks like.
Oh, wow.
You know how I got all kinds of junk. You just name it. I got like 100 and something Super Nintendo games, you know?
That's awesome. I've missed like that whole Super Nintendo era.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really get into it as much as I probably should have back in the day, but there's some more Donkey Kong Country. What's this one? Tasmania.
Oh, man. I remember playing a Taz game on the Sega, I think.
I got one in there. I have to pull it out and show it to you. What is this? Dr. Frankenstein. Is it Dr. Frankenstein? The Adventures of Dr. Franken. Dr. Franken.
That looks cool.
It's supposed to be, so. The last but not least, Super Star Wars.
Superstar. That sounds cool.
I think it's like updated version. Like here, based on Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Oh, that's nice.
I got the Nintendo Sega version of that. This is Mickey's. This is Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. I guess it was from Blockbuster.
Blockbuster.
Here's the Incredible Crash Test Dummies.
Oh, gosh. I remember that. I remember,
That was like, you remember the cartoon?
They came out with toys and everything from Crash
Yeah, they
Test.
had a cartoon, they had a video game, and they also had a band that called themselves Crash Test Dummies. And all they're known for is the song.
I didn't know they had a band. I remember like the cartoon and the toys and all that stuff.
No, the guy called himself the Crash Test Dummies, and their song was the It was the Campbell. They called it the Campbell Soup song. Once there was a man around. Da, 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 do, 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 do,
Oh, I think I do remember that.
Yeah, here's another Blockbuster game. I can't even tell you what it is. Only reason I know what it is because they put Jeopardy on it. It is Sports Edition Jeopardy. It's from Blockbuster, but you know.
That's how you know it's a relic from the past, right there.
I know. You know, there's some rare games for the 64 that are just Blockbuster exclusives.
Really?
Yeah, and they're hard to find. That's what I've heard.
It's funny. I remember there was a video store. It was a smaller video store. It's called Pick-a-Flick Video.
Yeah.
And they had a game for the Sega Genesis called Booger Man. And it was a Pick-a-Flick exclusive.
Oh, yeah. Booger Man. Yeah. I'm trying to see if I have that. I keep seeing it for sale, and I keep thinking I have it, but I don't know if I do. It's on my list. Here's Metal Combat. Don't know much about it. Just know it's there. You know, it's one of those things that's just there.
Yeah.
Another Donkey Kong Country.
Starting to get close to the 3-hour mark, so I'm probably going to wrap it up soon.
Okay. There's Clue.
Oh man, I remember that movie.
Well, let me see if I find that. I'll show you that. Thing. But yeah, I'll grab the Sega one out and I'll show you a couple of those, and then we'll wrap it up.
All right.
I don't need to show you the PS3 stuff because that's just a bunch of junk sitting in there. Oh, I didn't show you this one. Micro Machine.
Oh man.
64 Turbo.
A few of those toys back in the
They
day.
made a comeback.
Really?
Yeah.
It's funny, a lot of stuff from back then seems to like be coming back.
Oh yeah, it's like odd that all this stuff. Yeah, you were talking about Mario Kart 64.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you were talking about Mario Kart there for a minute. You've ever played WCW Mayhem?
probably. Oh yeah, I played that on the PlayStation.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple of these.
From gosh, I would say from every WCW game from the PlayStation One and every WWF game from the PlayStation One to current, I've probably played.
Oh, okay.
Just a few that I missed from Nintendo 64. I never got to play like No Mercy or anything like that.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I have that one. Some of these games are just, they're just cheap to find. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
One of my all-time favorites is still Here Comes the Pain on the PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
But I remember like the original, like a lot of the originals on the PlayStation 1, like Warzone,
Yeah.
it was almost like putting in a Mortal Kombat fatality to do a finishing move. You had to push like 7 or 8 buttons to get the Stone Cold Stunner.
Yeah. I might have two of
I
those.
think it wasn't until like the SmackDown versus Raw games where they finally like dumbed the controls down to like one button finishing moves.
Oh yeah, because I always hated it when you had to like push a bunch of buttons for something.
Yeah. And I didn't have like no internet back then, so I couldn't look up the moves.
Yeah. That's like the bad part about it is who had
Yeah.
internet back in like the
I would
you
like
know,
I remember going to like the grocery stores and looking
yeah.
on the aisle with the magazines and like trying to write down the moves from the strategy guides because I
Oh yeah.
I didn't even have a phone back then that could take a picture of it. I just had to like try to write it write it down real quick before I got caught.
Yeah. Let me see here. Let me get all this stuff back in here so I can shut this.
It's funny. I've got
Secret of
a
Mana.
PlayStation 3 wrestling game right here,
Yeah.
WWE 13. When this game first came out back in the day, it launched with an app on your phone where you could like download yourself on the cover.
Yeah.
So this was me from 2013 on the cover of WWE 13.
Dang. That's awesome.
It was cool because they downloaded like the original back cover and everything with it.
Yeah.
You could just put yourself on the cover.
Damn. That's a way to do it. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh crap. Oh crap.
But that's like yeah, that's the only PlayStation 3 game I have right now still in the collection. I mostly have PS2 and a few PS1s. We've got a few more right here. Here's one that was fun to play back in the day. Stuntman. Don't know if anybody remembers that one. It was kind of like Driver a little bit from PlayStation 1. Really cool game. Resident Evil Code Veronica, that was a fun one. I've always been a big fan of all the Resident Evil games. Oh, this one's got a memory card in it. It's a relic. Oh, wow.
The Royal Rumble.
That's
You know
awesome.
that. It had Undertaker, Hulk Hogan, Crush, the Narcissist Lex Luger, Shawn Michaels, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Razor Ramon, Macho Man, Randy Savage, the model Rick Martel,
Oh, wow.
Papa Shanko, Bret the Hitman Hart, and IRS.
That's awesome.
One or two players. R.I.P. with the Tombstone Pile Driver. Take a seat, Lex Luger, and you take a seat and you hit him over the head with it. 2 or 3 man tag team action. Holy cow.
That's awesome.
It's like, wow. I mean, just to say you have something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've got Master System games. I've got all kinds of stuff. I don't even know why. Sometimes I end up finding stuff. I'm like, why do I have 2 copies of this? I've got the Superman game for Genesis, made by Sunsoft, so it's got to be good, right?
I remember what the Death and Return of Superman game was one of my favorites from back in the
Oh yeah, I
Sega.
wish I had that. That is too expensive. I wanted to get it,
I know
but I can't find it.
it's crazy expensive, especially if you get it complete in box.
Yeah, it's one of those games I wish I had, but I can't have it. You know.
Yeah, it's
Like,
crazy what some of the games cost. That what bugs me the most is I had so many PlayStation One games
yeah.
that when it come time to get a PlayStation Two, I had to sell like all my PlayStation One stuff to get a PS2 because I didn't have enough money back then.
Oh yeah.
Well, same with PlayStation 3. When PlayStation 3 come out, I had to sell all my PlayStation 2 stuff. And like looking up some of those games now to try to get them back in the collection and seeing the prices, it's just like,
Oh yeah.
oh my god, man! I wish that I knew then what I know now. I never would
Oh
have
yeah.
sold it.
That's what I did. I
Some
sold.
of it, I'm never going to be able to get back.
Yeah, some of the PlayStation 2 stuff I really didn't care anything about because the only thing that I sold, which I probably wish I would have kept, but I think I sold it, was Buffy the Vampire Slayer game.
Yeah.
I
I remember
sold
there was
that.
a couple I had.
Most of mine were all sports games except for one game that I didn't sell.
I had a Capcom fighting game called Rival Schools on the PlayStation One,
Yeah.
and now that's about $140-$150 game, so I'm
Oh
not getting
yeah.
it back. Marvel Superheroes on PlayStation One, that's like over $100 game.
Oh yeah.
It's
Marvel
like,
versus
I sold that
Capcom.
stuff so cheap back in the day. Like I
Oh
wish I
yeah.
would have did those.
Yeah. Marvel versus Capcom is an expensive game.
Yeah. Did you know they're actually re-releasing those games in a collection? Marvel
Yeah.
versus Capcom, Marvel
Huh.
Superheroes, Marvel versus Street Fighter. It's supposed to be out by the end of this year, I think.
Yeah. Who's the other one? It was something. Was it was it Street Fighter versus SNK?
Probably because I remember all those games.
Yeah,
All those
SNK. I used to play that too. I played that a
so
while back. I didn't like Mortal Kombat. I was never a Mortal Kombat guy.
really. I loved
Yeah, I
them,
was
man.
more of a Street Fighter person.
And I remember my older brother. He always would beat me in Madden football.
Yeah,
And I remember Mortal Kombat was the only fighting game I could beat him in.
yeah,
He just stopped playing it with me. He wouldn't play it no.
yeah. I have it here. Yeah, I got a bunch of Madden games laying around here. You know, it's like for different consoles from like the PlayStation, not
Yeah.
PlayStation, but from the what was it?
I never got into like the newer. Like I think the last Mortal Kombat game I played was Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, or no, Mortal Kombat Trilogy on the PlayStation 1. Oh, that's cool.
I have the ones for the PlayStation.
Then I started getting more into those early Street Fighter games and the Tekken games on PlayStation
Oh
One.
yeah,
So
Tekken 5 was good. Or 7. Was it 7? I think there was 7.
I never
I
got
just
to
remember.
play. I think the last Tekken game I played was Tekken Tag Tournament on the PlayStation Two.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I
I
played
never
that.
really got to play any of
I
the
played them
new
in the
ones.
arcade. I used to play Tekken in the arcade
Yeah.
at the bowling alley.
Tekken 3 was probably still a favorite of mine on the
Yeah.
PlayStation 1.
Yeah, somewhere here I had it, but I was going to show it. But I don't see it. I don't see it. Where did it go? Where did it go? Let me hang on.
All right.
Grab it real quick and we'll get out of here.
Gosh, I'm trying to remember the last Street Fighter game I played was probably Street Fighter Alpha 3 on the PlayStation 1. It's like so many of those games I played were from the PlayStation era, and then I just didn't play any of the sequels to them on the newer systems for some reason. I don't know if it's because I got old and I just started sucking at fighting games and stopped buying them or what. Like I tried to play Mortal Kombat 11, I think. I tried to play it and I was terrible. Luckily, it was free on the PlayStation Plus, so I didn't lose any money on it. I just sucked and like deleted it off my system. I probably wouldn't be good at the old fighters now though. Like if I went back and I tried to play the old school games again, I'd probably suck at those now too. But I remember it like just playing the crap out of Mortal Kombat and Tekken on the PlayStation, the original PlayStation. So many of my favorite games just come from that the PlayStation One era, and I had a lot of favorites on PlayStation Two, man. Especially the wrestling games, like I was saying. Here Comes the Pain on the PlayStation Two was a favorite. I don't know if anybody remembers SSX Tricky on the PlayStation Two. That was an awesome snowboarding game. It was so much fun. I need to look that one up and see if that's expensive because I've still got a PlayStation 2 system. I just need to hook it up. I would love to find like one of the older TVs to play it on.
This is one of those games that I ended up getting
It
back.
would.
Yeah, for the Sega Master System. I had the Master System version, which was totally different than the others. But yeah, I ended up with trading that in. But yeah, I had but the most expensive game on my Master System is the King's Quest game.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that game is like over $100 just complete.
wow.
And I've had that since I was a kid.
The Master System was that the one that had like the volume control right on the console?
You let me open up the box. I think I have it sitting right here. So let me
Okay.
look.
I can't remember what year it was when we first got the Sega Genesis back in the day. But I remember I was playing RoboCop. I had just rented it on the regular Nintendo, and my older brother brought in the Sega Genesis and Sonic 2. That was amazing to me. Going from like Nintendo to Sega. Here's one I think I don't know if you're talking about this one in particular, the Capcom versus SNK, but I've got that on PlayStation 2. I think one thing I miss I miss the manuals with games. I really wish they still did that in modern games because they got the cases that still have the place for them, but when you open the game up, there's never nothing there, man. I hate that they stopped putting manuals in the games, especially since they charge so much for games now. It's like it just feels like you're not getting your money's worth, really. But games, they really need to start doing that again. I feel like if they're going to keep charging $70 for new games, give us a manual.
Okay. Let me see here. Master System. Here's your Master System.
Oh wow, I don't think I've seen. Yeah, I've definitely never seen a Sega that looked like that before.
That's the original Sega Master System. Power Base one that came out. And then here is your Genesis.
Oh yeah, that's the one I remember.
Yeah, with the power, with the volume control
Yeah.
here. On, off, reset. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. That, and then there's different versions of the Master System, but this was the first one that came out.
That's awesome. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. I still have my original from 1988 and from 1992.
Yeah, I think it was 92 or 93 when we first got the Sega back in the day.
Yeah. So, alrighty, that's about all I got for games and other stuff. I mean, without showing hockey stuff and
Yeah.
other stuff I got laying around here, but let me see if I can turn it this way.
Oh wow.
But in the
That's
corner
awesome, man.
back there, those two shadow boxes
Yeah.
of Batman back there, they actually came from the Warner Brothers. They were sold at the Warner Brothers store back in the early like 91 to 2001.
That's awesome.
When they were still in business. So I bought them off of eBay, but that's where they originally were sold from. And in the car I bought at the Bond exhibit up in Illinois at the museum. And then just a bunch of Wayne Gretzky stuff. Some cars with the Muppets on it. Some more autographs. Wayne Gretzky autograph that I got, that I sent in the card, and he sent it back. So I stuck it in, took the card out of that thing and put it in there. So
That's awesome.
I'll put it in over there. So it's right down there somewhere. Right there. But then there's a video game there. Video games. There's actually a Commodore 64 Wayne Gretzky video game in there.
Oh wow.
I didn't know it existed. I just happened to type in Wayne Gretzky video games and it popped up. So I said, hell, I'll take it.
Oh, no doubt.
Gotta have it. And then
Oh, I think it froze.
what did I do?
There it goes. Oh wow, that's awesome.
That is Danny Phillips did that one. The guy did that. That is David Finch. That's the guy I got the picture of.
Oh,
Did
nice.
the Batman. That's his print. So he signed that. Another guy that was from Bart Sears, I think. It was one of those guys from. It was at Fayetteville Con. He had some prints. So I bought one, and he had to pay like $5 a signature. So I got some books signed. And those right there are from a buddy of mine. He did those, and he literally did them as paintings originally.
Oh,
And what he did is he turned them into prints.
that's awesome.
So the Batman and Superman, and then the other one down there, that is Don Rosa, the guy who did Uncle Scrooge and DuckTales and all that.
Oh,
Donald Duck, he did a bunch of like homages. Then you have Orko over there. I bought that off the guy's website who did that. Another guy did Rocky and Bullwinkle. The Batman is just a print. It's just something you print it off of, you just blow up the picture and you send it into thingamajigger. Like, what do you call that place? Like CVS or whatever, Walgreens, CVS, and you get it printed out. That's right there, the Smurf thing. I don't know if you can see it very well, but it's right above the Batman. That's a cell. That's a cell.
oh, cool.
So that's a Smurf cell because I'm really big into Smurfs. And then that's my DVD collection, part of my DVD collection. My pops, all my pop junk. The Star Wars picture back there.
That's an awesome setup, man.
My Mr. Toad. I wish I still had the Mr. Toad pop. I sold the pop like that. But that's a popcorn bucket from Disney.
Oh, cool.
I bought that from somebody that had it. Pretty decent price. And then there's cartoons, Brave Star, Defenders of the Universe, and all that. So that's pretty cool. I got that. I saw a bunch of other junk there. Roger Rabbit books, Fraggle Rock stuff, war movies and books and comics. You name it, I've got it all over the place.
That's awesome, man.
My popcorn bucket from AMC for the Ghostbuster movie that just came out recently.
Oh, was that good?
That was actually good. I like that movie.
Yeah. It's
I
been,
like them.
I'm so far behind on new movies. It's current. Like the last new movie I actually went and saw in theater was Endgame. That's how far behind I am on movies.
Marvel movies, I would say just go rent them. I mean, you can't really rent them, but go to Disney. If you can get Disney Plus, just pick up Disney Plus and watch them. Because they're not really.
I bought this Far From Home like 2 or 3 Black Fridays ago for $4.
Yeah.
And I still haven't watched it yet.
Oh, yeah. All the Spider-Man movies are great. Even the multiverse one. I didn't even see the first. I tried to watch the first. What do you call that guy? The Cumberbatch guy. What was he? Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to watch the first Doctor Strange movie and it didn't work. I didn't get very far in the very beginning, so I just never had a chance to finish to get going in it, to watch it enough. So I watched like a few minutes of it and then I'm like, okay. And then I got busy doing something else, and next thing you know, I'm like, okay, second one's out. I'll go see it. And I only saw it because it had Spider-Man in it, and it had whatchamacallit in it.
Scarlet Witch.
Scarlet Witch, and that one was good. The Ant-Man movie was good. Guardians 3, if you have to go see it, if you happen to pick it up cheap.
I like the first two.
The first two have a fun, great music, fun vibe. Third one, not so much. Not so much fun vibe because it's more or less like an origin story for Rocket Raccoon.
Oh, yeah.
And it just has some animal cruelty type stuff in there. Kind of deal. So, I mean, if you're really not into animal cruelty, you'd probably skip some of that part. Yeah, hard to watch it. It's hard to watch, when you're sitting there watching these people, experiment on animals and stuff,
Chicago Schultz, he had a question here. He said, Smurf trivia question. How tall are Smurfs? Hint we saw at the beginning of every episode.
Oh, I don't even remember.
Gosh, it's been so long since I saw the Smurfs. I used to love that cartoon back in the day, though.
Yeah,
I'm going to guess like 2 inches, maybe.
I would probably say that's probably what they are, about 2-3 inches. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just a guess.
yeah. But yeah, I just don't know a whole lot, you know. But yeah, a lot of their movies, a lot of Marvel movies haven't been that good. I mean, the last movie I saw was Minions, Despicable Me 4.
3 apples high. Okay.
Okay. 3 apples up on top. 4 bananas up on top. Yeah, but it was yeah, that was the last movie I saw was Despicable Me 4.
Yeah, it's like I don't know why I just got so far behind. I guess because I didn't have any streaming services for such a long time, and I
Yeah.
still don't. So I don't really get to like watch anything on streaming anymore.
Oh yeah, if you get the
But
free
if I
streaming, if you
if I
get it
ever
for like,
come in cheap and get a streaming service, I'll like binge watch a bunch of stuff.
oh yeah, that's what I would do. Then just cancel it when you're done,
Yeah,
you know.
wait
Like,
for a trial to come out and then try to binge watch everything in a
oh
week.
yeah, the thing I
Yeah.
haven't really watched is I haven't seen any of the Star Wars TV shows
Oh yeah, I
or
got to
Marvel
see.
TV
Uh,
shows.
I got to see the first season of Mandalorian, and that was like the only one I got to see.
Yeah, I didn't see any of that stuff because I got to the point where I was just like, after all the movies and everything, I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. This is it. This is all they got. And I like the movies. Don't get me wrong, but it's just I started to like just realize it has to. I have to be in the mood to watch it or be like interested, you know. And most of that stuff didn't interest me anymore, you know.
And it's funny, like I never watched Star Wars growing up.
Yeah,
I didn't see a Star Wars movie until Rogue One came out, and I
yeah.
watched that. And after I saw that, I went back and I watched like the original movies.
Oh yeah, the first three. Now I'm talking like the original three from the 70s, 70, 80s, 77, 80, and
Yeah,
80, 4, 5, and 6. Those were what I grew up on. I wasn't old enough. I wasn't even born yet when the first one came out, but I saw the third one in theaters when it came out. And I remember watching that, and that was good, but the rest of it was just not so good.
yeah. I remember. I was born in 1980.
Yeah.
So see, I was
But,
probably 6 or 7 years old when I remember seeing my very first movie, and it was the Christopher Reeve Superman movie.
ah.
So I like immediately got into those, and I never really
Hmm.
watched Star Wars or
So you
any
saw
of
that
those
on
until
you
like
saw that on
much
VHS?
later. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because I remember my first movie in the theaters was E.T.
Really?
And I was 4 years old. So,
Uh, the first movie I ever remember seeing in the theater, I want uh I want to say it was called American Tail. It was a cartoon.
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Feifel
Yeah,
Goes West.
yeah. That was the first movie I ever remember seeing in an actual theater when I was little.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I saw almost any Disney movie. My favorite Disney movie is the Great Mouse Detective.
I don't think I remember that one.
Yeah, that was the one where it was based on Sherlock Holmes.
Oh,
So,
but yeah, it
yeah.
was like whatever year Rogue One came out. That's when I saw my first
Um,
Star Wars movie.
that was
Maybe
between
2016.
episode 1. That was between the 7 and 8, if I'm not mistaken. It's between 7 and 8. Because Rogue One was the one that I ranked higher. Oh, I can tell you in a minute here. I think I wrote it down. I don't
Well,
remember.
after I saw it, I went back and I watched the original movies with like Luke and Leia and all them, and then
Yeah.
I saw the prequel trilogy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. A lot of people don't. I actually ranked all the Star Wars movies, but I ranked them with Rogue One in there, with Solo in there, and the two made-for-TV Ewok movies in there. So I
Uh,
threw those in there. So I threw all those in there, not just the nine
I,
movies. I actually did all
I
those.
still never saw the last one that came out and the Solo movie they did. I never saw those yet.
Solo was good. It could have been a little better, but it was supposed to be a. It almost made it like a tree like a trilogy. It should have been a trilogy.
Oh,
It was built for a trilogy, but because of the backlash that they had, and ended up taking the guys off the movie and bringing Ron Howard on to finish it,
oh, really?
kind of deal. It really wasn't great. It was just a lot of it just was a lot of backlash. But yeah, it was Return of the Jedi. Yeah, Rogue One was the one I ranked number 2 on my list. A lot of people didn't like the last movie, The Last Jedi.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like that one. I did. I actually ranked it number 6 out of all my movies. The only two I didn't like was Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. Those were my two worst movies.
Those were the prequel trilogies.
Yeah, those were the dumb
Uh,
crap that, you know, I didn't
I
really
ended up
like the
liking
second one.
the Darth Maul character, and it just felt like they killed him off so quick.
Actually, we would have got more of Darth Maul, to tell you the truth. We could have got more of him, but
Yeah.
Solo didn't finish.
Uh,
Solo didn't go as far as we thought. Solo should have had a sequel because he was headed to Jabba the Hutt. Was supposed to be the next one. And if we would have got the Solo sequel we would have got to know more. You would have got more of what you were supposed to get. You know what I mean? You would have got more of Solo's background. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Why he met, why he ended up, what happened with him in Jabba the Hutt? Why did Jabba the Hutt want him? You know, we would have got more of that. We would have got more of Darth Maul, some other characters. You know, but they didn't. They didn't go anywhere. They just stopped it. And
Yeah.
now they're talking about giving us a Mandalorian movie. So
Oh, really?
yeah, there's a rumor going around that they're talking about doing a Mandalorian type movie, but I think it's not going to go anywhere because this is like people said, like the seventh or eighth time they've given us some kind of movie or TV show idea, and they have never acted on it. So they're still waiting on it. Me, I'm just like, I'm done. I'm over it. I don't care. You do what you want. You get those people who starve for that stuff, who have to see it because that's all they do.
I've heard a lot of the animated stuff was good, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, not yeah, the Clone Wars was good. Rebels was good. A lot of the other stuff not so much. The Christmas special, don't waste your time. Before our time, the Christmas special with B. Arthur.
Oh, really? From
Yeah,
Golden.
yeah, she was the bartender in it. That's why I don't really. I
Yeah,
think I've seen it, but
I didn't
like,
even know that existed.
yeah, Christmas special was one of those made for TV Christmas specials that Lucas basically did as a Chewbacca type thing.
Uh,
So you get Chewbacca's family and all this other stuff, and then it just didn't work. I guess it wasn't as good as they anticipated it to be, so it went, let's bury it and not
yeah,
mention that it exists. Let's try to forget we made this.
like the ET game they put in the landfill.
Oh yeah. It's like crazy. I've seen ET and it's like $8. You can buy it for like $8 in the box.
Oh wow.
I'm like, dude, I don't want the ET game for $8, but I'll buy MASH for like $1.
Yeah, for real.
That's the only game I want, from Atari because I never grew up with Atari. My neighbor had the Atari Jaguar, I think it was, not the handheld one. I think the handheld was Lynx. I think he had the Atari Jaguar, and he had that for about a month, or not even that, maybe a couple weeks. And I think he said it didn't work right, or it wasn't what he thought it was, so he took it back.
Wow.
They ended up taking it back, but yeah, he had that. My neighbor, 2 houses down, he was my best friend at the time, but he got held back 1 year in kindergarten, so had to go to this developmental type first grade thing where you had to repeat first grade twice. So he went to that and got to do that. So and was a year behind me, but I haven't talked to him since I moved a long time ago. So I think I talked to him one or two times after that, but not much. Since they moved themselves too, so they ended up moving.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's just crazy. But I wish my neighbor across the street. I wish I would have kept in touch with him. I don't know whatever happened to them. They just stopped. She just stopped writing one day, and we don't know what happened.
Hmm.
Somehow the neighbor thinks that his dad testified against some gangsters or some mobsters or something,
Oh wow.
and they had to
Yeah.
move him around a couple different places because he moved out somewhere and he moved out to Massachusetts or somewhere. And then they were out there for a while and then he disappeared. I wish I would have kept in touch with him because he had all he's the one who got me into Star Wars,
Oh
like
yeah.
He-Man, all that stuff. He had all that stuff. The neighbor across the street that moved in later ended up, this was way later. I think when I was in middle school, I think he moved in. I think I was in middle school at the time and he moved in. They moved in and he was a turtle guy. He was the Ninja Turtle guy and got my sister into turtles and everything
That's
and got
awesome.
her got her into that. So she's got a lot of the toys and stuff from that and some of the characters and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I didn't really collect a lot of that stuff. I had GI Joes that got stolen from a guy that I went to school with, and my dad worked with his dad at the same company, and he ended up stealing my. He like so-called borrowed the toys. You know how you like let your friend borrow something, but
Yeah.
never gave it back. He claimed that he lost it or it was left at his grandparents' house. Then he ends up moving, you
Man.
know. So ends up taking it, ends up stealing it, and I'm like, "You crook! You took all my GI Joes." Took a lot of my GI Joe stuff, so I was like pissed. But I wish I still had some of that stuff. I would
Oh
be.
yeah.
I
That's.
had the slaughter car, the one that he drove, or the vehicle he drove in. I had the chopper. I had one of the choppers. I had one of the bad guy choppers. I had a boat. I had all kinds of crap.
I remember my cousin had like the GI Joe like ship thing.
Oh, the aircraft carrier,
Yeah. And I always wanted
USS
that. I
Flag.
never got one.
Oh yeah, that thing was like 6 feet long or something.
Yeah. It was huge.
Yeah, the guy tried to put it together, but yeah, there was that Technodrome. They had they had that. They had the Cobra Drome or Technodrome, whatever they called it. They had that. No, Technodrome was the turtles, but no, it was some kind of drone. They had their base. They had that. They had the GI Joe base. Because my neighbor, because the guy I went to school with had that, had the base, had both bases, and that. And then they sold some of their stuff. My neighbor bought some, but I wish I would have got it.
Uh,
But I
like
didn't have the money at the time to get it. But yeah, he had all that stuff.
I remember like the biggest thing I remember having was the
Space shuttle.
Ghostbusters Firehouse.
Oh,
We're having
I've
that.
been looking for
I
one of
don't know
those
whatever
forever.
happened to it, but I
Yeah.
remember having that when I was a kid because I loved the Ghostbusters cartoon.
Oh yeah. I've got a lot of Ghostbuster stuff laying around here. Like all the like the characters that they re-released them all
Oh yeah,
from the
I know. I
TVs.
had. I don't know if you can see them, but the Ninja Turtles. They re-released those a couple years ago.
Oh yeah.
Got all four of them. I got them at Walmart.
Yeah.
They look
Are
like
they the ones with the red bandana?
yeah, yeah. It had
Okay.
all the weapons were on like this cutout like sheet thing where you could like push them out of the thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it's they look just like the originals that came out in the '80s.
Oh, okay. The ones that were like on the originally like the aren't those what the who made those? Mecha?
No,
Or not the NECA ones. I keep thinking of the
no.
NECA ones. I don't know why, but yeah, I
These
remember those. Yeah.
these were at Walmart. I think at
Oh,
the time
okay.
they were $10 a piece. But
Do they say do they say Nickelodeon on them somewhere?
um, no, it's just Playmates down here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It might be the ones before. Yeah, it might be before Nickelodeon bought them.
yeah.
Because Nickelodeon bought them, and now everything says Nickelodeon on it. Oh, there it is on the back. Nickelodeon. I see it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
there.
right there. All
Yeah,
right.
they don't put on the front. Usually they put on the front. Yeah, that's what they were. Yeah, they were.
But I got
They're all the
lucky and
different.
found all four of them, and that just like
Yeah.
brought back childhood memories. So I had to get them.
Oh yeah, those turtles. At one point, I remember hearing about it that they got to the point where they were just putting farmers out there, and like they were in farmer outfits. They were in
Yeah,
like samurai
so
outfits.
many.
Anything they could figure out to put them out there,
Yeah,
because the cartoon really to me died off after maybe 3 or 4 years.
yeah,
The cartoon lasted 10 years, but it was like they changed the theme song at some point. They changed it, made it more darker and all that. And it's just like, to me, it's like you ruined what everybody
I
had.
remember. Yeah, when they first started changing it, that's when I stopped watching it.
Oh, yeah. I think I watched it up to a point, and I remember that. And then when they re released it, they ran it on like Fox or something, Fox Kids.
Yeah,
Years later, I watched it for a while there, but yeah, it was just something that I didn't even care a whole lot for. Yeah, yeah, that I used to watch GI Joe. I got that over there somewhere.
oh
GI
yeah,
Joe. I've got Cops. I don't know if you remember the show
oh yeah.
Cops.
I remember that.
Yeah, the cartoon. So
Gosh, Mask. I remember Mask.
I got that on DVD over there. I just found Teddy Ruxpin on DVD.
Oh wow.
I got the
Yeah,
Adventures of
there's
Teddy
so many
Ruxpin.
cartoons from back then that I remember, like Thundercats,
I've got that.
Silverhawks,
Silverhawks. I wish I could
Brave
get.
Star.
I've got Brave Star here somewhere. Yeah, I got Brave Star, Defenders of the Universe.
One called Mighty Max. That was early '90s. It only lasted a couple seasons.
Oh, I got the video game of that from
Oh
the
yeah,
for the Genesis.
awesome.
Then there was yeah, cause I got Cops over there. I got Darkwing Duck, Inspector
Uh,
Gadget.
Darkwing Duck. Yeah, I love that.
I've got Inspector Gadget's Christmas special. I got Batman the Animated Series.
Oh, that was definitely a favorite.
I've got
A lot of those cartoons introduced me. That's what introduced me to the comics.
yeah. That's what got me was the Spider-Man stuff because I used to watch when I
Yeah.
was little, when I was sick or something, and I'd stay home. I'd watch the Spider-Man one from '67,
Oh,
the one from
uh,
'67
yeah,
to '70.
Spider-Man, Amazing Friends.
No, that was after that. This was
Oh,
the one that was from '67, the one with the Spider-Man, do
oh,
whatever a spider
yeah.
can. Spins a web any size, catches crooks just like flies. Look out, here comes the Spider-Man. Listen, bud, he's got radioactive blood. Yeah, That's the one that I remember with the blazing music at the beginning of
Yeah.
it. But they ran out of storylines after a while there because some of the stuff towards the third season to me is they ran out of villains. I guess they couldn't, they used um like Vulture wasn't an old man. Vulture
Yeah.
was actually younger guy. So there was no old guy Vulture and that. So, they had some other stuff. But I remember the Spider-Man 90s show, if you ever remember that.
Yeah.
That one was good, but it's terrible in reruns.
Really?
It's bad in reruns because they don't run the reruns because it's sort of like the old how they had X-Men 97 now came out.
Yeah.
It's the old X-Men show. They would do episodes. So they would have like part 1 of 5 or 1 of
Oh, yeah.
10 and you'd have to watch 10 episodes. But when they show them in reruns, they don't show them in order.
Yeah, I hate that.
So it doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. I tried to watch it and I'm like, yeah, no, nah. Adventures of Superman. I want to get that. I want to get the animated Superman.
Oh yeah, I used to
I
love
have
that.
the original one. I have the Fleischer ones, but I want the one that came out around the same time that the animated Batman series was ending.
Yeah.
That one came out. I want to get that one because that one was halfway decent. That Superman was good. The animated series of Batman was good. The New Adventures of Batman, not so much.
Yeah, I
That
didn't
was
watch
more
that.
like Filmation or
I
whoever did
remember
that.
liking Batman Beyond,
Oh yeah, I don't think I ever.
but
Was that the
after that,
one
I
where?
didn't watch.
Was that the one where Bruce Wayne was an old man?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I remember watching a little bit of that. I didn't really get into that as much. Freakazoid. Remember that. What else was there?
I remember the old Shazam TV show.
Oh yeah, you could have bought that on Amazon Prime days.
Yeah.
I've got. I'm still trying to collect all the Simpsons.
Ah,
All
that
the
show's been around forever.
35 years.
Yeah.
And they started in 1987 on the Tracy Ullman show
Yeah.
as a skit, and now they've been on for 35 years on their own. And then I got the Wonder Woman over there. I got Great American Hero. I've got Flash, Adventures of Lois and Clark. The one that I don't see that they haven't done, I don't know if you ever watched it, was the old Superboy cartoon or no Superboy TV show.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen
Not
that.
not Smallville, but the other one.
Yeah. I think it came out of late '80s, early '90s.
Yeah, it's the one where you see the
Yeah.
Superboy comic with where he's holding the woman and it
Yeah.
looks like the
I've got
movie.
that. I've got that issue.
Yeah, I've got it somewhere. I used to have that. I used to have that issue. But yeah, that's the one where that was from the TV show. And I remember watching that. I don't remember where I watched it on, but I remember watching it on cable. And I was just like, okay, it was like around the time Rin Tin Tin came out.
Uh,
Adventures of
I
Rin Tin
remember
Tin.
the Superboy show. It was the last season or close to the last season. They actually had Lex Luger from WCW guest star on an episode
Yeah.
where he played a version of Superman.
Man, it's just like when Hogan had his own TV show.
Oh
Thunder
yeah,
in Paradise.
yeah,
I could not believe that. You probably remember this. Remember when Macho Man used to do Slim Jim commercials?
yeah,
And it was WCW. I think it was around the time the NWO had come out, I think. And I think they had beat up Macho Man because I think he went to the other side or something, or joined the other side, or they kicked him out or something. I forget what
He
it was.
eventually joined the NWO.
Yeah, they were beating him up or something, and they pulled out Slim Jims and started whapping him with Slim Jims. I was like, come on,
That
how
was
lame.
such a crazy time in wrestling.
I couldn't even, and I don't even remember. Now, this is how bad I am with wrestling. I didn't even remember that JD, that Jim Ross, that
Oh, yeah.
Jim Ross used to be on WCW
Yeah.
before he went over to went over there in WrestleMania 9, went over there and joined over there. I
Yeah.
never knew that. And then Tony Schiavone used to be over
Old
there before.
WCW cards from like '91 were with
Yeah.
Jim Ross.
I just don't even remember that. And I used to have on either was DVD or it was CD. It was a DVD or a VHS. I used to have the WrestleMania 9.
Uh,
That was the best one because that was right at the time Hogan won the title. That was when Yokozuna cheated him.
oh yeah, the
Bret
whole Greek
Hart,
thing. Yeah.
yeah, cheated Bret Hart, and Hogan came out there and tried to tell the ref. So Mister whatever his name was,
Mr. Fuji.
Mister Fuji, yeah, Mister Fuji goes over there and tells him something, and he goes, Hogan, we fight you for a title. And he gets up there, and Hogan picks him up, slams him, wins the title, and then at SummerSlam, Yokozuna crushed Hulkamania, and that's when he was leaving. His contract was up, and he was going to WCW, and Yokozuna crushed him.
I
I
remember
remember
watching
that.
that. Like, I didn't start watching wrestling until Hogan was already in WCW. But
About
I went back.
93,
I went
yeah.
to my video store, Pick a Flick, had like all the old pay-per-views for rent. So I would like rent all the old ones, and that's how I
Yeah.
saw like all the older stuff.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I watched it with Saturday Night Wrestling, the WCW Saturday Night stuff and the late night stuff that you'd watch late at night.
Yeah.
You'd see they used to have one called Law. They used to have Wow, Women of Wrestling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
And then they
sneaking
had
up trying to watch that when I was little and getting in trouble.
yeah. I remember watching the movie I got in trouble for watching with my dad said, oh, you can't watch that. Was the movie They Lived.
Oh yeah, with Rowdy Piper.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
when yeah, and all I remember in that whole movie was when Roddy Piper was beating up Louis Gossett Jr. in the back alley. Where are the glasses? No, where are the glasses? I'm like, and it felt like the scene was less than probably what I thought it was, but I thought it was like a 10-minute fight between the two
Yeah,
of them. It was
I remember
probably,
like seeing that. It felt like it lasted forever.
yeah, I was like, man, just wear the
Like, how
glasses.
are these guys still getting up?
I know. And then they finally, I guess somehow he got him. He put the glasses in front of him, and he saw the cop or something was an alien. He's like, okay. Then he started knowing it. But yeah, that was a great movie.
Yeah.
Then there was the one where Piper was in the boat. I don't remember if he was the bad guy in that one, but he had like the boat that he owned or something.
I remember several movies that Piper did.
Yeah, Piper did a bunch, but it was like nothing really like what Hogan had better movies. Piper just did like made for TV type movies.
Yeah.
And then don't forget in was it Suburban Commando or was it Nanny? Or was it
Oh,
the one where Mark Calloway was in it?
oh yeah. I think that was Suburban Commando.
Yeah,
Taken.
or he was in it. But yeah, I forgot that he was in WCW.
Oh yeah. Me,
I
Mark
watch those
Calloway.
old on Instagram. Sometimes those old wrestling videos will pop up for some reason, and I think because I watched a couple of them, and I'll get those clips where I'll get those reels of the old wrestling videos, and then there's like Mark Calloway was there with somebody. Forget who the guy was that was managing him at the time.
I remember Paul. Not Paul Bear.
Teddy Long.
Yeah.
I
And I
forgot
think
Teddy Long
Paul
was in
Heyman
there.
at one time.
Yeah, Paul Heyman, Teddy Long. They all seem to be around the same time frame, you know?
Yeah,
It's like all these wrestlers, I'm like, and then when these guys die, I'm like, oh, I didn't know that guy died. I didn't know that guy died.
yeah,
But yeah, all kinds of old wrestlers, you know? I just don't even, because I was like really into wrestling like 80s, late 80s, and that into the 90s. And then I got more into it in the 90s because I lived in Georgia, you know?
oh yeah,
And my buddy used to see him all the time. My buddy would say, "Yeah, Ray Traylor was in here." What do you mean Ray Traylor was in here? Yeah, he was in here. He was
that's
in the
all.
Best Buy in Cobb County.
I
Town
remember.
Center Mall. He was at the Best Buy there. He worked there, and he said, "Yeah, these guys would come in all the time." He said
That's awesome.
he'd get him. He got Scott Norton would come in. I didn't even know. I was watching a clip of Scott Norton where they were fire and ice. I was like, I don't even remember Fire and Ice. I looked up the guy and I like the guy looks like Stevie Ray. I thought it was, and I realized no, it's some other guy that just died recently.
Man,
It just died earlier this year. I was like, who in the right mind? Who are these half of these wrestler guys? You know?
yeah, I started in like '91 when I was 11,
Yeah,
and the first match I saw was Sting versus Ric Flair, and I just instantly became a Sting fan.
yeah.
And I never really grew out of it, man. I never stopped watching wrestling since I was
Yeah.
11. I still
Is that
watch.
was that when Sting was kicked out of the Four Horsemen?
Yeah, that was right around that time frame.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, because my buddy remembers it all because he lived around here. In the Virginia area.
Yeah,
And one of the guys used to know a lot of the wrestlers. He used to go to school with some of the guys, and he said, "Yeah, a lot of these guys were from because he grew up in Virginia. Well, the one vendor I knew, and he said, yeah, he used to know a lot of these guys from way back when. He's like,
it's
yeah, I
crazy
knew.
like how because Sting he just retired like last year, so he did it for
Yeah,
like 40 years or something.
oh yeah, he's been going forever. Yeah, some of those guys have been doing it forever. Hogan's been doing it forever.
Yeah,
Flair, I mean, he finally retired, but it was
yeah,
like he was
oh
semi-retired. He
yeah,
never
yeah.
was going to retire. Retire, you
When
know?
he had his like last match, oh man, it was
Yeah.
hard to watch.
Oh yeah,
He
because I
couldn't
remember
hardly
when he
make
had
his
the
stand
last
up.
match with Sting. Him and Sting had the last match on WCW,
Yeah,
and I remember watching that because that was the time frame. That was about the time that I was almost getting out of wrestling at that time because WCW was becoming part of WWE. And
yeah,
that was when they were still, I think they were just getting out of the Attitude Era, I think, at that point.
yeah, pretty much.
Because I think a couple more years later, and that was when 2003, I think, is when Austin retired completely. Or retired, but
Yeah,
he didn't
yeah. I think
wrestle.
his last
All,
match, I want to say it was WrestleMania 19 with The
yeah.
Rock.
Yeah, him and The Rock. Yeah, and The Rock came back. Didn't he come back a couple years ago?
Yeah, he just had a match at last year's WrestleMania,
Yeah. What has he
but
got nothing to
he's
do?
actually part of the board of directors now.
Yeah.
So he's behind the scenes on a lot of stuff when he's not making movies, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, did Shane McMahon join AEW?
I don't. I've heard rumors like all over the place, but I haven't seen anything concrete yet.
Yeah. Because that's what I thought. I thought he was because that's what I've read. I've read that he was interested. I didn't know if he was coming or not.
Yeah,
Because AEW needs something because they really haven't had anything since Rhodes left.
yeah. I know they got Edge, and then he
Yeah.
must have really, like legitimately broke his leg jumping off of a cage,
Oh,
so he's out.
but what does he go by now? He doesn't go by Edge. He goes
He
by
goes
something
by his
else.
real name, Adam Copeland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And then didn't CM Punk leave them and go somewhere else?
yeah. He's back in WWE now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
He
half the
I think his first match is going to be like, well, not his first match because he ended up getting injured or something, tore a tricep. But it looks like He's probably going to be fighting Drew McIntyre at SummerSlam next month.
yeah. Yeah, I just wondered who was
Oh,
who.
Bad Boy Prime, what's up?
I was wondering who was around who left. Because isn't TNT pretty much dead? TNA.
See, no, it's still going. They've actually got a partnership going right now with WWE. They've had several stars cross over and
Oh,
do
okay.
WWE matches.
Huh.
Yeah,
'Cause I thought TNA was pretty much dead
no, it made a
when they
comeback.
took when they took like Samoa Joe. Who was the other guy they took? AJ Styles and a
Yeah.
couple other guys. So I remember when they did that at WCW when they took like Benoit and all those guys.
Oh yeah, when Jericho and say Benoit,
Perry Saturn.
Guerrero, Saturn, and Dean Malenko. Yeah.
Yeah, Dean Malenko, the man with 1,000 moves. Whatever happened to the Repo Man?
Oh God, I don't know.
I remember watching him on late night
Yeah.
TV. He'd come on like late night. I remember like Saturday mornings you could watch WWE Saturday mornings or something like that, and they would used to have the
Yeah, the
WWF
shop
used to have
velocity or something.
yeah, they used to have like that, and then WCW used to have Saturday Night Superstars or Saturday Night.
Oh yeah,
What was the WWE Saturday show?
I remember for a while they called it Velocity.
Yeah, they had Velocity, then they had something else, Superstars,
Yeah,
because they used to have one where the Repo Man would come on there, and then they had the Goon. The Goon was terrible. They had
they had some
Tugboat.
crazy gimmicks back then.
Yeah, Tugboat. But Tugboat was the same thing as Avalanche, I
Yeah.
think, or something like that. And then he became, or was Avalanche the same thing as Earthquake?
Oh yeah.
Tugboat was one of them. Was like one of them, and Earthquake
For
was the other.
disasters.
Yeah, I guess they went over there. I still remember when they had when the Big Show was on was in WCW still, and he was
Oh,
part of Kevin Sullivan's group.
they were making him out to be like Andre the Giant's son.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they called him the Giant. And then he went by. Then at some point he went by Paul White,
Yeah.
his
Yeah. I
real
think
name.
I don't know if he's actively wrestling now, but he was part of Chris Jericho's cruise that they do, and he had a
Yeah.
match on that.
But who's the other guy that was? Oh, I heard Cena's retiring.
Yeah. Yeah. They said 2025 is going to be his last year, so I guess he's going to do like a full run or something, like every pay per
Yeah.
view for the year or something.
Damn. So
That's
that
how it
gig is
sounded, anyways.
so that movie gig is working for him.
It's
That
crazy because he's got like a big bald spot in the back of his head now, Cena.
oh, because I know he grew his hair out for
Yeah.
for that. What was he doing? The Peacemaker.
Yeah.
I was like, give me a break. You look like a fool.
It was
Yeah,
weird seeing it with like a lot of hair after so many years of just the buzz cut.
I know. I was like, damn boy. Because I remember him and Lesnar's just a goofus.
Yeah.
I don't even know why he still wrestles. It's like he doesn't do anything.
Who,
Like
Cena?
half the, what? Yeah, Brock Lesnar. Why does he
Oh
wrestle
yeah,
still?
Lesnar.
Yeah, it's like
Oh
he
gosh,
doesn't.
it's been his last match was against Cody Rhodes at I want to say SummerSlam last year, maybe.
Yeah, because he really doesn't
It's
do
been a
anything.
while
It's
since
like
he's actually
all he
been
does
in.
is walk around with Heyman, and him just yell at each other sometimes, and then he goes and then Heyman then he like just talks, and it's like, dude, I don't know what you're doing. It's like when he called out the Big Show, and the Big
I
Show
remember.
came down there and he beat him senseless.
Oh yeah, I remember when they give him the Money in the Bank briefcase a couple years ago.
Oh
That was
yeah,
a fun run.
yeah. Who had that at
Before
one
he grew his
time?
hair out.
Yeah, because they gave it to didn't they give it to Edge one time?
Yeah, he had it a couple times. I think he was
Yeah,
the.
Ed,
I think he was the first one
yeah. And
that won it.
Isn't Rey Mysterio's kid still in the wrestling?
Yeah, yeah. He's got a storyline in the Judgment Day right now with Finn Balor, Damian
Yeah.
Priest, and Rhea Ripley.
So who's on? So they still doing whatever that is. The not Thunder. I keep thinking of Thunder.
SmackDown.
Yeah, SmackDown. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All that is supposed to be moving to Netflix next year. I think Raw and SmackDown. It's going to be
Okay.
streamed exclusively on Netflix.
So they're not going to be on. So is Raw still on USA, or they move out of there?
Um, yeah, I think it's on there until I want to say October when the license runs out.
Oh, okay. And then
I think that's
McMahon.
pretty much.
I heard something about McMahon was on one of the other shows.
No, he got in trouble, like legal trouble.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But I've heard that he was
They
on
think
that
moved
he
him
showed
out of
up
the.
on. It was so fake. The guy from what was it? The guy from AEW, the guy who runs AEW.
Oh, Tony Khan.
Yeah, when he was out there and the guys beat him up or broke his arm or did whatever they
Yeah,
did they dislocated his arm or whatever they did. It was like to me it was like so when I watched that I was like you could tell that was like you didn't really get hurt.
yeah. I think they were trying to recreate the old Austin McMahon stuff.
Yeah.
But it felt like only just not as good.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like they're trying to, or sort of like I think McMahon. I always this is my thought with Vince Russo that
Uh,
McMahon allowed him to leave to go to WCW with the intent of destroying WCW enough that he could come in and buy it.
yeah, that's what I feel like because
They went downhill when
yeah,
Russo joined.
it was bad.
Yeah, it was terrible. And then Ted DiBiase did nothing. He was supposed to be what the guy who backed the
Oh,
NWO. He was supposed to
Eric
back the.
Bischoff.
Yeah, it was him. Bish. It was he was supposed to like be like the backer of it or something, like paying the money.
Yeah,
Splash Page, Mr. White Gloves, how you doing?
what's up, Splash?
But yeah, I don't even know. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering what he was doing, what he was up to, because all those guys seem to be like all that. And then TNA had I don't know how many different owners.
Oh yeah, they had a ton.
Who was actually the owner? Was it Jared
Uh,
and his
I don't know
brother?
if he actually owned it or not, but he was like part of the part of the people that created it. I think.
Oh, him and his brother, Jeff Jarrett's brother or whatever. Because I know that. And then they had that Dixie Carter or something was supposed to be running it at one
Yeah.
point. I was like, I couldn't keep track of that. And then they had all these guys from WCW that like didn't get picked up by
Oh yeah.
WWE come over there
Sting,
for a while.
Sting went over there.
Hogan did for a while.
Yeah, they ended up getting uh, Kurt Angle. They ended up getting him for a while from WWE.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, when Kurt Angle left. Wasn't Kurt Angle like a wussy at that point?
Oh gosh,
Was that when he
this
grew his
TNA
hair out?
run, they turned him
Was
into
that
a monster in this TNA run.
okay? Was that when he grew his hair out for WWE?
Yeah, he had a little bit of a hair left, like cut
Yeah,
back in. But yeah,
yeah,
he did like crazy
and
stuff. But at the time, they said he was hooked on drugs,
oh
and that's
okay,
why WWE let him go.
yeah. Not surprising because he's probably got all that crap in him.
Yeah.
But then you had the guy, because was that the time that he was drinking milk?
Oh, they did that whole Angle came out with the milk truck in WWE.
Yeah, and then
The
they had
the beer truck. Austin,
and wasn't
Austin.
it and who was the one that made fun of him? The Rock, wasn't it? The Rock that made something about
Oh,
him drinking his milk and cookies.
man, The Rock would tear everybody up back then in promos, man.
Yeah, he had the promo where he was like talking about drinking your Budweisers and listening to your Backstreet Boys.
Yeah,
That cracked me up. Oh, that whole promo cracked me up when he was talking about Angle and his milk and cookies. Just cracked me up. But yeah,
it was crazy. I remember hearing a story about that. That after that happened, he had to get on a plane and fly to the next town.
yeah,
He didn't have time to go wash that off, and that was like old, rotten, spoiled milk. So he smelled like rotten milk his whole flight to the next town.
terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was something, But yeah, I remember that. And then who was the other guy they brought in? They brought in, or was that WWE? Or was that WCW that brought in that guy Dan Severn?
oh, I think that was WWE.
Okay,
It was right around the time. I want to say it was right around the time they had Steve Blackman and Ken Shamrock.
okay, and then they had Tank Abbott.
Tank Abbott, he was WCW,
Okay,
I think.
yeah, because Tank Abbott was terrible.
Yeah,
Terrible, and he got one hit in MMA and was knocked out.
yeah.
He went over there because I guess that's where he came from, wasn't it?
I think he ended up getting fired or something because he legitimately threatened to kill somebody, and they just fired.
Yeah, Tank Abbott's wasn't that great. I remember that guy. You remember the guy in WCW that used to be the wardrobe guy, Kiwi?
Oh yeah.
I saw that guy in a mall in the Alpharetta Mall doing a signing in Georgia,
I
Alpharetta,
forgot
Georgia.
about
North Point Mall was doing a signing. We just happened to be in the mall walking around, and he was in there doing a signing. I was like, I know that guy from somewhere. I realized that's
my deal
him.
did the Rico character in WWF with Billy and Chuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you had the what was it? The WWE guys, the Young Bucks.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I remember when they wouldn't allow those people to be on camera. Anybody that wore any of their shirts because they went to AEW. They just didn't like AEW, but McMahon was just an idiot. I mean,
yeah.
because I remember listening to what um the old Jesse Ventura said when he got in trouble and all that because Hogan snitched on him.
Oh, the whole steroid stuff.
No, it was when they were trying to unionize.
Oh yeah,
They were trying to unionize themselves, and he freaking snitched on them about it and got him in trouble. But you know what? Jesse got the better laugh of Hogan. He's like, I became governor.
yeah,
Well, Schwarzenegger became governor too, so
yeah. And I think Kane, Glenn Jacobs, he's a mayor. I think.
yeah, he is. Yeah, he's a mayor in Tennessee somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's crazy
he's.
how many of them got into politics.
Oh yeah, it's like odd, Well, then you figure, you got the opposite. You got the people who died of drug overdoses and stuff, and all
Yeah,
kinds of problems, and you got the guys who went into politics over here.
it's crazy. I remember when I first found out Kane's real name was Glenn Jacobs. I was like, what?
Yeah,
And then I found out that he used to be Isaac Yankem.
yeah,
And he also played the fake version of Diesel when Nash and Hall went to WCW.
Yeah, he was
WWF
that.
brought in a fake version of Diesel and Razor Ramon, and
Yeah,
Glenn Jacobs played the fake Diesel.
yeah. There was somebody else that was there too. Yeah, I can't remember, but there was a lot of guys like that.
Oh yeah, there was several people that switched gimmicks. Like before they let him be Stone Cold, he was the ringmaster with
Oh yeah. And
yeah.
before that, he was Stunning Steve
Yes,
Austin.
I mean Steve Austin. He was with Brian Pillman, I think, the
Yeah,
Hollywood Blondes. Yeah,
and that's what he said. He actually like went in there and talked them into it, I guess, or whatever it was.
yeah,
Yeah, it's like Rock was Rocky Maivia
yeah. So
or
many of them
Rocky or
were like,
Rocky Johnson. It was
yeah,
Rocky Maivia or Rocky Johnson for a while there because he was like because of his uncle or whatever, his dad and his uncle.
it takes a while for him to like hit that right gimmick.
Oh yeah, because I mean, how many times did 1, 2, 3 Kid, X Pac, Six Pac?
Oh yeah,
I still remember him and Sparky Plug.
yeah. Oh God, Bob Holly. Yeah,
Yeah, I was like,
they had
damn.
so many terrible gimmicks back then.
I know. I just remember when he beat Razor Ramon and stole the money,
Yep.
took the money and ran. I was like, damn. It was just like, where do you come up with these gimmicks? It's like when Hogan ran around as Mr. America,
Yeah, that was so weird. It's like
or
they didn't do like they could have like went with like a full face mask or something to hide the
yeah,
mustache to try to make
I
it a
know,
little bit less obvious. But
I know. Or you had, what was it? It was, Mick Foley when Mick Foley brought out Chainsaw Charlie.
oh yeah, Terry Funk.
Yeah, I was like, I remember that when that happened. I was like, who's going to be his partner? And then there's like this anticipation to be his partner, and then you get Chainsaw Charlie, and they're like, who's
Yeah,
that? And we find out it's Terry Funk years later.
yeah.
After a
That's
while,
fun.
yeah,
Like, yeah, Mick's another guy that had like he had Dude Love, Cactus Jack, and Mankind.
all in the same battle royal.
Yeah, three entries in the Royal Rumble.
He comes running back out. I'm like,
Yeah,
damn, dude. Then he became Mick Foley, just Mick Foley for the end of his career.
yeah, yeah. He did like the GM role for a while when he
Yeah.
quit wrestling. He was
Oh,
just
and don't forget he was corporate mankind for a while.
yeah. Oh yeah, the tie. I
Yeah.
think that's like right after he came out, like Mr. Sacco.
Oh yeah, Mr. Sacco, the Rock and Sock connection.
Yeah,
That was hilarious.
but those were awesome times.
Yeah. And then you had Randy Savage. He was a
Yeah.
bunch of different people. He was Bonesaw and Spider Man.
Oh yeah. And God, he played in the Ready to Rumble movie too with David Arquette.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Wasn't there a couple other WCW guys in that one?
Yeah. Oh gosh, there were a ton of people.
Diamond
DDP.
Dallas. Yeah,
Uh,
DDP. Yeah.
I think Goldberg was in it. Uh,
Yeah.
there was even like a quick cameo of John Cena before he
Yeah.
joined the WWE when he was
Damn.
just like bodybuilding.
Yeah.
He had blonde hair. It's crazy.
Wasn't he in like that? What was he in? He was in that Ohio wrestling, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. He was a prototype. They called him.
Yeah, because that's where Big Show went when he left WCW.
Yeah,
He went to Ohio. I guess that was like their training,
yeah. I think
I
that
guess,
was like the developmental at the time.
developmental group at the time,
Yeah,
something like that. Because they would go do that, and I was like, where'd they go?
yeah. I think that's where like Randy Orton went through that. Brock Lesnar went through that, and even
Yeah,
Batista. I think they called Batista Leviathan or something crazy. He had like a vampire gimmick.
yeah,
And then they brought him into WWE, and he was like Devon Dudley's deacon
Yeah.
until they put him with Evolution with
How many
Triple.
Dudleys were there? Because I keep hearing there was multiple Dudleys.
I know there was Bubba, Devon, and Spike.
Yeah, those were the three that ended up in WWE.
Yeah,
But there was I
but yeah,
think there
there
was a
might
bunch
have been
more
more
in.
in ECW.
Yeah, 'cause I remember the Sandman.
Yeah,
There was the guy, the Sandman. Was that the guy with the kendo stick?
yeah. He would bust himself open with the beer can.
Yeah. And then you had Tommy Dreamer,
Yeah,
who ended up retiring because of a
RVD.
back.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
got maybe.
RVD. Didn't he get blacklisted from WWE?
Yeah, they put the ECW and the WWE championship on him, and then he got busted for drugs. So
Yeah.
they stripped him of the titles. It was like the
Yeah.
worst possible time.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Because he got stripped of everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then they had who else they had? They had that guy Chijiri.
yeah, he was
He
good.
was their cruiserweight champion for the WCW. And I remember when McMahon said, "Yeah, we ended up saying something to them about it. I guess he made a comment." They're like, "Ha, look at what we got. We got your champion."
Yeah, I know he had a good run with William Regal when they teamed them up together
Oh yeah,
to Jerry and Regal.
yeah. You remember the Blue Bloods,
Oh yeah,
him and Hunter.
yeah. They brought. I think Hunter was supposed to be French or something.
Yeah.
It was.
And then they had the other guy. Who was the other guy that they brought in? They had who else was around back then? I'm trying to think. This Hacksaw Jim Dugan. Did he always carry a 2x4?
Yeah, I think so. Like I don't ever remember seeing him without it.
Yeah. Yeah, because there was oh, then there was the what we used to they used to call them the dancing fools on WCW. It was that Disco Inferno
Oh yeah,
and Alex Wright.
yeah.
They used to call them the dancing fools because
I forgot they teamed up.
yeah, they made a tag team out of them and they like called them. And the other guy committed suicide, Mike Awesome.
Yeah,
I remember him and his awesome bomb.
yeah.
Then when the WCW had who was going up against them, the ICP
Oh yeah,
decided to come in there and play. And I think that other guy killed himself. That a guy Inferno was it Inferno or something?
yeah. I remember Canyon. Chris,
Pyro.
I think he overdosed.
Yeah, there was a guy Pyro. I think he shot himself. I think he got fired and then he killed himself or something like that. Yeah, he was the guy that used to set himself on fire all the time. Then you had that guy. What was it? They called him the chairman of the board.
Oh, La Parca.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that guy. Yeah, you'd bring a chair out there and set it
yeah.
down, do his little dance. I was like, man, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, but they had so much. I remember Norman Smiley.
Oh yeah, I remember when
Yeah,
he used to scream,
yeah.
"Ah, conk!"
And what was his name? Ernest the Cat Miller.
Yeah, JBL.
Yeah, yeah. When he went from Bradshaw to JPL, that
Yeah,
was a crazy gimmick change.
yeah. And before that, he was Justin Bradshaw,
Yeah.
and then you had Bart Gunn.
Oh yeah. I remember Billy and Bart Gunn before they set up Billy Gunn with DX.
Yeah,
It was him and Bart, the Smoking Guns.
yeah. Then you had Road Dogg.
Yeah.
And what is he now? Just Jesse James?
Um, I think so.
Because he was with TNA at one point, and then he went to, I think, AEW.
I think he's I don't know if he still works behind the scenes at WWE or not, but I think he was one of the production people now.
Oh, okay. He's back over there.
Yeah, but he's just behind the scenes.
Yeah. I always found it funny that they used to make fun of Briscoe and Patterson.
Oh yeah, the
Every time they'd
Stooges.
come, yeah, they're like, the McMahon Stooges are out. I was like, man, those guys are dumb, dumber than dumb.
Yeah,
Go out there and get hurt.
I think that was too. That was right around the time they came out with like Shane McMahon's crew, the Mean Street Posse or something, and it
Oh,
was just
yeah.
these dudes in like sweater vests.
And what was the other one they had? The one where they had the preppy group,
Oh gosh.
the guys that looked like they were like in sweaters.
Yeah, I think one of their names was like Pete Gas. That's like the only one I remember by name.
Yeah. Who was the other one? They used to
But
have
I
the
knew there was
guy.
three of them.
Yeah, there used to be another guy, the Pep Squad
Oh yeah,
or something
that
like
was
that.
where Dolph Ziggler came from. He
Yeah.
started that. Yeah, the Spirit Squad.
Yeah, Spirit Squad. Yeah.
I think he was the only one that like still wrestles
Yeah.
today.
I
He
remember.
actually he just won the TNA championship.
Yeah.
Dolph Ziggler. Yeah.
What was that group? Was it It was WCW. They had three guys. They had the one guy became the Hurricane.
Oh God, what was it? 3 count? Was that what they
So-
called themselves?
Something like that. There was three of them. One guy became like the Hurricane. The other guy became something else, and I think the other guy ended up in WWE.
Yeah, I think one of them Shannon Moore.
Yeah, and yeah,
Yeah, for a while he teamed with Matt Hardy, and then they give him some kind of like crazy punk rock gimmick, and he just
yeah,
disappeared from TV.
yeah. Because I remember Matt and Jeff Hardy because they were they were like not bodyguards. What do you call them? Yeah, they're like bodyguards. They were like guards on in WW. If you look at it, they were guarding the doors in
Oh,
in WWE WrestleMania 9.
it's crazy. So many start off like that. They do like
Yeah,
what was his name? MJF from AEW.
yeah,
He started off as like a bodyguard for Samoa Joe in WWE.
yeah,
That was like his very first segment. Then he just disappeared from TV and showed up on AEW a couple years later.
yeah. That's what it is. It's like these guys just go from one to the other, you know.
Yeah,
Some guys can't get rid of their gimmick.
yeah. Eventually, you're gonna see like a security guard, and then 5 years from now he'll be main eventing WrestleMania under a different name or
Yeah.
something.
I was like, how many times did the big boss man change his name?
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember
He was the boss man, the big boss man.
he was Ray Traylor in WCW.
Yeah, Big Bubba.
Yeah,
And I think he went to Ray Trailer at some point. He just went to his real name because he was like, got pissed off about something. And was like, yeah, I'm going to go to this. Like Diesel changed at different times.
yeah,
Oh, he was just a bodyguard for, wasn't he
yeah.
a bodyguard for,
At one point he was the Wizard or something crazy, Wizard of
yeah.
Oz or something
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, and then he was a bodyguard for
Shawn Michaels, yeah,
Shawn Michaels, and then something happened, and then Sid Vicious. And it wasn't he Vicious or something?
I think so. At one point,
Yeah, I don't think he was Sid Vicious. I remember he broke his leg on a pay-per-view. Fell off the rope or something.
oh Sid,
Yeah,
yeah, he tried a big boot from the top rope.
yeah,
Why? Like a 6'7", 6'8", 350-pound guy thought it was a good idea to land on one leg, jumping from the top rope. I don't know.
yeah,
But I remember when that happened, and his leg just said, I was like, oh my, that was like, I think that was like the first real injury I ever remember seeing happen in a ring.
Yeah, before they won't even show you the
Yeah,
footage.
I mean, his leg was just
Yeah,
flopping around. I was like, oh my god.
yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, as I heard about that, and I was like, damn.
Yeah,
And then they wouldn't even show you. And then it's like when Owen Hart died.
yeah, that was
That was a,
crazy.
that was the first time I've ever heard of anybody dying in a
In
ring.
the
You know,
actual ring, yeah,
yeah, he just passed out, deader than a doornail. Yeah, he was crazy. Yeah, Owen Hart, the Hart Foundation.
yeah.
Well, it's funny how the British Bulldog is dead. He's dead. Brian Pillman's dead.
I think Anvil he died.
He died, and he was married to one of the Hart sisters, I think. And
Yeah,
I think
I'm
British
pretty sure the
Bulldog
only
was
one
married
that
to one of
Bret
them.
Hart. Yeah,
And Bret Hart had a stroke
yeah.
a while back because he was doing that All Star wrestling thing that was going around Australia and different places.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he took a bunch of old wrestler All Star guys, and somebody was advertising around here. One of the wrestling groups around here was advertising Mooresville. They were coming to Mooresville, and it was D'Lo Brown.
Oh, wow. I ain't seen
I
him in a
was,
long time.
I was like, "Where in the hell have you been?"
Yeah, I didn't know he still did it.
Yeah, D'Lo Brown was some independent group thing was coming around, and they were going there. I was like, D'Lo Brown. I remember you and the Godfather,
Yeah.
or should I say, the Good Father?
Oh, yeah, when they did the whole right to censor thing.
Yeah, with
It
the,
was, it was Ivory and Stevie Richards, I think.
yeah, Stevie Richards, him, the Good Father.
Will
Some,
Buchanan, I think, was a part of it.
oh yeah, I think it was like four of them. Yeah, it was like three guys and a girl or something like that. I think it was the four of them. Yeah, and they tried to get somebody else to join. Who was it they tried to get to join?
Val Venus, I think.
Yeah, Val Venus. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think he joined
that
too. I
was when
think.
he became Chief Morley or some junk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember Al Snow when Al Snow was running around with Head.
yeah. I remember like seeing the action figures and stuff. The mannequin head.
Yeah, or when you had I don't know if they ever put the two and two together for toys, but when Perry Saturn had Moppy,
Yeah.
they made Perry Saturn out to be like
Oh
a.
man, they messed him up.
They just screwed him, and then he
I
ended up.
don't know what he did, but he must have made somebody mad behind the scenes.
He
'Cause,
must have because it was like Moppy,
yeah,
and didn't they throw him in the burner or something?
I think so.
Yeah, it was just like why. And then you had Ken Blackman,
Oh yeah,
the dangerous man around.
yeah.
Because I know Ken Shamrock said he had a falling out with Dana White, and he had a falling out with McMahon.
I know Shamrock. Yeah, he wasn't there very long. I don't think. Maybe 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, he was he was a MMA guy that got over there, and Blackman was the karate guy.
Yeah.
Who was the guy with all the Japanese writing all over him?
Oh God. Tenzai used to be
Yeah,
H-Ring.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Then you had that other guy. Who was the other guy? Glacier.
Oh yeah, from WC the Sub Zero gimmick.
Yeah, Glacier.
I remember loving that as a kid because I was like a Mortal Kombat fan.
Yeah. Who was
But then,
the guy
then
that
he
was
just
from?
didn't.
Who was the
Well,
guy from Canada? Who was the guy from Canada that kept in WCW
oh gosh.
who kept yelling at everybody like when they play the Canadian anthem when you come
Oh,
out?
was it Lance Storm?
Yeah, Lance Storm. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, he was out there running around like a dummy. Yeah, Glacier, Lance Storm, a couple other guys. Yeah, because it was like Vicious. I think it was Vicious when he came over there to
Yeah.
WCW and that. But yeah, I remember when Hogan turned bad on him. It's like
Oh
we're
yeah,
gonna.
when pulled him out of the ring or something for the Rumble.
Yeah, and I remember when he was getting his ass beat there for a while there. Sometimes I wonder when when they would when Hogan would just jump up right away, and you
Oh
see
yeah,
the
just the whole crowd.
reaction of the other guy, and it's like I'm almost tempted to say that the other guy's probably like looking at Hogan like, why did you jump up so quick?
Yeah,
You
just
weren't supposed to
wouldn't
come
tell
up.
anybody's moves.
Yeah, like we know you're supposed to come up at a certain point, but I think you're jumping the gun a little bit.
Yeah.
That's why I always thought that Hogan was always trying to upstage everybody
Oh
else.
yeah, he
Yeah,
hated
wasn't
losing.
yeah, 'cause he was Laser Lips, wasn't he? In Rocky
Oh
3.
yeah, Thunder Lips.
Thunder Lips, yeah.
Yeah.
Thunder Lips Hogan. Yeah, that was crazy. Junkyard Dog. I remember
Oh yeah.
him.
I remember watching Hulk Hogan had a cartoon, Rockin' Wrestling.
Oh yeah.
That's where that's actually what got me into GI Joe because Sergeant Slaughter was in that,
Huh.
and then I saw Sergeant Slaughter on GI Joe, and that
Yeah.
like transferred me over to that as a kid.
I didn't like the gimmick when Sergeant Slaughter joined the Iraqis.
Oh yeah, well they made it, that was so weird, man. I don't know why they did
Yeah.
that.
You remember the Mountie
Yeah,
when he had that electric prod and he'd hit Slaughter with it?
yeah.
I'm the Mountie. Do, 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 do. I was like, dude, a Mountie gimmick. It was like around the same time you had Tugboat, the guy with the rooster outfit.
Oh, Terry Taylor had
Yeah,
that mohawk. Yeah,
yeah. Then you had the Indian gimmick,
yeah.
Tatanka.
Tataka. Yeah,
And then you had the Ultimate Warrior, which basically they said just let him just run around the ring like an idiot and then just beat him because he'd run out of energy.
yeah. I remember like hearing stories like he couldn't do a match like more than a minute or too long. He would just get gassed.
Yeah, he probably because he's running from the back to the front,
Right?
and then he's like,
Just do a lot of coke and just run to the ring.
yeah, it's probably
Yeah,
what caused his heart attack when he died.
probably.
Because some of those guys, you wonder because they said that's what happened. Didn't
Yeah. Well,
Macho
I
Man
mean,
have a heart attack?
I think he had something with his heart at one point before he
Yeah, he had
passed
a
away.
heart attack and he
I think it
crashed
was
his
a
car.
car wreck that got
Yeah,
him.
because he had a heart attack and he crashed a car,
Yeah.
or that, or he had a
Yeah, you could watch any
brain.
Randy Savage promo, and you could tell he was on something.
Oh yeah, when he
He
was
was in
sitting
a
there,
different world,
who was he
man.
talking about? The cup of coffee?
Yeah, the cream rises to the top. Yeah.
He was talking to what are you doing with that? He's gonna get his day with a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Savage,
man,
man.
you and your
Savage's
coffee.
promos were just different level.
Yeah. And then you had what was it? Scary Sherry,
Yeah.
Sister Sherry, because she ended up with Harlem Heat, wasn't it? Didn't she end up being managing Harlem Heat?
Yeah, she did the Harlem Heat promo where Booker T called Hulk Hogan the N word
Yeah.
on live TV. And like
Then
as
you,
soon as Booker T said it, he just immediately like I don't know if he just got like hyped up and into the promo and just wasn't thinking, but he went off script with that because
yeah. Then you had Rena Mero.
oh yeah,
Wasn't that Sable?
yeah,
And then didn't she end up marrying Steve?
I thought, yeah, I think she was with Steve for a while, but I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure she's Brock Lesnar's wife now.
Yeah, I think she was. I think he.
Yeah, I don't know if they still are, but I think at one time.
Yeah. Because. And how did Lex Luger get away with not going to jail for her death?
I don't know, man. That was crazy. I remember when I first heard about that, I was like, "Oh
Yeah.
my god, dude!"
That was they were together at the time, but he looks like
I'm
he looks
surprised.
like
Like, I'm really surprised that Randy Savage didn't try some kind of like try to kill Luger because he was like really obsessed with her
I know.
and like yeah
Yeah, because I was wondering about that, but Luger looks like death.
yeah yeah. Luger looks
Oh,
bad now, man. He's all skinny.
yeah, I was like, damn, man.
I remember seeing him in an interview a couple months ago, and I was like, it didn't even look like the same person. I was like, God,
Yeah, he looks terrible.
yeah.
Because DDP started, was it real? Oh, is it?
The DDP yoga thing,
Yeah, like real men, yoga for real men
yeah,
or something. I was like, dude, you're a yoga man,
yeah.
yoga
It's bad.
instructor.
DDP's still in pretty good shape.
Yeah, because
I
wasn't
don't know if he
he?
can still wrestle or
Because
not, but
wasn't he a manager? Wasn't he a
hey,
manager
yeah, for a while.
to start off with?
And,
And his wife was a Nitro girl.
yeah, God, what was her name? Kimberly.
Yeah, Kimberly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Same thing with Stacy Keebler.
yeah, yeah. She started out what Miss Hancock or something.
Yeah, they brought her in as that because she was a Nitro girl to start with.
Yeah,
Brought her in with Miss Hancock with um Henning, wasn't it? Wasn't it Kurt Henning and her?
I think so.
Because wasn't he called the Professor back in WWE?
I think so. That
Yeah,
sounds
cause,
familiar.
yeah, because Henning had something to do with it because I remember that. And Henning was partners with at one point when he was in WCW, he was partners with Rick Rude.
Yeah,
They were a tag team, I think, at one point. And Rick Rude, didn't he join the NWO?
yeah, yeah. I don't think he ever wrestled, but he was like a manager role. I think.
And what did Bret Hart ever do except make $21 million for over 3 years?
I don't know, man. That like when
All
he
he did
went
is take a chair,
to
sit it in
career,
the ring, and he just sit there.
yeah,
And they
his
were like,
career tanked when he went to WCW.
yeah, it was like the only reason I think he went there is because he got screwed. It
Yeah,
was the screw job in was it Montreal?
yeah, in his hometown.
Yeah, and he was ticked off about it, and he left. Got
Yeah, that was
pissed and said, "I'm out of
a
here."
situation. Yeah, but
But I just never understood why he did. Why he?
it's bad. He went to WCW at such a bad time because they were
Yeah,
in NWO was in full swing. Kevin Nash had creative control. Hulk Hogan had creative control. Those two guys were never going to put anybody else over. So Bret Hart,
nah,
at the end of his career, was just so wasted.
yeah, and it was just like, and now he's like doing nothing except just.
Yeah.
I think he's done commercials. I think I've seen him in commercials for
I
something. But
remember
yeah,
he tried to do a comeback in the early 2000s or mid 2000s, and he came back and he had a match with Vince McMahon. It was really bad. You could tell
yeah.
he couldn't move near like he used to.
Was that right before he had the stroke?
I think so. Yeah, it was before that because I remember
Okay.
that they actually put the United States title on him for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, because he just didn't go very good.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think the whole thing also with him was his brother died. He gets
yeah,
screwed.
yeah. That affected him a lot.
Yeah. And he
Then he
just
got that concussion from
yeah.
Goldberg.
Oh yeah. With
The best
Goldberg.
match that he had in WCW was against Benoit.
Yeah.
That was like the most his talents got utilized. And that was right after Owen passed, I think. They did like a tribute match. It
Yeah.
was Bret Hart versus Chris Benoit.
Then Chris Benoit went crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was nuts.
It's kind of like I remember, like right after that happened, is when they stopped. They stopped allowing chair shots to the head,
Oh yeah.
and because they said that like CTE and brain damage. I think the autopsy report said that he had like the brain of an 80-year-old Alzheimer's patient or something.
Damn.
Did the autopsy on him, so yeah.
Yeah.
So many safety measures got implemented after that happened.
Yeah. Because they
Like,
usually only hit people. And I always loved it when they said steel chair. And I'm like, it's an aluminum chair.
yeah,
It's not steel. There's nothing steel about that chair.
no,
And they said the tables were already like set to break.
yeah. I remember like there's been several times where they just laid them up on the table and it breaks before it's supposed to.
Yeah.
So they had to like try to reinforce them a little bit. But yeah,
Yeah.
there's been several times, especially the announce tables. Triple H, I think, actually tore his quad because he
Yeah.
was setting up for a move on the announce table,
Yeah.
and it broke before he did the move, and he came like straight down at an awkward angle, and he tore his quad.
Was that when he was doing the pedigree on the table?
Yeah, yeah, I think he was out for something like 9 months.
Yeah. And then they don't use the sledgehammer anymore.
Yeah.
Him and Undertaker.
Oh yeah.
Or was it when Undertaker was the American Badass?
I think. Gosh, I remember they had a WrestleMania match, and Taker had him in that crazy submission hold.
Yeah.
Triple H was trying to hit him with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, because I remember he
That,
brought
that was
that
like
out.
one of the last times I remember seeing that, and that was, gosh, 10 years ago or more now, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember. Yeah. They need to bring back the gimmick battle royal.
Yeah.
But most of those guys are dead now. Most of them are dead. I wonder how many of them are alive still, you know?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
Probably none. Because isn't Dink and Doink dead?
I think the original Doink the Clown died, I think.
Yeah.
There's been several over the years, but the original, I'm pretty sure, passed away.
Because they had the little guy that was running around, the midget one.
Yeah.
Then Hornswoggle.
Oh, yeah.
He still does like the independent circuit.
Yeah, I saw him do an interview not too long ago. I was scrolling through YouTube and I saw an interview with him.
Yeah. Wasn't he McMahon's illegitimate child?
Yeah. That was so weird.
I
It's
was
funny.
like,
'Cause I
you
remember,
might
like,
be kidding me.
I think they were originally going to do Mr. Kennedy,
Yeah.
and he had like some backstage heat, and he ended up getting fired from the company.
Yeah.
So they caught an audible with Hornswoggle, like the weirdest route they could have gone.
Yeah, then you had Chris Masters,
Oh yeah,
the Master Lock.
I think
What
he
a
might still do some independent stuff.
yeah.
I
That's crazy. That's
Oh,
crazy
man.
stuff.
I guess I better wrap it up.
Oh, I totally forgot what time it is.
It's like 1 o'clock in the morning over here.
Oh yeah. Same here.
Man,
I'm like, wait a minute. It's 1:10. Ah.
I think you've got the record for most time now.
Yeah.
I think it was Magic Lasso.
Oh, how long was his?
Close to 4 hours. I think it was like 3 hours and 50 minutes or something.
Yeah.
So you beat Magic Lasso.
I beat Ryan. Yeah.
You'll have to mess with them on Instagram.
Oh yeah, I have to tell him that. I'm like, yeah, I beat you,
Call
buddy.
them and wake them up.
Yeah, I
I'm
got
waiting
your
on that.
record. It's like, yeah, is there anybody left in the chat?
It says 5 people. So we got some fellow insomniacs in here.
Yeah, that's the way I am. I'm usually sitting in here. I fall asleep in the chair
Yeah.
or in the couch. I mean, I can lift the couch up, but yeah, it's crazy. But yeah,
Man, I appreciate you coming on, man. It was a blast
oh, no
talking.
problem. I had a blast too.
Yeah, comics, games, movies, wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember all that stuff, like
Yeah.
movies, all kinds of crap that I've had for years. I mean, I've got umpteen TV shows. I mean, my best find ever was the commish at the Goodwill, and the lady charged me $3 for the whole series.
Oh wow, you can't beat that.
I was like, "Damn, I'll take that." Because we
That's a
because we
good
were
place to hit for
yeah,
DVDs.
because we were looking at we were at the Goodwill in town, and we were looking at it, and we were like, okay. So I'm thinking to myself, and I look back, and I'm thinking like, do I really want to get this now? So I'm thinking. So she goes, my ex goes, ask. She goes, let me look up here on eBay, see if there's one on eBay. See what it's going for. You know. So I said, okay. She looks on eBay, seeing what it's going for. Da 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 da. She goes, okay. There's one here. We tried to get it. It wasn't working. It wasn't working. So we went outside and we said, it's not working. There's some reason why we can't get this on eBay. So we said, forget it. I said, don't worry about it. I'll just go in there and I'll just get that one. So we go back in and we pick it up. We take it up to the desk there and she takes it and counts a couple things that we were getting. And she goes, yeah, $3. Okay. Didn't think anything of it. And like walked out and I'm like, I got that thing for $3.
That's awesome.
I was like, damn good deal
Yeah.
for the commish. But yeah, it was just like crazy. I mean, I actually got two of his shows. Actually, I got the Shield and the commish.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I can't remember his name, but didn't he also play Ben Grimm in the
Oh
Fantastic Four movie?
yeah, he was in the fan. He was Grimm, Ben Grimm, and he was also in that movie with the superhero. He was in a TV show where he was the superhero family.
Oh yeah.
They had
Um,
superhero powers.
it
He
had
was in
the lady that played Darla on Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, and then they had him. He was also in the Gotham. He was the commissioner for a while there before they made the other guy commissioner.
Oh yeah, he was, wasn't
Yeah, he played the commissioner guy that ended up getting killed.
he? Yeah.
Because the first one, I think something happened to her, and then he came in after her, and then I think Gordon became commissioner eventually.
Yeah.
I think, but that show was something that shouldn't have been canceled so quickly. Got
Yeah. It
like
seemed like it didn't last long.
got 4 full seasons and a partial fifth season. So sort of like, yeah, we're getting, but that was like people wanted to see. I don't understand why people want to see Batman right away. They want him to be. Oh, we want him to grow up quick enough so he can become Batman. The girl that played Catwoman, that played Selena Kyle, the little girl,
Yeah.
that actress there, she played a great part in that show.
Yeah. She kind of looked like a young Michelle Pfeiffer.
Oh yeah, she could have. And Michelle Pfeiffer literally said she would have done the Catwoman movie if they would have spun it off then,
Yeah.
but they waited too long, and because of Catwoman, we did not get our spinoff of James Bond.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was supposed to be. She was supposed to spin off that Jinx character from the James Bond movie,
Oh man.
and
Holly Berry.
because Halle Berry tanked
Yeah.
in Catwoman.
Oh god, that movie. I couldn't even watch. I think I watched like 30 minutes of that movie, if that, and I just had to
I've
turn it
seen
off.
bits and pieces of it because the people next door to our to the food line I worked at,
Yeah.
They used to have a little restaurant there, and we'd go in there to get something to eat, and they would have that movie playing sometimes.
Man.
And I was just like, that was like the worst movie ever.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, they keep saying Howard the Duck is, but that was worse than Howard
Oh
the
no, I
Duck.
like Howard the Duck, man.
Yeah, Howard the Duck
I
was
haven't,
great.
I haven't seen it since I was like 10 years old, so I don't know if I would still like it.
Oh yeah, I've seen Howard the Duck a lot of times, but Howard the Duck was great.
Yeah. I remember liking that. I remember liking the Master of the Universe movie with Dolph Lundgren.
Oh yeah, that was the only thing I didn't like about that was is that they did not they had that stupid character.
Oh yeah. I don't know why they didn't use Orko.
Yeah, they had a guy that had nothing to do with the movie,
Yeah.
nothing to do with the show. There was no characters, and you didn't produce any characters from the movie, so
That
we got nothing. And then He-Man went, "Boo."
I know that was the only thing that bothered me about the Ninja Turtles movie, the sequel. They didn't use Bebop and Rocksteady. They brought in
Oh,
Toka and Razor or something.
oh yeah. And then in the third one,
Or
they used Don
disappointed
King.
they didn't have Bebop and Rocksteady.
Yeah, what was their joke in the third one? Do you
Um,
look like Don King?
yeah, when they did the time travel one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they somehow flip flopped with the guys from guys from China
yeah, the
or Japan.
samurais. Yeah,
Yeah, those samurais from Japan or wherever they were from, and they end up having to send. And who had to watch them? Casey Jones.
yeah, that movie was terrible.
Yeah, they were supposed to do a third one of the original of the reboot,
Yeah,
but never happened.
uh,
Because I remember they did a CGI version of one that was like it comes in the 4-pack. You get the first three movies and then the CGI one.
oh yeah, I think that's, that's the one where Sarah Michelle Gellar I think did the voice of April O'Neil.
Might have been, yeah, yeah, because it was supposed to be good, but I never seen that one. I've only seen the first three. Then they were supposed to do. I saw the first two with that what was her name? She used to be married to that guy, Austin Green.
Oh, um,
She was kicked out of the Transformer movie.
Megan Fox.
Yeah, Megan Fox. That's who
Yeah,
it was. Yeah, Megan Fox was the first was in that one. That one that she did. They were supposed to do a third one, and they didn't do it. They did two, and then that was it.
I never did see the sequels to those. I just saw the first Transformers.
Yeah, I've never really watched the Transformers, but I know. I think he was in the first couple, and then he went crazy and started bad mouthing.
I
You
heard the
know.
I heard the Bumblebee movie was good, but I never got to see it.
Yeah, I know there was Bumblebee. There's the Beast one. Then there's that new one that just came out.
Oh, I didn't even know they come out with a new one.
Yeah, they have some new one out now. They had Beast Wars and they had the new one and then something else. I don't even know. It's ridiculous how many movies they have.
Man,
How many crazy movies they got. It's just I don't even know. It's like I didn't even know they had 7 Tremor movies.
they got 7 of those.
Yes. I
I've
didn't
seen the
know.
first 3. I didn't know they'd made any after that.
Yeah, and the only one and the first one only had him in it. He was only in the first one, Kevin Bacon,
Man,
if
I
I'm
had
not
no idea they
mistaken.
made so many.
It's just like how many Planet of the Apes movies they got.
Oh yeah, they got a ton of those.
Because even the first one, like Charlton Heston was only in the first one. Like the
Yeah,
other 4, he was not even in the other 4. And
I
then
think
they
the first one was the only one I've ever seen. The original. I never saw any of the new ones.
redid that and they got the Tim Burton one. You had that one, which Tim Burton ruined the Dark Shadows movie.
Oh really?
Yeah, Dark Shadows was supposed to be the yeah, that was god awful. You could ask Legend about that. He'll tell you all about it. He'll tell you all about it because he hated it. Me and him did not like it. Hippies Collectibles didn't like it either. We're all fans of the original show, the original talk show or
Yeah.
soap opera show. But if you try to watch that movie, it's just not right. He just didn't do it any justice, you know. But if he does his sequel to Beetlejuice right, that'll be the next movie I'm going to see.
Oh yeah, that looks
Yeah,
good.
I love that. I love Beetlejuice, and we know the dad's dead.
Yeah, I'm
Because we
glad
all
they got.
know.
I'm glad they got Michael Keaton back to do the role. I
I
hate it
know.
when they do reboots with different actors.
Oh, they already said if they didn't get Michael Keaton back,
Yeah.
you were probably going to see Johnny Depp
I don't know
because
how I
Tim
feel about.
Burton Tim Burton
Yeah.
drags Johnny Depp into everything.
Oh yeah. Like
It's like
I don't need Edward Scissorhands playing Beetlejuice, man.
I know,
I don't want to see.
or Alice in Wonderland,
Yeah, that was terrible.
or what else was he? Frankenweenie.
Willy Wonka.
Yeah, he was Willy Wonka.
Yeah,
He was Alice in Wonderland. I like the prequel to Wonka. That was really good.
I haven't seen that. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, Wonka was good. That was a good movie. It's just more of a. I mean, it's like the first one, more of a musical, you know.
Yeah,
Burton's was more towards like the actual book, but we need Charlie and the Glass Elevator. I need the sequel. I need the sequel, Charlie and the Glass Elevator. Do that book, do the sequel, and give me what I want. But everybody says, Grandpa was a Grandpa was a moocher
yeah.
because they all say Grandpa
Didn't
wouldn't
get
get
out of
up.
bed till he
Yeah,
won.
it said, yeah. He says, yeah, the only one able to work out of all the grandparents was Grandpa. Was that guy right there? Was
Yeah,
him. And they said, but the only time he gets out of bed is when he's asked if he wants to go to a chocolate factory. Oh yeah, I can get up and dance. I
yeah.
can
All
get
the
up.
reason to get up.
Yeah, I can get up and dance. I can really shake him down. It's like, dude, you've been bedridden for 20 years.
Yeah.
You won't even get up and help the family, but
Like
you're
that. Oh god, the sequel to Dumb and Dumber, where
yeah.
Jim Carrey pretended to be like catatonic
Oh
for
yeah.
10 years or something crazy.
Yeah. Or the one where you thought you were getting Jim Carrey in them and it ended up being two different guys.
Oh yeah, they did
The prequel.
younger versions of him or something.
Yeah, you thought that they were going to be like us because when they first announced it, they wouldn't tell you who the actors were, who was coming in the movie.
Yeah,
So nobody knew until the movie basically came out who these people were, and everybody thought, "Oh, we're gonna get Jim Carrey, Jeff Daniels. They're coming back. They're going to." Or I thought, when I heard it was, then after I heard it was a prequel, I was like, okay, maybe one of them is maybe they're coming back and they're giving their story. Maybe they're going to be like sitting somewhere talking to somebody and telling their story about how they met.
yeah.
No, it was terrible.
I hated when they did that to movies back then. They would do a sequel and it would just be different. Like they did the same thing with the Mask. They made Son of the Mask and it was like Jamie Kennedy and it was
Yeah.
horrible. It
Oh
was
yeah,
terrible, man.
yeah, and he was only known for what was it, the Jamie Kennedy Experience on UPN or something.
Yeah, I think at the time, yeah, that was pretty
Yeah,
much it.
he only had that show, and I think he did Malibu's Most Wanted.
Oh yeah,
That was like the only other movie I know he did.
that was I think several years before they did Scream and he got more famous.
Yeah, yeah, because he had the TV show, and then he did those two movies, and it was like, and then he got even more famous. I'm like, Jamie Kennedy ain't great.
Yeah.
He ain't much of a guy to tell me what he's gonna do.
Yeah.
Drives me nuts. Drives me nuts when I hate it. I mean, they did that with Teen Wolf.
Oh yeah.
They put Jason Bateman in it.
And it was pretty much like the same movie, I think.
That's what I'm thinking
And it
because
was like,
if I remember correctly, because I haven't seen it
what
but
was the
maybe
voice?
once. I own it. I own the double feature,
Oh
one
yeah.
and two, and the same DVD set. But it's like, why? It's
Yeah.
like you have a sequel to a movie, and it's like not, or it's like the Mannequin and the Mannequin Two.
Oh yeah.
It's like you
Oh
have a
gosh.
great movie and you go and you do a sequel, and she's not
Yeah.
even in it.
Gosh, what was her
And Kim
name?
Cattrall has never
Yeah.
aged,
Good
you
girl.
know. And the problem is when they went and they did the Sex in the City, the first movie was, I never really watched the show, because I didn't have HBO.
Yeah.
So when it came on in reruns, I would, late night, you're watching TV and you turn by and you're like, oh, okay, you watched it for a while, and you're like, okay, you've seen a few episodes, some of the characters that have been in it, and all that. So you decide, you're like, okay, I love the show. The show's great, blah blah blah, and everything. So I go see the movie with her. So she's like, yeah, you want to go see the movie? Okay, it's fine. So we go see the movie, and some of these people are drunk, they're dressed up and they went out to dinner or something and they must have been drinking because some of these people were drunk, these women all dressed up, to go to a movie. I'm like, you looking like you're going out to like a big fancy dinner, but you're at a movie, So we go and we see the movie. We see the second one. The second one sucked because they took what was Sex in the City. New York City was a main character of the movie. You took that out and went to a foreign country and screwed the whole movie.
Uh,
So it was like, why do you do that? Then they come back with the TV show. They do a reboot. Those reboots that don't work. The only one that worked was Will and Grace. The only one that I've ever seen that worked was Will and Grace. They did it. They did it right, and they did 3 seasons and said enough's enough. We're done. But they did a reboot of them, and it was more like it was so woke. It was like ridiculous.
oh yeah.
We don't need the guy. The guy dies of a heart attack. The guy she married in the first movie. After all this time, she ends up marrying him, and then he has a heart attack and dies, or something. He's working out, and he has a heart attack and dies, or some crap. And Kim Cattrall didn't even want to do the show. She said, "The hell with them." She's just like, "The hell with them. I don't want to do this."
It's just like a money grab thing.
Yeah, it's what it was, and it's like Tim Allen wants to do a reboot of Home Improvement.
Oh really? I didn't hear that.
Well, it's not gonna go. It didn't go over well
Oh
because one, Tim Allen is a Republican, and reasons why his show on Fox got canceled. Last Man Standing ended up getting canceled, then got picked up by somebody else for a season or two, is because he's a diehard Republican
oh.
and has some views that don't work with some people.
Is that why he wasn't the voice of Buzz Lightyear anymore?
I think so. I think that's why, yeah.
Um,
And also, so they wanted to do the home improvement thing. Well, she comes out and says that she's not doing it with him because she's still ticked off about the fact that they wouldn't pay her the money she wanted. She told them that they wanted to do I think they only did 7 seasons or something of the show.
yeah, the
And
original
she
show
wanted,
lasted a
yeah,
while.
and she wanted to do, they asked her to come back and do an 8th season. She told them that she wasn't going to work for what they were paying her. I think they're paying her like $1 million an episode or something.
Oh my god.
I want to get paid. I want to get paid what Tim Allen's getting paid. I want to be I want to get paid. Like he was getting like $2 million or something. I want the same amount of money he's getting. You know, if you're gonna make me come back and do another season of this crap, I want another. I want what he's getting paid. What you're gonna pay him to do it because they were gonna pay him $2 million to come back. And she said, "You tell me." So they said no. So it didn't work. But she said this time, she said, "I'm not doing it." The oldest child's been in and out of jail a couple times.
Oh, really? In
So
real
so
life?
yeah, so he's had issues. So he's not even acting anymore. Jonathan Taylor Thomas dropped out of acting and is doing something else. The guy who was the neighbor, Earl, he's dead. He died in
Oh,
real life. So
oh,
he died years ago. So so he's been dead for a while. And she's like, and the other kids, like the younger kids doing something else, is producing and one of them's producing and directing or something, and doesn't really care about doesn't really care about the show. None of them care about it. It's just he thinks that he's going to get these people to jump at the chance of wanting to do it. And they're like, no, nobody's going to do it. And she's like, I'm not doing it. So why would I care? And she quit
yeah, a
acting
lot of
it.
people now probably don't even really remember it much.
No, and the video game was even worse.
Oh,
Run,
yeah.
running around shooting dinosaurs with tools, which was dumb. I don't even understand that one.
I don't remember too much of the original show except for like how they never showed the neighbor's face, like the
Yeah.
top half of his
Oh,
face.
and Al, the guy that plays Al, would come back
Oh,
because
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
And
because
I
Richard
think
Karn's he's on the
yeah,
con
Pamela Anderson
circuit.
was on the original.
Yeah, Pamela
They
Anderson,
pushed
and
her
then there was
later
another
on.
girl that came on after her.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I can't remember if that was before or after Baywatch. It might have been before.
it was before she got in with Tommy Lee and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was beforehand because she was only on it for a couple seasons, and then they replaced her with Heidi,
Oh, yeah.
the girl that was on it towards the end there. Yeah, for a while there, because it's sort of like if you remember the show Singled Out on MTV.
Oh, yeah. Jenny McCarthy.
Yeah, it had Jenny McCarthy on there, and then it had Daisy Fontes or Carmen Electra. No, Carmen Electra. Carmen Electra was on there. Daisy was the VJ on there who married oh, what's his face? Married the singer from the 80s.
Oh, gosh. Oh,
Endless Summer Nights guy. Richard
yeah.
Marx. She married Richard Marx, which I hate Richard Marx, but hell, can't stand Richard Marx. But yeah, so Carmen Electra was on there after Jenny McCarthy left. And that was before she had that, what was it, like a 2-week thing with Dennis Rodman?
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, she married Dennis Rodman for like 2 weeks and then annulled the thing. I was like, man, you're crazy people. Sort of like when Michael Jackson married Lisa
Oh, yeah.
Marie.
Elvis's daughter or something.
Yeah, which is now dead. She's dead now.
Oh, really? Dang.
Yeah, his
I
daughter's
was so
dead.
far
He's
behind
dead.
on all this stuff.
Yeah, most of them are. Yeah, she died last year
Wow, I didn't know that.
or something like that. Yeah, it's like we had like 4 or 5 people die in a row. Like all these celebrities that just died
Oh,
recently.
Shannon Doherty passed away recently.
Yeah, Shannon Doherty, Bob Newhart,
Yeah,
one other one,
that
Jacoby Jones, the
that
football
workout
player.
dude, Richard Simmons.
Richard
Yeah.
Simmons. He was the fourth one, and then there was the Alf kid, the kid from Alf. He just died.
Oh, I didn't hear about that one.
Yeah, he had insomnia and
Hmm.
couldn't sleep or something, and I guess he hadn't been sleeping, so he went to the bank to go make a deposit or withdraw money or something, and they said they found him sleep. They found him dead in his car. I guess he went out there and he
Dang,
fell asleep in his car and didn't wake up.
I didn't know insomnia could kill you. I might be in trouble.
I know. That's what I was wondering. I was like, I was like, man, I didn't know that was that bad.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was that bad. But yeah, he had a lot of a lot of health issues and stuff. But yeah, he passed away, and then there was a couple others that did. That did, but yeah, I don't remember who else did. But yeah, there was a bunch. But yeah, it's crazy how things happen.
Yeah.
Crazy how things happen.
Always seems to be a bunch at one time.
Oh yeah, it's always like it always happens in threes. That's what they always say.
Yeah, that's what I remember hearing that a lot growing up.
Yeah, so a lot of that stuff, but a lot of your celebrities, I think they're a lot of them, I think some of them I think are already gone anyway. Like Richard Simmons, I wondered if he was already dead because you hadn't seen him in years.
Yeah.
That he had already passed away and they just decided to release it. I mean, it's like when Steve Ditko died, they found him a week later.
Hmm.
I was like, Ditko died and they just found the body a week later. He
Yeah.
said, yeah, nobody knew he was dead until the neighbor started
Yeah,
smelling
I
something.
guess when they're out of the public eye like that, people don't really pay attention as much,
Oh,
especially if
yeah.
they're alone.
Yeah, I mean, it was like when Casey Kasem was kidnapped by his second wife or whatever. And that drove him around, and he should have been sitting in a facility where he would need to be.
Yeah.
And he ended up dying eventually.
Yeah. I think wasn't it Phil Hartman's wife that killed him?
Oh yeah, because she told him he was. What they did was she killed, she shot him because he told her he confronted her at the house when he was there, and I guess the kids were there too at the same time. So the kids are traumatized by the fact that their mother killed their father, but he told her he was leaving her. I guess she was crazy or something, but he ended up telling her, "I'm leaving you," and she goes nuts, gets the gun, pulls the gun gets the gun and shoots, gets it. I don't know if it was loaded or what. Shoots him and kills him, and then turns it on herself and kills herself.
Crazy man.
Afterwards, I guess when the cops came, I guess started to come, she killed herself. She ended up killing
Yeah,
herself before they got there, but yeah, and the kids were under the bed in their. I guess they were in their bedroom hiding under the bed
that's
when it
rough.
happened. What was happened? So I'm like, I'm gonna feel bad for those kids. They're gonna be traumatized the rest of their lives. He was just telling her he was leaving her, and she killed him.
Yeah.
Sad, 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 sad. But
Don't tell nobody your plans. Just do it when they ain't at home.
I know, it's always when the bad guy thinks he's gonna kill the. It's like when the bad guy tells James Bond what his plan is.
Yeah,
It's like, dude, the bad guys tell you what the plan is, thinking that, oh, Mr. Bond, I'm gonna
yeah.
kill you with this laser. This
I'm gonna
laser is
leave this
gonna,
incredibly slow laser pointed at you while I leave the room.
yeah, while I leave the room. And while I do that, I am headed out to Fort Knox to steal the gold out of Fort
Yeah,
Knox. It's like, there's no gold in Fort Knox. I hate to tell you that. I don't think Fort Knox had gold in it since the early 1900s.
just lay the whole plan out and then leave the room for
Yeah,
30
they do
minutes.
that. They tell you exactly what's going to happen, and then they wonder why.
Yeah,
It's like Doctor Evil, telling you they tell you the plan, and then it's like then they find out that the guy escapes and he knows the whole plan.
yeah.
Like, oh, he's going over here. We got to jump out and do this.
You got to watch out for those sharks with laser beams, man.
Yeah. Why can't I get sharks with lasers?
Yeah, for real.
It's like, dude, and then that Vaughn Troyer's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Mini me.
Yeah, I remember hearing he passed away.
Yeah, he passed away. I think the guy who was the midget, the little guy that was what was his name? The guy for Kid Rock.
Oh,
I
I
think
know
he
who you're
died.
talking about,
I
but I
think he
can't
died
remember.
too. I think he died too.
Yeah,
think that other guy's still alive. The comedian, the black guy.
Oh, oh gosh,
I forget
I
his
can picture
name.
the face.
He was in he was in some comedy. I can't remember what comedy he was in. He played a cop. He was a little guy, but yeah, I can't remember what he played in. I can't remember what that guy played in.
Gary Coleman.
Nah, Gary Coleman's dead.
Oh, he is. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, he was pushed down the stairs. We all believe that he didn't just fall down the stairs. We believe he
okay. I didn't
was
know that.
pushed. Was pushed. Yeah. Yeah, nobody in that everybody on that show is dead except for Todd Bridges.
Hmm.
I would have to say because every one of those people are yeah, because Conrad died of old age. The other guy, yeah, Coleman died. She died of drugs, I believe. Plato, yeah, Dana Plato. She died of drug overdose.
Man,
The other guy died of yeah, Coleman died of some other stuff, but he was pushed. He fell down the stairs, but we think he was murdered. But they couldn't prove anything, I don't think, on his wife. But yeah, and then there's some other issues, some other things. But yeah, and then the other people are dead because they just died of old age.
wow, that's crazy because those shows don't feel like they were that long ago.
Nah.
I
And the
guess.
funny thing is, the guy who wrote the theme song was Alan Thicke.
Oh, really? From
Yeah,
Growing Pains?
yeah. And the funny thing is about that is that yeah, Alan Thicke is yeah, because I think he's the only one from that show that died
Hmm.
from there because I think she's still alive. Kurt Cameron is Mr. Jesus Hugger, so he's all about the Jesus.
Does he still act?
Yeah, he's still going about, still doing his Christian thing. He's gone to doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's like he did a whole 180 from whatever he was doing before to being like this
The
crazy.
only thing I really remember him from is Growing Pains. Like I don't remember ever
Yeah, he
seeing him in
did
any
some other
movie.
movies and stuff, but yeah, he was mostly growing pain. Yeah, mostly Christian stuff. If you don't watch a lot of that kind of stuff, Tracy Gold, she had a lot of eating disorder issues.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think she was bulimic, I think, or underweight or something, or overweight. I can't remember what it was that she had. She had one of them, bulimia.
She was the daughter on the show, right?
Yeah, she was one daughter on the show. They had the Ben Seaver. That guy, I don't know what he's doing now. I think he's done. The mother's done some stuff, but I think she's done some Lifetime. And the other girl, I don't think's done anything. And that I can't remember what else because they had the girl. Oh, and then they had before he was a big megastar, they had for one season they had Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, really?
He was the kid that was that he was teaching
Huh.
that
Remember
Mike
him?
Steve
Of course, I
Mike
didn't.
and that Kirk Cameron ended up
Yeah.
becoming a teacher and he ended up teaching the kid in 91. Yeah, it was the one season he was on there. Oh, and the other guy's dead. I think the guy that was his friend, I think, is dead. Booger.
I think I can picture him. I didn't
Or not,
see.
not Booger. Whatever it is. Was it Booger or Bogger? I can't remember. Booger was the guy from maybe he had the same name, but Booger was the guy that was on the Nerds, Revenge of the Nerds.
Oh, yeah. I remember that movie.
Yeah, that guy. And then he ended up doing Moonlighting. He was in Moonlighting.
Oh wow, Bruce Willis.
Yeah, he was with Bruce Willis, and Bruce Willis had a hit song.
He did. I didn't know Bruce Willis ever sang.
Yeah, Bruce Willis actually had a hit, just like Eddie Murphy had a hit called "Party All the Time, Party All the Time, Party All the Time."
I remember hearing something about David Hasselhoff having like an album in Germany or something crazy. Or Europe.
Um, he is not an actor he's not known for his acting in Germany. He's known for his singing.
Yeah, I knew it was something like
They
that.
love him in Germany for his singing. Well, what he sings over here is like what we call cheese music.
Mm.
So it's like really cheesy. It's like really stuff where he's singing like stuff like he was singing um forget what song it was, but it was like I have his album. I had his album and that. But yeah, it was like Jump in My Car. He was singing a song like that. Jump in my car, doo doo. And then he had
Was
some
he
other
driving the
song.
Knight Rider car?
Yeah, and then
Was some SDA?
yeah, the guy that did the voice of that was from was originally from Saint Elsewhere.
Yeah, what?
And
Gosh, wasn't it the Mr.
William
Feeney, Boy Meets
yeah,
World?
Mr. Feeney was the
Yeah,
voice of the car. Yeah, it was William Daniels. And
yeah,
he didn't want to be credited as the voice of the car. He wanted people to think that it had a mind of it, that it had an artificial intelligence
yeah,
of its own, and it was just a made up voice that they used. But people figured it out years later
yeah.
when he was on Boy Meets World. People figured it out. Boy Meets
I
Girl,
remember,
not so much.
I remember loving the Knight Rider car. The 18 van, I love that. The Dukes of Hazzard car.
Oh yeah, the Dukes of
Those are like some
Hazzard
of my
car.
favorite shows growing up.
Yeah, show if you and you know what the funny episode was? It was the episode. This was the reason I always find this funny was that the um, cousins came in. They brought in these two guys
Oh
that were supposed
yeah,
to look
God,
like them. It was a
Coy and
dispute.
Vance or something.
Yeah, it was a dispute.
So weird.
It was a dispute between contracts,
Yeah,
how much money they were getting paid. So they had a contract dispute and they hadn't agreed upon the money or the issues or whatever it was that they were upset about. They were upset about it. So they left. So they ended up leaving the show. So they were like, "Yeah, we're not going to do it in the middle of the season or something or other." So they did this whole thing with their cousins, and their cousins came in there for a few episodes, and they drove them around, and then they finally agreed to pay them whatever they agreed upon to
yeah.
pay them. But when they came back, their cousins happened to say when they were going through the window or something, and they go, and the whole line was, the doors do open.
Oh, I remember seeing an episode with them and thinking, "This is terrible. Who are these
I
like
know.
Bo and Luke Duke from Wish?"
Yeah, I was like, I never understood it. I never understood why they were there, but then I realized it was because of a contract dispute,
Yeah,
money thing. So it was like, okay, I guess they weren't going to start on time, so to do the season. So they said, okay. And then you got Daisy Dukes because of Daisy
yeah.
and
Which
that,
might
and
have been
you,
one of the reasons I liked the show when I was a kid
yeah.
was Daisy.
And I think the only people that are left are Skeeter. I think it's the Cooter. Maybe it's Cooter. I think Cooter's still alive. Bo and Luke Duke and her, I think, are the only ones left.
Yeah, I know. John Snyder, he played Pa Kent in Smallville,
Oh yeah.
and I remember they did an episode of that where they had Tom Wopat come on as a guest star. and they
Yeah.
did like a little Dukes of Hazzard callback. That was a fun episode.
Yeah, I saw Tom Wopak in the at the place at the D was it DPAC? Was it the DPAC or was it in Raleigh? I can't remember. In Durham, I can't remember if it was the DPAC in Durham or it was the one over there. But he was doing the Music Man.
Yeah.
He was the main character in the Music Man
Huh.
play, so I watched him do that. Yeah, Tom Wopat.
That's cool.
Yeah, so it was pretty cool watching him do that. But I saw Weird Al there in Raleigh.
Oh wow.
I've seen Weird Al 4 times. I've seen him twice in Cary, once in Raleigh, once in Durham. I've seen the New Kids on the Block 3 times.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I've never gotten to go to a concert or anything like that, or never really met any celebrities. I met a couple wrestlers, and
they come to your house.
just a few months ago I met Dan Jurgens. No,
Yeah.
I was doing a job in Florida with my older brother.
Yeah.
10, 11 years ago, and just so happened where we eat lunch at, right across the street, Jeff Hardy, Madison Rain, and SoCal Val were there doing a signing. That was back when they were all with TNA.
Ah.
We went over there and checked it out and saw them, and we decided to go in and wait in line and get an autograph. I still got the autograph pictures.
Yeah. Was that when Matt Hardy was the broken guy?
No, that was before that. Matt was still working the independent scenes.
Oh,
that was after he left WWE because of the whole thing with Lita.
Ah. Lita. She was in their group, wasn't she?
Yeah. Yeah, they were in a real life relationship.
Yeah, he lives somewhere around here.
She cheated on him with Adam Copeland, Edge. And Matt Hardy freaked out and got fired for a while. Eventually, they came back and they were actually able to, work together. But they did the storyline.
Is that when he was the broken guy?
No, that was gosh,
was that after
before that happened?
Was that after he left and then left?
Came back and left WWE and went to promotions.
Yeah. Or was that when they brought him back? When they tried to get him back from one of the organizations?
Yeah. When he came back from TNA and teamed up with Bray Wyatt for a while, he did the broken Matt Hardy gimmick again.
Okay. That's what it was. Yeah, because I remember that. And I remember they were trying to when he left, and then when he left, they were wondering if they were gonna try to use that when he went to he went to AEW?
Yeah.
For a while there, but
I want to say he's back in TNA again now.
Yeah, he lives around here somewhere.
Yeah.
He lives in North Carolina.
I think it was Cameron was where they were from.
Yeah, because they come up here sometimes to some place up there in Clayton.
Yeah.
Some place up there they go. A lot of the wrestlers do. Mr. Atlas does, or did. I don't know if he's still alive. The Atlas or whatever his name is, Tony Atlas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Tony Atlas was around here at one point. We used to get the guy that was who was that guy? The guy that was the Russian.
Nikita Koloff?
I guess. The guy that goes around to Walmarts and tries to get his autograph. It's all he's amounted to is Walmarts and autographs. He sets a table up there and he tries to get you to pay for his autograph.
I'm not sure.
It was one of the guys that was part of that Russian tag team. It was probably the main guy, but yeah. He was still alive at the time. I don't know if he still is or not. But yeah, he was the main guy at the time. But yeah, he's crazy. Who else was out there? Yeah, because he had... Yeah, Matt Hardy. Hardy Boys. Because they were what? What did they bring to the ring? Ladders?
Oh yeah, they had they did the first table ladders and chairs match.
Yeah.
The Hardys,
Because
the
it
Dudleys, and
because it was Edge and Christian did the chairs.
yeah, Dudley's had
The
the tables.
Dudley's had the tables. Get the table, and he hit them. I think they had a falling out, didn't they?
Uh, I think so for a while.
Because doesn't he do a? Doesn't Bubba do his own? Have like some kind of? He's on some
He's
kind of
got a
podcast.
podcast now. Yeah,
What was it, Busted Open or something? Or he did the Busted Open show. He used
I
to do
can't
something.
remember the name of it. I know he's got his own podcast.
Yeah,
Um,
I've seen him talk about it. Like he was
I know
interviewing
he
some.
came back and did a guest spot at a Royal Rumble in
Yeah,
Devon Getting. So I don't know.
thought they had a falling out or something. Or Devon became the Reverend. But didn't he become Reverend Devon at one point?
Yeah, for a little while. Yeah, when they first broke the team up, that was
Yeah,
when they brought in Batista, and he was like Devon's deacon or something,
yeah.
collecting money from the audience.
Was that after he was in the what was that group they were in? Randy
That,
Orton.
yeah, that was before that happened. After he got into Evolution, is when he became like real big.
Okay.
It
Yeah,
was him,
Evolution
Triple H, and Ric Flair.
and Randy Orton. And then they would do.
Oh yeah, they did the thumbs down when Orton first won the title.
Yeah. And then they beat. But Randy Orton, they showed like Randy Orton could do like the moves are like the finishing move that Randy Orton does.
Yeah, the RKO.
Yeah, the RKO is the same thing as the Diamond Cutter,
Yeah, pretty much.
the same thing as the whatever the stunner is. They just all do it just a little bit different.
It's funny because he did that move for so long that he was actually out for a little over a year. He had to have back surgery.
Yeah.
Landed on his back so much over the years.
Is
So I
it?
don't know how much longer he's actually going to wrestle now, but he's
Yeah.
back at the moment.
Whatever happened to Cowboy Orton?
Oh
Cowboy
God,
Bob Orton.
he came out with Randy for a little while there, and
Yeah.
it's funny he would still wear the cast on his arm when he would come out with Orton.
Yeah. And who was the other guy that used to come out? Oh, the Guerrero guy.
Oh, Eddie and Chavo Guerrero.
No, the Chavo, was it Chavo's dad?
Oh yeah,
Chavo
can't
Senior or
remember his name.
something?
They called him Chavo Senior.
Yeah, he would come out. Yeah, he came out. And then you remember Bob Backlund,
Oh yeah,
first
the
ever
Chicken Wing.
champion. Yeah, wasn't he commissioner at one point?
I think so. I think he did a storyline where he was commissioner for a little while.
Yeah, William Regal was commissioner for a while.
Yeah,
Teddy Long was.
yeah.
I remember when they used to have the Raw versus SmackDown.
Oh yeah, those were fun games. SmackDown
Oh
versus
yeah,
Raw.
when they would take the two groups and they would have the drafts.
Oh yeah. I
And they
remember
would,
like back in the day, I couldn't watch Raw because it was on cable. I didn't have cable, but they would air
yeah.
SmackDown on free TV, so I would get to watch SmackDown every week.
Oh yeah, UPN. Yeah,
Yeah,
UPN. Yeah. Which one show that came off of that was when it was the old WB and then it became CW when they combined with UPN was
yeah.
there was only one show that aired back then. It was called Supernatural.
Oh yeah, that show lasted. Gosh, Supernatural lasted forever.
I was waiting for that show to go off the air at some point because I was like,
Yeah,
damn man. They had some decent shows there, but the Flash show went downhill.
yeah. The first couple seasons was good, and then after the third season, I think is when I quit watching.
Yeah, I quit. I quit watching. I think right before like 2019 or something, right before 2020 or whatever. I think it was the fourth or fifth season, but I liked the other one. I liked the Legend of Tomorrow. I watched that.
Yeah,
I never got into Arrow. I never got into Arrow. I didn't
I like
watch
the first
that.
couple seasons, the first two seasons of Arrow, especially
Yeah,
the second season when they brought in Manu Bennett as Deathstrike.
yeah,
That was really good. But after that, it kind of went downhill.
yeah. I didn't watch that. I didn't watch. I think it was whatever season it was when they had the. I think I stopped watching after about the season when they brought in the Flash. They brought in the um I forget what it was. I think it was maybe season 5, I think. 6. I can't remember. I watched like first few seasons of it. But everybody wants Grant Gustin to play the Flash.
I mean, if he wants to, I could see him doing it.
Yeah, they all wanted him to do it, but they kept bringing in Ezra.
Yeah,
Now he's got a bunch of dummies. Now we don't even know what the hell James Gunn's doing.
I know, man.
It's sad. It's like you've got something going here. We all thought you were going to like James Gunn's coming in. He's going to change. He's going to make it for the better. And then it's like all I hear is how terrible it looks.
It's so weird to me that they're doing like the Kingdom Come logo on Superman, but they're not doing a Kingdom Come story. Like, why do that?
Yeah. Was that the one that Jeff Johns did?
Yeah, I believe so.
Was that the one with him and what's
It's
that
like
other
older versions of the characters.
what's that guy that Jeff Johns used to work with?
Um,
It's the artist. It's the artist. Oh, forget who did Kingdom Come.
oh, was it Alex Ross?
Might have been Ross and it might have been Ross and
I think he did the covers for sure. I don't know about the interior art. I can't remember.
it's an Elseworld story. Right, it's Mark Wade, written by Pissant. Mark Wade and Alex Ross.
Oh,
I was thinking of Johns and the other guy, the guy that Johns, the other guy who did it. They did a book together. Oh, not Kingdom Come. Yeah, Kingdom Come's a 4-part series.
yeah.
Yeah, the 4-part miniseries that had Batman, Wonder Woman, Shazam, Spectre, and Norman McKay. From 1996. That's why I'm wondering what are they going to push us into that?
I don't know because it seems so weird.
Yeah,
And
because
they're
I
putting
can't.
so many characters into the movie. Like I remember
Yeah,
when they first said they were going to focus on Superman and build a universe, and they weren't
yeah,
going to overcrowd it. And now all of a sudden it's got like 10 characters in it, along with Superman.
yeah,
I just feel like it's going to be a mess. Like how are they
yeah,
going to do all these characters if they're trying to set them up for the first time?
yeah.
It's
Oh,
like
I was thinking of
they
the
don't
other
know how
book.
to take their time and set up a universe.
They need to do something because you can't keep having crap happen.
Yeah, just do the Marvel method. Set it up with one movie at a time
Yeah.
and do a big team up.
They had an opportunity to do that and they blew it.
Yeah,
Christian Bale's Batman. You had an opportunity at that point to find a Wonder Woman. You had an opportunity to find a Flash. You had an opportunity to find all these different characters while you were pushing Batman with oh, you were pushing Batman. You could have done like one movie with two Batman movies, and then had your Superman movie in 14. When at some point you could have had your Cavill movie and all that stuff, and it would have worked. But you blew it. You waited too long.
Yeah. It feels like
Marvel
they
already then Marvel
kind of
came along and took the thunder away from you, and you blew it. Jeff Johns and Gary Franks. That's what it was. Gary Frank. That's who I was thinking of. I don't care about your ghost machine. I want to know what Superman book they did. I don't care about that. I guess they did, but yeah, that's what it was. It was just stupid. I hate stupid. I'm not a fan of, not really a fan of Mark Wade as much.
yeah,
Mark Wade's just an idiot sometimes.
really.
Yeah, he doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. Tries to get people fired and all this other jazz. They have an image book. That's what it was. But Gary Franks did some Superman book. I can't remember what he did. Gary Frank. What did Gary Frank do? It was him and somebody else did a book together. Gary Frank's Superman. Let me see here if I can find it, because I'm going to go crazy if I don't find it. He's a British artist. He did Superman. That's what I want to know. What'd you do for Superman? He did Doomsday Clock.
I
Yeah,
never did all that.
yeah, he did Doomsday Clock. He did Superman, but I'm looking for the particular Elsewhere story he did. I guess he did Batman Year One. I don't remember Doomsday Clock.
I only ever picked up. It was a 12-issue miniseries or maxi series, I guess. I only
Okay.
picked up one issue of it, so I never
Yeah.
read the whole story. It was like a crossover with the Watchmen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't remember much about the Watchmen, except I knew it took forever to get it done.
yeah,
It was like one issue would come out, and then the next issue wouldn't come out for like 3 months or
yeah. It was
something.
supposed to come out once a month for a year, and I think it ended up taking almost 3 years to come out altogether or something.
Yeah, I was like, damn, man.
And then they never like followed up on like this. It was supposed to be like this reset or something of the story, and all
Yeah.
this stuff was supposed to come of it, and then they just ended up retconning it and not doing anything with it. So I
Yeah.
never bothered to get the whole story together.
Yeah, because there was something about the book, but I forget what it was. But yeah, yeah, it was just so stupid. It took forever. The covers weren't too bad, but it just took forever. Yeah, here it is. It was yeah, Doomsday Clock is a 2017 to 2019
Yeah,
superhero comic book limited series. Yeah, limited series that took almost 3 years to get
yeah,
done.
it's crazy.
I'm like, God, I was like, my buddy was trying to get those books, and it just got to the point where he just said, "Forget it. I don't want them now."
It's like the hype is over now.
Yeah, I'm like, your hype is done, buddy. You don't got nothing.
Yeah,
Doomsday Clock is not good. Yeah, it was supposed to be what was it? It was all about. Wasn't that about Manhattan or something?
Yeah, it's like
Like,
something with the timeline, and I think they brought back the original Wally West through it or something.
yeah,
It was part of the rebirth story or something like that. I can't remember.
yeah.
It's all kind of mixed together.
It's the only reason why they did. You know why they did contingency, right?
Yeah,
Contingency was only put in for like 2 issues between rebirth and contingency because contingency was because they were moving from one area of the country to the other area of the country. They were just moving studios at the
yeah,
time, so they had to come up with something to just put something in place to for Sice until they could get back and just get from just go from New York to California. That was it.
yeah, man.
So for 2 months, we're just gonna give you this lousy nothing storyline that has nothing to do with anything. It was just because we were moving. What are you talking about? For all the shit I gave Dan Didio over the years, he sure is doing better than what they got now.
Yeah,
Sure was better than what they got now with Jeff Johns and Jim Lee in charge, or whoever's in charge now. I don't even know.
I'm not sure. I haven't kept up with new books since.
2018. No.
Yeah, I know that the last ones I bought was when they did that 6 issue miniseries with Superman 78 based off the Christopher Reeve story.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, and I can't remember if that's 2018 or 2019.
yeah.
It's somewhere in there.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, because I don't remember too much about anything.
I did buy they did a facsimile of Brave and the Bold 28.
Yeah.
I bought that just to be able to read the story.
Uh, yeah, I think they're doing a facsimile next month, I think, for Archie. Archie's now going to do facsimiles.
Oh wow! I'm gonna
They're
have to check.
doing the beat off cover.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're doing the innuendo covers. They're going to do facsimiles for those things.
those will
Like,
be popular probably.
yeah, because people don't have them. You can't afford to buy them now, so people will buy them and then we'll try to fake them and pretend they're real. And it's like, no,
Oh
they're
yeah,
not.
yeah. I remember when they came out with the facsimile of the first appearance of Miles Morales. There were several people selling the facsimile as the real deal.
Yeah,
It's
it's
crazy.
ridiculous. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous how much crap. Well, I got one of those in the box in there. I've got a Archie one of a homage to Miles Morales.
yeah,
I was like, oh, okay, I'll buy that.
yeah. I like the facsimiles. If it's like a book that I can't get the original of, I'll get the
That's what
facsimile.
I'm
Read
hoping
the
that they'll
story.
do.
Yeah,
They need to get with the program and give me a facsimile of 242 Action Comics 242,
yeah.
and I'll be happy. And I'll have it in my collection, and I'll
That would
have
be cool.
I'll have a placeholder until the comic goes way down in price and I can afford to buy it again.
Yeah,
Which I didn't listen to certain people, and I should have been buying silver and bronze in 2012.
yeah.
And whose fault is that? My own fault.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because I
There's
didn't
several
listen to
books.
I didn't listen to Legend
Yeah,
enough. I started buying other bullshit like dollar books and
yeah. I know there's several books that I could have gotten 2018, 2019 for much cheaper. Now they're just like ridiculous.
that's what he was trying to tell people. He was telling people buy the books now because eventually they're not going to be this cheap.
Yeah,
They weren't
I've noticed a
they weren't
couple.
cheap in our to us they're not cheap, but to people who could afford
Yeah,
a book that's 100 $200, that's fine. Now the book's like 5, 6,
yeah,
$700, $800. It's like no.
yeah. Like it's like still it's hard for me to spend more than 100 on a book. because
Oh, I know. I can only do it if I really want the book.
yeah,
But that's what I did at Heroes Con. I could only buy so many books
yeah.
of what I
Like the
got.
only
And if
reason we got the Superman 233 and the Superman 199 is because I did a trade.
yeah,
Because one of them was listed at 150 and one was listed at 125. I couldn't afford that.
no.
Just I got lucky with the trade.
Yeah, you got something that was worth trading. That's my problem. Is I got stuff that's
Yeah,
I had Fantastic Four books that were like in the 80s, that were like in the 80, like in the like 70 something or 80 something. I forget what it was, what the number was. And I could have traded those books, and I'm thinking, oh, I could trade these books for, they're high grade. One was like an 8.0 or an 8.5 or something. The other one was like a 7.0 or something. It was like good books. But what I couldn't trade them for was nothing because they weren't worth graded. They weren't worth jack.
yeah.
They were worth about $80 at the most. I'm like, $80. I'm like, $80. That's not good.
Yeah. I've
But yeah.
noticed some books have started to come down a little bit, so hopefully that continues.
Oh yeah, that's what my buddy said. He's waiting for those books to come down, but he's like got to the point where, he used to be one of those people that were like completists and that, but my buddy's trying to, said it's getting to the point where there's certain books he won't even be able to afford.
That's crazy. I mean, there for a little while when it really got to the boom, there were books that were dollar books for years that all of a sudden were 100, 150, $200.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
what's
People
going on?
overpaid. People overpaid for shit in 2020, 2020, 2021. People overpaid
Oh yeah,
for
big time.
those 2 years basically because nobody was spending money. You weren't going to places. You weren't going anywhere. You weren't going out to the movie theaters. You weren't going shopping. So you weren't going to restaurants and places to eat. So people had expendable income and they weren't putting money. A lot of people realize I'm not going to put money into the bank or into stocks if the banking system goes kablooey and just blows up. I'm not gonna lose my money. I'm gonna go buy my shit.
Yeah,
I've been buying defunct company. What? I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have been buying defunct companies and went for back issues instead of CGC started. Hmm. So he bought defunct companies. That's not good. That's my problem is I bought books when I shouldn't have been buying the books.
yeah,
If I would have just stuck to what I was doing in the first place, I would have had more books of good stuff than half of the X-Men stuff that wasn't good. X-Men 300 to 580 to 544, not so great.
yeah,
You didn't need half of those books. You needed the ones before 300. You needed the ones from 94. Was it 94? Is the X-Men book that's right before X-Men 1 or whatever, giant size X-Men 1.
oh yeah. That guy, that was. I want to say John says X-Men One came out in the '80s.
Yeah, that was the first appearance of the new team.
Yeah, I got the poster up on the wall back here behind the TV.
Yeah, I used to have one. I used to have a poster of it too. I gave it to
Uh,
somebody.
I've got the facsimile.
Yeah, I used to have that book. Not that book in general, but I had the poster at one time. I think I gave it to. I think I ended up giving that to him, or maybe I gave him the other poster, and I got rid of that poster. I think I got rid of that poster to put up some other stuff, but yeah. But that's the problem. I would have bought the books that I should have been buying instead of buying these dollar fodder books. I could have
Yeah,
put all those. I could have put all those hundred. I could have put $100 into something good. I'm buying all these dollar books and 50-cent books and going to these shows and buying 50 cent, buying a box for $50
Yeah.
and getting a box and filling it full of 200 books. And that was terrible. I figured it out later. I was like, yeah, I spent all this money on books that I don't even need. And I realized I'm like, I almost had a complete run of Flash.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the second volume of Flash that was redone by that was rebooted after Crisis.
Oh yeah.
That was all Wally West, and then Barry came back. I almost had that complete run. I was missing a couple of the bigger books in that run, in that some of the first appearances.
Oh yeah.
And other than that, I would have had every book. Nope, I'm not that good.
I got like jeez, the first 20 or 25 issues I think in that Wally West run.
Yeah, those are
I picked
good.
them up on eBay several years ago when they were still real cheap.
Yeah, yeah, it's really good. That was a really good series.
Yeah, yeah, that was Wally West was the Flash when I first started reading Flash comics. So for
Yeah,
years I didn't know Barry Allen until the TV show,
yeah,
the one with John Wesley Shipp.
yeah. I have that issue with him on it somewhere. I used to have like two of them. But I know guys who buy books who have bought books, but they buy like the same book over and over again, and they're like,
Oh yeah,
anytime I see it real cheap, I buy the cover. I'm like, I hear these people all the time.
yeah,
But then they're the same people who go and say, but if I, and I'm like, but you're the same person who complains that you can't buy one of your bigger books.
yeah.
If you quit buying the same cover,
I don't know if they're expecting the book to just take off and be huge or something and
I
sell a
don't
bunch.
know because some of the people, I know some of the people do it because they love the cover or they
Yeah,
love the book and they buy it every time they see it cheap, they buy it. But to me, it's like, are you waiting for the book to jump because you like it so much? I mean, I see people who do that, but then but then they're like telling you one thing that I can't afford to buy this one book I really want, but you've just spent, you know, whatever you spent on the book, 50 cents or $1 or whatever on the book, and you just spent $1 on the book and you bought the book 10 times over. There's $10 right there you could have just saved yourself.
yeah,
Like, to me, I only figure basically I have a rule. One, if I like the cover and I want the book if I want the book in low grade or any grade just to have as a reader copy, I have one for a reader copy, one to put in the collection, to put in the run if I'm building that run, and one if I want to grade it. If I want a graded copy of it, if I like it that much to grade it. That's it. 3 copies, that's all I need. That's all I would need.
I've
But
got a few duplicates. I've got my original Reign of Superman run, and I've got another set that I bought from Matt, the boy at seven, where a bunch of them are like signed.
yeah, that's something. If you're buying them to get them signed or something, that's more like it. But if you're just buying it just to have it, I mean, I know a guy who just bought it because it was cheap. You know, he does this all the time, and he's like, and he makes a big deal about how many comics he has. He makes a big deal about how I hit 40,000 comics. Who cares? You hit 40,000 comics. Who cares? You got multiple copies of the same books.
Yeah,
Take the guy literally said this, the guy who holds the record for the Guinness Book of World Record. There's people who will sit there and tell him all day long that, oh, I got 100,000 comics. Yeah, they go and they take out every book that's a duplicate out of that guy's collection. Guy's got like 20,000 books.
Yeah.
He's got 80,000 duplicates of those 20,000 books. So most of them are duplicates. This guy duplicates books all the time. And he makes such a big deal about it. And I think what his problem is that to he buys certain books where he's trying to get them cheap and he's going to try to sell them, like resell them, but he never gets around to doing it. And he ends up deciding to keep them. But then your collection is basically filled up of boxes of 10 books. I mean, he had like 10 copies of Hansy #1. Who cares that you got Hansy #1 with the swastika on it? Nobody likes that. Nobody wants that book. There's people who want the book, want a copy of it, but why do you need 10 copies of it? One copy's sufficient, you know?
I've never,
not like
I've
that
never
book's going to jump in price.
I'm not sure how many books I have because I've never gone through and like counted them.
Yeah. That's why you see I have to go through and fix my CLZ app.
So I need to do that. I've never. That would help me too with like when I'm at a con and I'm actually looking for run fillers to know what I need and don't need.
Oh yeah, you could pick your phone up and look and say, okay, this is what I got.
I need to do that.
Or you can or you could go in and say, you know, when you're at the con, you could make a list off of that CLZ app. You can make a list and put it on your phone or put it on a piece of paper.
Nice to be prepared and know what I actually need.
Yeah, because I've done that I had to get the CLZ app because a bunch of people in the community talked about it and using it. And I was like, dumb. I was like the person that would put it on a piece of paper and write it down, but I would forget what I wrote down, or I'd lose the paper, or I would forget to put it down. So it was just like, I ended up buying the book 4 times. I was at some con, I bought the book like 4 times over. And it was like, issue AMS 340. I think I ended up buying like 4 copies of the book. I'm like, I don't need 4 extra copies of this book. I already own it.
Oh yeah. Next year I hope to be more prepared.
That's like I need to be more. I'm prepared to a point, but then like I start seeing certain things I want, and it's like, okay, I need this, this, and this, but I really want this. This year I found the book I wanted. I just didn't pull the trigger on it because it wasn't in its great shape as I wanted it to be in. I want it to be in a little better shape, but I could have just took it for what it was worth. But I wasn't going to pay that, you know. I wasn't going to pay the guy $85 for a book that was, to me, a $60 book in that condition. But you know, he probably would go down to $75, but I'm not going to do that, you know.
Yeah.
But you got to know when to walk away. That's the problem. Some people, I've always been told, now this is what we do with sports cards, is when you go to a sports card dealer, you walk around the place. You walk around the show and you see what everybody has. You see what's in their cases. You see what they're showing, and then you say, okay, I'll remember this guy over here had this card at this price. If it's still there when I come back around, I might take it unless I find one cheaper in a better condition. That might be a better condition. Walk around, you see what you want, you check out all the dealers, you check all their walls out, you see who has it. That's what I had to do at C2E2. I had to check to see what they had. Most of the people didn't have what I wanted. Most of them all had modern stuff, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they had everything that was like Action Comics from like what I consider, I mean, most people consider modern, like they go from like modern starts at 93 till now. Really, it doesn't. I mean, I cut modern in half. I cut it in half in 2014 is considered the age of digital age. That's when digital comics came out. That's how I differentiate it, because At one point, we did not talk about Copper Age. Copper Age didn't exist. Yeah, that's what he said. Walk around. That's the thing. That's what you got to do first. You got to walk around and see what everybody has before you buy something.
Yeah,
Unless you've already know what you want and it's a buddy of yours and you know the vendor. Or you know the vendor and the vendor's going to do you a good deal. You know what I mean?
that's pretty much like with Heroes Con. Why I pretty much go straight to the Bonafide Comics booth.
That's what I do.
Yeah,
I go to him because if he's got something, usually he'll tell me he's going to bring something if he's got it and ask if I need it. That's the first thing he'll tell me is, I got this. Do you need this?
that's cool.
And if I don't need it, then he'll put it up. He'll put it up for sale. He'll put it out there. But if he does, we'll agree upon a price and then we'll work on it from there.
That's awesome.
Because that's how I've know people. That's how I get to know people. I'm like, I'll do it a certain way, a certain time, a certain place. But most of the time, you don't even do it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh
it's
man,
just crazy.
we just hit the 6 hour mark.
Oh boy, I totally forgot. Yeah, man, I gotta get up in a couple hours. Yeah,
Yeah, I got to get a little bit of sleep.
I do too because I gotta get
Yeah,
up in
I
like three
appreciate you coming
hours.
on, man.
Oh, no problem, no
It's
problem.
been a
Thanks for
great
having me.
conversation, man.
Oh yeah, at least we got one person still here.
Yeah. Oh, anybody that watches on the playback, I do have Mr. Gretzky's YouTube and Instagram linked below in the description. If you want to give him a sub or a follow, feel free to do that. I should have
Oh
mentioned
yeah,
that at the start.
yeah. But yeah, there's a couple people that'll probably catch it in the rewind.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know a couple of them were working, so
Oh, yeah.
I know Fuchsia might catch it later. She said
Oh, that's cool.
she'll catch some of it. Maybe
Yeah,
not
I saw
all of it, but she
pop
said
up on
she'll try to
Instagram.
watch some of it if she has a chance and everything. 3.
3 lurking. All right, man. I will catch you later.
Alrighty. Have a
Keep it
good night.
9,000.